Great Xian Nation, Xianjing, Grand Tutor's Manor. Grand Tutor, please drink. Grand Tutor, please drink. Happy birthday, Grand Tutor. In the past 50-odd years, I went from having nothing to achieving the rank of Grand Tutor. My power overshadows the world. The story of it all would be enough to fill a multi-million-word novel. When I, Li Fan, first transmigrated to this world, I was nothing but a poor, struggling scholar. A life like this. What more could one ask for? Grand Tutor. Grand Tutor. Falling fire from the sky. It's a divine sign, an auspicious omen. An auspicious omen. It looks like it's flying toward our Grand Tutor's manor. Sunshine. This is Dao Xuanzi. Don't you push me too far. Cultivators. It is an auspicious omen. An immortal master. An immortal master has appeared. How can this be, Ko Hong? Did you really think I'd let you go just because you fled to this land of immortal extinction? Hand over the cultivation method you obtained that day, or this won't end until one of us is dead. A joke. It's precisely because I lack a core formation method that I've been trapped at the foundation establishment stage for nearly 100 years. Now, my lifespan limit is approaching, and I'm about to turn to dust. Having finally obtained this core formation method, how could I possibly hand it over to another? That's right. The Golden Core Dao is a path one walks alone. Though there are many core formation methods in this world, there are far more cultivators trapped at the foundation establishment stage. Since it's come to this, with the path to longevity right in front of me, how could I possibly let you go? Ha 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 ha, how laughable. We were brothers for 100 years, yet now we draw blades on each other for a mere chance at survival. I know I am not your match. It seems I won't be escaping my fate today. However, there are so many mortals in this place, I wonder, can you withstand such a dense concentration of the immortal mortal miasma? Hong. What do you think you're doing? If you can't handle the power of the immortal mortal miasma, perhaps I can find a chance to live. Damn it. NGH. Cough, 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 my wife? My children. GIF. Ugh, ugh. The once prosperous and lively Shenzhen has become a hell of blood and fire. As far as the eye can see, there is nothing but mangled bodies and collapsed buildings. After surviving such a catastrophe, likely not even 1 in 100 of the citizens remains. All of this, every bit of it, is because of the 2 cultivators who suddenly appeared. Ha ha ha. How can there be cultivators in this world? From the moment I became an official, I used the power in my hands to search for any possible trace of the immortal path. After I became the imperial tutor, standing above all others, I scoured the entire world. North to the frozen sea, south to the great ocean, east to the ruinous abyss, and west to the linked mountains. In all of Great Xian, there wasn't a single shred of evidence that immortals existed. I had already given lip, I had already grown old. Were those 2 people immortals? And where did these immortals come from? Fate is toying with me. Guanzhen. When the true is made false, the false becomes true. Charging complete. Virtualize current scenario and return to the initial anchor point? Guanzhen. This is the name I gave my unique treasure. Its function is to turn truth into illusion, reality into virtuality. It turns everything I've truly experienced into a simulated, illusory experience, allowing me to return to a set anchor point, which is the moment I first transmigrated to this world. In my first life, although I had great ambitions, I was ultimately just an ordinary person. I wanted to become the Zhuan Yuan but repeatedly failed the exams. After turning 30, I finally gave up on the idea of becoming an official and started a small business. Iran Leoli. I became a common wealthy patriarch, then married, had children, and lived out an ordinary life. It wasn't until I was old and on my deathbed that I finally awakened the unique treasure, Guanzhen. That is what led to my unstoppable rise in this second life. Because after the Guanzhen system charges, it allows me to restart this life and return to a breakpoint to begin anew, but I can't restart just yet. I still have important things to do in this life. Yes, relay my command. Order the garrison camp stationed outside the city to rush to Xianjing and maintain order in the disaster's aftermath. Most of Xuanjing's buildings were destroyed. After my trusted garrison camp takes control of Xuanjing, not only can they expedite the post-disaster reconstruction, more importantly, I can stay in the barracks to oversee the cleanup efforts and secretly send people to investigate the whereabouts of the two cultivators. 1 month later, the ruined city of Xianjing had only just begun to recover a semblance of life. Several months later, the ruined city of Xianjing had only just begun to recover a semblance of life. Reporting to the Grand Tutor, there is still no news of those two cultivators. I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up about this. In that case, I have nothing left to cling to in this life. Guanzhen. Virtualize current scenario and return to the initial breakpoint? Yes. Dao Xuanzi. Ko Hong. In 50 years I will. In 50 years, I will still be waiting for you in Xianjing. Guanzhen. Restart a new life, return to the first year of the breakpoint. Understood. Riches and honor are but fleeting clouds to me. In the next life, I will hunt the immortals. You return to Anchor Year 1. Overjoyed, you acted out, and were almost forced by your aunt to drink exorcism water from the village witch. Half a year later, you took the provincial exam. Although you placed low, in the 30s, you ultimately succeeded in becoming a Jiren, bring ing honor to your ancestors. Anchor Year 2, you took the metropolitan exam and passed. You performed exceptionally well in the palace exam, placing in the second rank, and were bestowed the title of Jinshi. You pulled strings in Xianjing and obtained the post of county magistrate for Jiangnanzwen County. Anchor Year 3, you began to cultivate your trusted inner circle. You successfully produced a batch of explosives and matchlock rifles. Anchor Year 5, refugees gathered to rebel against Prince Langya's manor. You led troops to the rescue, saving Prince Alangya's family. Prince Langya was deeply grateful to you. Anchor Year 6, you were promoted to prefect of Jianghuai Prefecture and married the daughter of the Vice Minister of Rights, Prince Ce Langya. Anchor Year 7, your wife bore you a son. Anchor Year 10, Princess Langya gave birth to a son. You personally visited to offer congratulations and presented a carefully prepared gift. Anchor Year 15, the emperor passed away. Prince Langya inherited the throne, changing the era name to Xianjing. Emperor Xianjing summoned you to the capital, promoted you to Vice Minister of War, and ordered you to lead troops to suppress rebellions. Anchor Year 18, you wiped out the rebel armies. Emperor Xianjing reclaimed your military authority and promoted you to Minister of War, appointing you Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince. Anchor Year 20, the Empress was suddenly implicated in a witchcraft case. Emperor Xianjing was furious and confined her to the cold palace. The Crown Prince secretly sought your help, and you decisively agreed. Through private investigation, you found the person who framed the Empress, clearing her name. However, Emperor Xianjing did not release the Empress from the Cold Pea Palace. Anchor Year 25, you secretly received news that someone had reported you for privately visiting the Empress in the Cold Palace. In the same year, Emperor Xianjing was assassinated while traveling. The officials retrieved the Empress from the Cold Palace. The Crown Prince then ascended the throne, with the era name Kongning. Anchor Year 26, you were additionally ennobled as Grand Tutor and appointed Grand Scholar of the Deliberative Council, reaching the pinnacle of officialdom. You used this opportunity to eliminate dissent and build your own faction in the imperial court. Anchor Year 30, the people of the world knew only of the Grand Tutor, not the Emperor. Anchor Year 31, the Empress Dowager became pregnant and bore you a son. Anchored Year 38, Emperor Hongning died of depression. Anchored Year 40, the Empress Dowager died of illness. And Charter Year 45, your wife passed away. And Quarter Year 46, your Elois son Didophilus. Ancient Year 0, two immortals arrived from the ruinous abyss, destroying Xuanjing. You narrowly escaped with the hour life. This simulation has ended. You may choose one of the following options to retain 1. And Tem in your possession during this simulation. 2. Your cultivation realm from this simulation. 3. The simulation's memory of one person closely related to you. This memory can be inherited by that person. 4. Forgo the above choices to speed up the charging progress. Was reality turned into illusion, or was it all a simulature, an error in perception caused by it being too real? Or perhaps, upon reaching a certain level, the line between false and true no longer exists. AI, forget it. Best to look at these 4 options first. This simulation has ended. So you may choose one of the following options to retain: 1. An item in your possession during this simulation. 2. Your cultivation realm from this simulation. 3. The simulation's memory of one person closely related to you. This memory can be inherited by that person. 4. Forgo the above choices to speed up the charging progress. This simulation has ended, so you may choose one of the following options to retain: 1. An item in your possession during this simulation. 2. Your cultivation realm from this simulation. The first and second options are self-explanatory. If I ever embark on the path of cultivation, those two would be a great help. Unfortunately, I was merely a mortal in this past life. 3. The simulation memory of one person closely related to you. This memory can be inherited by that person. 4. Forgo the above choices to speed up the charging progress. As for this third option, there's no tell ing what some dash. 4. Therefore, stability is paramount. That only leaves the fourth option. Guanzhen's virtualization requires charging. When I receive a fatal blow, Guanzhen will consume charging progress to automatically protect me. This is also why I was able to escape death several times in my previous life. Thus, the fourth option is the safest and most stable choice. Speed up the charging progress. Name: Li Fan. Realm: Mortal Physical. Age: 2086. Mental age: 166/1056. Virtualization charge progress: 30%. 3 lives: 164 years. So I've already lived this long. And that mental ace limit, I remember in my last life it was only just over 900 years, but now it's increased to over 1,000. When one carries too many memories, one's mental endurance reaches a threshold. An excessive burden will crush the soul. This is the so-called erosion of time. Mental fortitude strengths. As long as I step onto the path of cultivation, none of this will be a problem. The goal of this life is to learn the secrets of cultivation from those two cultivators. In 50 years, they will descend upon Shenzhen. With preparation against their lack of it, I might just have a chance of winning. Perhaps what I can rely on, besides guns and explosives, is that immortal mortal miasma they spoke of. But I can't just wait idly for 50 years. They came from the ruinous abyss in the east. I can first send people deep into the bottom of the abyss to investigate. The most frightening thing in life is having no goal. In my past life, I would often wake from the Empress Dowager's bed in the middle of the night, feeling an immense emptiness and confusion. In my past life, I had already stood at the absolute pinnacle for a mortal. I couldn't go any higher. It would be the same even in another life. Power, pleasure, after repeating them so many times, they became tasteless as chewing wax. Perhaps, after some future reincarnation, I would have actively chosen to end my own life. But the appearance of those two cultivators showed me a brand new possibility. It's as if I see a strange, alluring world beckoning to me. I want to cultivate. I want long life. No one can stop me. Dao Xuanzi. Ko Hong. See you in 50 years. With the experience of 2 lives, everything went as smoothly as water flowing to its destination. I still participated in the imperial exams. But this time, with decades of experience and power, the essays I wrote were naturally far superior to my previous lives. Provincial exam, metropolitan exam, and palace exam, I placed first in all of them, achieving the triple first and shaking the world with my fame. Afterward, I still chose to take an official post in one county. Although there was much confusion and regret in the imperial court, my request was approved. Due to my great fame, coupled with my crystal clear understanding of the temperaments of every official in the county, I quickly brought one county to heel. I then began to promote and cultivate my trusted subordinates from my past life. Anchor Year 4, I searched in secret and found someone who could act as Prince Langya's body double, cultivating him as a trusted subordinate. Anchor Year 5, I ordered my subordinate to pose as a refugee and attack Prince Langya's manor. I feigned a rescue, but in reality, I coordinated from the inside to kill Prince Langya's entire family. At the same time, I had the double take his place. From then on, I secretly controlled Prince Langya's manor. Chief Grand Scholar's granddaughter, Princess Langya. Anchor Year 9, the wedding of Prince Langya and the Chief Grand Scholar's granddaughter proceeded as scheduled. That night, I stormed the bridal chamber and had conjugal relations with Princess Langya. Anchor Year 10, Princess Langya gave birth to a son. Of course, he was my seed. Anchor Year 15, the Emperor was finally gravely ill. After receiving the Edict of Succession, I rushed to the capital with my trusted subordinates. Chief Grand Scholar. After Prince Langya ascended the throne, I aggressively placed my subordinates in the imperial court. With the Chief Grand Scholar's covert cooperation, I easily seized control of the situation. Anchor Year 20, after helping my son become emperor, I enfeoffed myself as Grand Tutor, stepping out from behind the curtain to the forefront, once again wielding power over the world. After this, not only did the wheels of Great Xian's development not stagnate, but they turned even faster under my will. Anchor Year 35, Grand Tutor's Manor. So, the fog over this ruinous abyss dissipates for half a day every 15 years? Reporting to the Grand Tutor, that is correct. The Immortal seeking camp was ordered to station by the ruinous abyss and observed day and night. We finally made a breakthrough a few days ago. After the great fog dispersed, a faint light could be seen shining from the bottom of the abyss. We used a telescope to observe her and actually discovered an inverted landscape. Although what each person saw was not identical, there were 10,000 mountains rising and falling, with magnificent structures hidden among them, barely visible. There were towering cities on the plains, bustling with life, with no less than 1 million people. There was even a city in the sky wreathed in rosy light, with all kinds of rare and exotic beasts flying about. It was truly, so they really did come from the ruinous abyss. Have you found a way to get to the bottom of the abyss? Your subordinate is incompetent. We tried various methods, but alas, as soon as we descend to a certain depth, we are shredded by a sudden astral wind. The astral wind is terrifying. Even our strongest armor cannot resist it for a moment. It seems, I'll just have to wait for you too. Anchor Year 50, Great Xian Nation, Xianjing. Dao Xuanzi. Don't you push me too far. Who dares to launch a sneak attack? What are these tiny metal pellets? A bit interesting. Using intricate mechanical structures in place of formations, and the explosive power of mortal things in place of spiritual energy. To think that after several thousand years, the mortals exiled to this land of importance, to this land of immortal extinction, could actually research such an ingenious object. A pity. It's only effective in this place where the great Tao is incomplete. Outside the land of immortal extinction, it's just a pile of useless scrap metal. Mere mortals, daring to make a move against us cultivators. I originally felt a hint of guilt, but now it seems you're just seeking your own death. Tao Art, Fire Dragon's Roar. What's going on? That fire dragon's roar of mine is fundamentally not something mortals can withstand. Why are there still so many people alive? These hidden weapons were soaked in mortal blood. After you were tainted by the immortal mortal miasma, your Tao arts were weakened. We were ambushed the moment we arrived. And the enemy even used the immortal mortal miasma. They were clearly prepared. This place is bizarre. We shouldn't stay long. Go! Dao Xuanzi. Ko Hong. If you two flee today, tomorrow, the news that you obtained a core formation method will spread throughout the entire cultivation world. How is that possible? Only the two of us know about obtaining the core formation method. How could the news have leaked? Who is it? You're courting death. Not good, Ko Hong. Dodge, quick. Immortal Masters, our Grand Tutor has given an order. If you two surrender, your lives can be spared. Heh, surrender. Take my storage ring, go. Mia. Foundation Establishment Cultivator Ko Hong. Cultivated for 205 years. Achieved his Tao Foundation with the mystical object, Zhou, Dragon Branch. In the land of immortal extinction, he was besieged by several thousand mortals and was carelessly injured by the immortal mortal miasma. His cultivation was instantly lost, and his lifespan neared its end. Now, his body dies and his Tao vanishes, returning the Tao to the heavens. Immortal Master Dao Xuanzi, our Grand Tutor has no intention of fighting you to the death. If you give up resisting, our Grand Tutor guarantees your life. When Ko Hong died just now, I seemed to hear a strange voice from the sky, but what that voice was is no longer important, because hunting immortals in this life is already hopeless. I didn't expect the immortal mortal miasma to be so lethal to cultivators. I do not know who you are, nor do I know your purpose. Today, we brothers were plotted against by you, resulting in death and the loss of our Tao. There is nothing more to be said. However, I cannot accept this. Hiding behind mortals, and even using the immortal mortal miasma, a despicable thing scorned by all cultivators, my brother, Kohong, died at the hands of someone like you. I feel it was not worth it for him. You have all seen my brother's foundation establishment mystical object. Now, I invite you all to take a look at mine. With the wonders of heaven and earth, I built my Tao foundation. My Tao foundation is named Tao Xian. I have a sword. I invite you all to view it. Guanzhen. Is this a peak foundation establishment cultivator? If it weren't for the immortal mortal miasma, even if I reincarnated 100 times and used countless schemes, it wouldn't be enough to pose a threat to them. I didn't expect this immortal mortal miasma to directly cause Kohong's body to die and his Tao to vanish. I originally thought when they called each other brother of 100 years, it was just talk. I didn't expect their relationship to be so extraordinary. When they were attacked, Dao Xuanzi called out to warn Kohong. Kohong, knowing he couldn't escape death, willingly gave the core formation method to Dao Xianzi. Not good, Kohong. Dodge, quick. Dao Xuanzi, seeing Kohong die by ambush, was unable to accept it and gave up his chance to live, striking out with a mutual destruction sword art. This all shows that the two truly shared a friendship beyond the ordinary. That's right. The Golden Core Dao is a path one walks alone. Though there are many course formation methods in this world, there are far more cultivators trapped at the foundation establishment stage. The Golden Core Dao, a path one walks alone. Immortal methods cannot be cultivated together. If it's like this for men as close as brothers, what is the cultivation world outside really like? No matter how dangerous the path ahead is, I will not waver. Furthermore, with Guanzhen's help, as long as I am careful enough, no predicament should be able to stop me. Last time, I chose to attack both of them at the same time. Perhaps this time I can choose to win one of them over. My mental age limit only increased by a few dozen. This time it seems I'm nearing the cap. If I count the life before I transmigrated, this is already my 5th life. The path to seeking immortality is so difficult. Name, Li Fan Realm, Mortal. Physical age, 2086. Mental age 216/1080. Virtualization charge progress, 30%. I hope these 50 years won't be wasted. Anchor year 35, the endless ruinous abyss. From the experience of the last simulation, I know that the dense fog over the ruinous abyss dissipates once every 15 years. Today, I have come to the ruinous abyss precisely to see it with my own eyes. After an unknown amount of time, a massive amount of white fog was forced to erupt from the ruinous abyss, rushing straight to the sky like a reverse waterfall. This great wind lasted for a good quarter of an hour before the heavy fog finally dispersed. I took out the telescope and looked toward the bottom of the ruinous abyss. According to the intelligence, the scene that appears at the bottom of the ruinous abyss is different for everyone who looks. The immortal Tao is dead. The immortal Tao is dead. What on earth happened in this place, and what in the world happened to the entire cultivation world? Anchor year 15. Shenjing City. Dao Xuanzi. You've gone too far. DrakeComic.org. Kohong, you brat. By order of Immortal Master Dao Xuanzi, we have been waiting for you. How is that possible? Could Dao Xuanzi have known I would flee here? Immortal mortal miasma. Dao Xuanzi, you are truly despicable. What's going on with these mortals? Why are they attacking Kohong under my banner? And they can even use the immortal mortal miasma? This place is rather strange. Kohong, these mortals are not under my command. How can Immortal Master Dao Xuanzi turn his back on us like this? Didn't we agree that as long as we helped you kill this Kohong here, and seize his core formation method, you would lead my clan out of this Immortal forsaken land? Still say it's not you. Besides you and me, who else in this world would know about the core formation method? This person actually knows about the core formation method. You should know, we incurred the wrath of the masses for the sake of the Immortal mortal miasma you spoke of. Now, public resentment is boiling over. If the Immortal Master cannot keep his promise and lead us out, I fear it won't be long before my clan dies without a burial place. I've found you. Shameless villain, shut your mouth. Does the Immortal Master intend to silence us by death right now? What Dharma artifact is this? This person is surprisingly cautious. Dao Xuanzi. We have known each other for 100 years, yet I never thought I had misjudged you so. You want the core formation method, don't you? Why resort to so many underhand tricks? I won't run anymore. If you have the skill, come and take it. Dao Technique, Flame Dragon's Wrath. DrakeComic.org. This Dao Xuanzi is fickle and vindictive. If he wins, there will be no escape for us. My sons, heed my command. Assist Immortal Master Ko Hong in dealing with Dao Xuanzi. As the saying goes, he who commits many injustices is doomed to self-destruction. Dao Xuanzi, I never thought that you, who have always prided yourself on being noble, would also break faith and suffer a backlash. You fool! Oh really? You fancy yourself clever, so why are you now deserted by everyone? This is what they call being a victim of one's own cleverness. I have recently mastered a new Dao technique, just in time to send you on your way. Dao Technique, Imprisoning Dragon. Break for me. Dao Xian. Let me see whether your Dao Xian is more formidable, or if my Chiu Dragon Staff is superior. Dao Technique, Dragon Transformation. Immortal Master Ko Hong, we shall lend you a hand. Arg. This is bad. My Chiu Dragon Branch. Dao Xuanzi, a foundation establishment cultivator, cultivate for 201 years and established his Dao found a tie-in with the wondrous item, rusted sword Dao Xian. In the immortal Forsaken Land, he fought with another and was ultimately killed at the hands of the foundation establishment cultivator, Ko Hong. Now, his body has perished and his Dao has vanished, returned to the heavens. It's that voice again. It also appeared when Ko Hong died before. Dao Xuanzi, ha, I am Li Fan. Greetings, Immortal Master. I implore the Immortal Master's mercy to save the lives of the 1,000 souls of my clan. You were the one whose voice was echoing from all directions earlier. A mere mortal like you, actually daring to interfere in a battle between us cultivators. I was merely seeking a slim chance of survival. As I said before, if the Immortal Master had been defeated, my clansmen would surely not have escaped death. Seeking a slim chance off servile, you say? The world is harsh. Who isn't struggling for that one slim chance of servile? Before, Dao Xuanzi, the Immortal Master once promised me that if, for 100 years, Dao Xuanzi has always appeared to be a man of his word, but in reality, he acts without any principles, even deceiving mortals. That great immortal severing formation is incredibly dangerous. Even for us, leaving requires a great deal of effort. How could we possibly take mortals with us? What? You mean you don't know a way to leave this place either? That's right. This is not a place to talk. Immortal Master, please follow me. Underground Shelter. DrakeComic.org. What the Immortal Master said before, about being unable to take mortals out of this immortal Forsaken Land, is it true? You are but a mere mortal. Why would I lie to you? Perhaps a golden core stage cultivator could protect mortals while breaking through that great immortal severing formation, but for someone with a foundation establishment stage cultivation base, it is absolutely impossible. Does that mean there is no hope for us mortals to ever leave this world? To leave the immortal Forsaken Land, one must pass through the great immortal severing formation. With the frail body of a mere mortal, it is utterly impossible to pass through. Besides, you're already old enough to have one foot in the grave. Why are you so obsessed with leaving this place? Isn't it nice being a local emperor? If my descendant could cultivate to the foundation establishment realm like the Immortal Master, wouldn't it then be possible for them to leave? Haha, let's not even mention that there isn't a shred of spiritual energy here, making cultivation impossible. Just the fact that immortals and mortals are eternally separated, mortals here are covered in miasma. How could they possibly cultivate the path of immortality? I advise you to give up on this idea. For mortals like you, if you wish to cultivate, you must first go to the outside world to reconstruct your bodies and wash away this miasma. Otherwise, even if the great Tao to immortality were placed right before you, you could see it but never touch it. Immortals and mortales are eternally separated. So, you're saying there really is no way? There really isn't. If the Immortal Master has no further instructions, this old man will take his leave. Immortal mortal miasma. Arg. Since immortals and mortales cannot coexist, then how could a mortal like me ever fully trust your words? According to Kohong, this place is an immortal Forsaken land. The cause of it all stemmed from a great change in the ancient cultivation world thousands of years ago. At first, no cultivator paid any mind to this plague among mortals, until the first cultivator was infected by it. The plague was then strengthened and began to spread among cultivators. The vector of transmission was the very spiritual energy that cultivates relied on for survival. The plague, through the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, quickly spread throughout the entire cultivation world. Drakecomic.org, for cultivators infected with this plague, a light case would mean their cultivation base would regress and their realm wild fall. A severe case would mean losing their entire cultivation base overnight, becoming no different from a mortal, after which their body would perish and vanish, returning the doubt of the heavens. In their desperation, the cultivators vented their anger on the source of it all, the mortals. Thus, a large-scale campaign of slaughter began. But before long, this campaign of slaughter was forcibly halted. Not only did the plague not disappear with the death of the mortals, it seemed to have lost its restraints, spreading out along the spiritual energy that permeated the heavens and earth. This, in turn, led to the demise of even more cultivators. But waiting for death was not the cultivators' way. On one hand, a group of cultivators began to research methods to treat and resist this plague. On the other hand, the cultivators proposed the infamous Great Migration plan. It involved banishing all mortals from the cultivation world to surrounding lesser worlds and shattered grotto heavens that lack spiritual energy. They will then use spell formations to permanently isolate them, preventing these immortales from returning. Originally, there were no more mortals in the cultivation world, but natal offspring of cultivator had the aptitude for immortal cultivation. So, over time, many new mortals are born into the world. Within the bodies of these mortals lingered a shadow of this plague. And because this plague has a particular devastating effect on immortal cultivation, the descendants of mortals who wished to cultivate had to first purge the plague from their bodies. Immortal mortal miasma. Over time, this plague became synonymous with the distinction between immortals and mortals, and so, people named it the immortal mortal miasma. Legend has it that to prevent the cultivators within the immortal sex from going astray, the progenitor mortals, these places of banishment became what mortals call the immortal Forsaken lands. I don't know how many immortal Forsaken lands there are, and the number of cultivators willing to brave the immense risk to enter these places is even smaller. To have run into 2 of them is already a stroke of great fortune. As a mortal, my lifespan is limited. Even if I can continuously simulate lifetimes, I'm just repeating them within the confines of my lifespan. I am already 70 years old this year. My physiological lifespan limit is 86. In these 16 years, the possibility of meeting another cultivator is practically zero. Could it be that I am truly destined to repeat the life of a mortal, lifetime after lifetime? After waiting bitterly for nearly 300 years, how can I be resigned to this? Is there really no other way? No. How did the mortals in the Great Migration arrive in the Immortal Forsaken land? What, you still haven't given up? Drakecomic.org. So what if you manage to get out? At 70 years old, you still want to pursue immortal cultivation, now that your cultivation base is completely gone. If you were to return to the cultivation world, could you resume cultivating? What? If you can help me find a way to the cultivation world, perhaps I will take you with me when the time comes. You treacherous villain, still trying to trick me? Whether it's the truth or a lie, it is, in the end, a glimmer of hope. Are you willing to give up this path to survival, to just grow old and die in this tiny place? If I'm not mistaken, what they used back then to migrate the mortals should have been Dharma artifacts similar to flying arks or flying shuttles. In ancient times, the cultivation world was teeming with people, sects were numerous and prominent, and it was incredibly prosperous. Such transportation-type Dharma artifacts were very popular. It's a pity that a great cataclysm befell heaven and earth later on. Every cultivator feared for their own safety and began to act alone. Flying arks and shuttles were rarely seen after that. A Greek cataclysm in heaven and earth? Are you referring to that bizarre Great Plague? Although the immortal mortal miasma is bizarre, it couldn't shake the foundation of cultivators. The reason the immortal mortal miasma was able to run rampant was that most of the cultivators in the world had perished in a great calamity. That's right. The great Tao of the Golden Core, there can be only one. Though there are many core formation methods in this world, there are far more cultivators stuck in the foundation establishment stage. A great calamity of heaven and earth? Earth? Could it be that immortal techniques cannot be cultivated by more than one person? Correct, immortal techniques cannot cultivate by more than one person. It is said that in ancient times, there was no such restriction. Back then, countless great cultivation sects opened their gates wide, accepting disciples and teaching their arts. Cultivators had the guidance of their masters and could ask for help whenever they encountered difficulties in their practice. They could also spar and exchange insights with their fellow disciples who cultivated the same methods. What a vibrant and magnificent scene the entire cultivation world was. Until one day, the efficiency of cultivators' practice dropped drastically. 9 Young Armor Scripture Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivation Method. Current number of cultivators, 968. Even the rogue cultivators who tried to take refuge by hiding in deep mountains and secret realms could not escape. DrakeComic.org. Because cultivators practicing the same method could sense each other's location. Since immortal techniques cannot be cultivated by more than one person, how do cultivators practice now? What is the cultivation world like today? In today's cultivation world, if you want to cultivate, you have no more than a few choices. One is to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance. The Myriad Immortals Alliance is a loose coalition formed by numerous cultivators. You can exchange for cultivation methods and resources within the alliance using contribution points. You can earn contribution points in the alliance by accepting and completing missions, or by trading with others. The second is the Five Elders Council. The Five Elders Council is an organization founded by 5 top-tier mighty figures, and its influence is immense. As long as one has the aptitude for cultivation, they can voluntarily join and choose a cultivate method. The price is that you must sign a soul contract and serve the Five Elders Council for a certain period of time. From your description, why does it feel like cultivation methods aren't that scarce in the cultivation world? That's because the methods obtained this way are all incomplete. These methods were all newly compiled by major powers over the years. Reaching the peak of key condensations already their limit. Peak of key condensations. Purple Cloud Art, She Condition Fragment. Peak of Foundation Establishment 9 Revolutions Great Amplification Art, Foundation Establishment Fragment. Peak of Golden Core Solar Art Golden Core Fragment. To advance further and establish a Dao Foundation one must switch to a new cultivation method, and the same applies to realms above foundation establishment. Switch methods? If I have to switch methods and start over every time I break through to a new realm, doesn't that mean all my previous efforts will be for nothing? That won't happen. All who cultivate must practice a fragment of the Supreme Primary Dial True Scripture. Supreme Primary Dial True Scripture, Fragment. This scripture is not a cultivation method, but more of a secret technique. Its function is to allow a cultivator to willingly disperse their realm without significant loss. Before cultivating Supreme Primordial True Scripture, disperse realm. After cultivating Supreme Primordial True Scripture, disperse realm. After dispersing their cultivation to switch to another method, they can quickly catch up to their original realm. To think such a miraculous method exists. It's just that this fragment appeared at such a convenient time. Only in this way could the many cultivators of the world be made to accept constantly changing their cultivation methods. But what can be done about it? A true method is hard to come by. Dao Xuanzi died without ever knowing that the reason I snatched the method and ran was not just because it was a core formation method, but because it was a true method that could lead directly to the nascent soul realm. Nascent soul, true method. Next, after Ko Hong introduced me to some common knowledge of the cultivation world, such as how a cultivate's demise can trigger celestial phenomena within a certain range, he finally returned to the main topic. I once heard a rumor that for thousands of years, mortals from the immortal Forsaken Lands have been secretly returning to the cultivation world. But it's mostly just idle talk and base dash. Less rumors from the streets, without any concrete evidence. There's no smoke without fire. Sometimes, rumors are the truth of the matter. As long as there is a sliver of hope, I will not give up. I really don't know how an old man with one foot in the grave can still be so restless. As long as you help me find the way to the Cultivating world, not only will I release you and let you return with me, but I will also return all of your and Dao Xuanzi's belongings, including that nascent soul true method. Are you serious? Of course. Fine. In that case, I will do my utmost to help you. And so, with Ko Hong's help, I collected historical books and records from all over the world. striving to find clues about the Great Migration era from the scattered fragments of ancient records. At the same time, I mobilized the army to excavate ancient tombs on a massive scale, trying to find any trace or clue. Although this caused the people's grievances to boil over and officials submitted memorials to admonish me daily, I forcibly suppressed them all. Unfortunately, too much time has passed since the Great Migration era, and the lifespan I have left in this world is far too short. 16 years later, in the underground secret chamber. My end is near, yet I have found nothing. This body is already so frail, like a candle flickering in the wind, it could be extinguished at any moment. Before this life ends, I should first confirm the items within this storage ring. This storage king. 1000 Mysteries Jade Cogmo 6. 1000 Mysteries Ode Cosmos Golden Chapter Nascent Soul Realm Cultivation Method. Current number of cultivators, 0. The Nascent Soul Realm, what a pity that I am still just a mortal, without even divine sense. To be sitting on a mountain of treasures, but have no fortune to enjoy it. Rusted Sword Dao Shen, according to Kohong, after a cultivator perishes, their foundation establishment wondrous item will lose its wondrous nature as the cultivator's body perishes and Dao vanishes. DrakeComic.org. Rechargeable item discovered, Rusted Sword Dao Shen, damaged. Proceed with recharge? Yes, no. Rechargeable item discovered, Rusted Sword Dad Shen, damaged. Proceed with recharge you? Yes, no, yes. Anchor charge progress, 1% current anchor points, 1, according to the feedback from A-Truth Return Ninja, when the anchor charge process reaches 100 perpen A. 100%, a second anchor point will be unlocked. In the future, everything will be virtualized. When choosing to return, I can choose to restart from any of the anchor points. Anchor point 1. Anchor point 2. DrakeComic.org. If a second anchor point can really be unlocked, it will be so much more convenient. Although wondrous items are rare, the cultivation world is boundlessly vast. There must be an endless stream of them. As long as I can leave this immortal forsaken land and escape these shackles. Other than some standard issue spirit stones, there's nothing else of value in the ring. It's time to end this life. Truth returning. This simulation has ended. You may choose one of the following options to retain. 1. One item you possessed during this simulation. 2. Your cultivation realm from this simulation. 3. The simulation memory of one person closely related to you. This memory can be inherited by that person. 4. Forgo the above choices to accelerate the charge progress. S16. S15. Retain one item. Damn, as expected, I can't retain all the items in the storage ring at once. Then I have no choice. I can only pick this nascent soul cultivation method. Name, Li Fan Realm, Mortal Physical Age, 2086 Mental Age 282/1109, Up, Void Transformation Charge Progress, 0%. Anchor Charge Progress, 1% Current Anchor Points, 2 Bound Item, 1000 Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter. Bound. Does this mean this cultivation method will permanently exist within Truth Returning? This opens up many more possibilities for planning. In my last life, my act of ordering the large-scale excavation of ancient tombs to find a path to the Cultivation world was far too shocking. Even with my firm control over the imperial court, it still stirred up considerable opposition. If the court had pushed for it right from the start, it would have surely been unsustainable, but if I start planning from this moment, in 20 years' time, it might not be impossible to change the mindset of the entire world. Time flowed on, and my sixth life began. With my subtle influence behind the scenes, many small changes occurred in the world. Anchor Year 5, the ancient seeking school emerged out of nowhere. The school brought several ancient texts to the capital for an audience with the emperor. The exquisite and unparalleled nature of the ancient texts daily. The ancient texts were titled, Change, Way and Virtue, Southern Flower, that Analects, The Great Learning, Anchor Year 6, the emperor suddenly fell gravely ill and was confined to his bed. All the imperial physicians were at their wits' end. Just then, the ancient seeking school presented an elixir to the emperor. At death's door, the emperor consumed the elixir. To everyone's surprise, the elixir had a miraculous effect. In just a few days, the emperor made a full recovery. Anchor Year 11, Zhonghua Prefecture uncovered a major tomb robbing case, arresting a team of over 100 tomb robbers. DrakeComic.org. The prefect of Zhonghua Prefecture, Li Fan, did not dare to act on his own authority. He wrote a memorial, sent it to Xianjing City via the 800 Li Express, and requested His Majesty's judgment. A full month passed before the emperor's decree finally arrived. They were not sentenced to death, only to be enslaved and sent to the capital. Anchor year 15, the emperor fell gravely ill. Wishing to extend history with an immortal pill, he dispatched over 100,000 sand troops to excavate ancient tombs everywhere in search of traces of such pills. Unfortunately, the immortal pill was hard to find. The emperor died with regret, and the trend of seeking ancient tombs grew even stronger throughout the land. Before his death, the emperor abdicated the throne to the Prince of Langya. With that, I once again secretly controlled the world. Anchor year 23, following the excavation of an ancient tomb, a lost piece of history was gradually pieced together. The dynasty that could be traced was named Qi. Bounty: all who find a tomb of the Qi dynasty will be ennobled as a marquis. I offered a bounty to the world: all who could find a tomb of the Qi dynasty would be ennobled as a marquis. Anchor year 25, the tomb of the first emperor of the Qi dynasty, Yi Xing, was finally found. In just over a month, a passage to the main burial chamber was carved out. After all obstacles were cleared, I entered the tomb's interior, surrounded by my retinue. The main tomb passage stretched for several hundred meters, its walls covered in vivid, lifelike murals. Though 1,000 years had passed, they were still clearly visible. We arrived at the main burial chamber. The chamber was 40 to 50 meters high, with a length and width of several thousand meters. The ceiling seemed to imitate the layout of the stars, inlaid with tens of thousands of luminous pearls. Mountain peaks rose one after another, submerged in a sea of clouds. It was unknown how this sea of clouds was formed. It remained fixed within the chamber, never drifting. Even after several thousand years, it had not dissipated. Invisible paths connected the various mountain peaks, and everyone marveled in amazement as they walked along. These are truly the methods of an immortal. Atop the highest peak was a simple thatch hut. The fertile fields outside it lay barren. As we drew closer, we realized the thatch of the hut was actually woven from countless fine golden threads. "You too, go open the door." Yes. Clearly, this thatch hut is Yi Xing's coffin. Tomb of Yi Xing, outer disciple of the Taihang sect. It seems that although this person joined a sect called the Taihang sect, he remained just an outer disciple and never set foot on the path to immortality. He was ultimately exiled to this place by the cultivators. Even in death, he could not forget his sect. Identifying not as an emperor, but always as an outer disciple of the Taihang sect. However, according to Ko Hong, all the sects in the world should have perished during the Great Calamity before the Great Migration era. It seems now that there must be a hidden story behind this. This Yi Xing was likely entrusted by the cultivators of the Taihang sect to oversee the Great Migration of this world. I just wonder if we'll be able to find the flying ark used for the migration back then. The search of the main burial chamber yielded nothing. I ordered the ancient seeking camp to excavate the surrounding area. Several days later, news arrived. Reporting to the Grand Tutor, the ancient seeking camp found a record mentioning the words flying ark in the list of burial goods from a nearby attendant tomb chamber. However, that tomb chamber was robbed long ago. And based on the signs of damage, the robbery occurred over 1,000 years ago. It's like this again. Every time I see a glimmer of hope, it ends up being unattainable, like flowers in a mirror and the moon in the water. A reward to the world. Whoever finds clues related to the Immortal Ark will be ennobled as a marquis of 1,000 households. Anchor year 35. Found the tomb of an immortal? Reporting to the Grand Tutor, a few days ago, a group of people were excavating an unremarkable grave when they were suddenly injured by a mysterious force, suffering heavy casualties. The ancient seeking camp dared not be negligent and dispatched men to investigate overnight. Even with many highly experienced veterans, they could not disturb this small tomb in the slightest. Bring the immortal mortal miasma and open the tomb at once. Be careful during the excavation. Report to me immediately if you find anything resembling a flying ark. Yes. A moment later. Reporting to the Grand Tutor. There is an object resembling a flying ark among the burial goods. Drakecomic.org. This is a flying ark. This small wooden boat is the flying ark I've been longing for. And through a message carved on the tomb wall by its owner before his death, I finally understood the full story. It turns out the tomb's owner was named Qian Hong, a Foundation establishment stage cultivator. Over 3,000 years ago, he was hunted by his enemies and, with nowhere else to go, hid in this immortal Forsaken Land. The immortal Forsaken Land is completely devoid of spiritual energy, and he didn't have many spirit stones on him. Before long, his spirit stones were depleted. Without spirit stones to replenish his spiritual energy, his cultivation base deteriorated day by day. He speculated that when the mortals were exiled here thousands of years ago, they might have left behind one or two flying arks. So he investigated far and wide, spending decades before finally finding the tomb of I Ching. There was indeed a flying ark in the tomb, but to his despair, the core power spell formation inside the ark was already damaged. Furthermore, he didn't know the art of artifact refinement, so he couldn't repair it. At this point, Qian Hong finally gave up on the idea of leaving this immortal Forsaken Land. To those of a later generation who may chance upon my tomb, if you sweep my grave, you may take one of the 4 items from the cultivation world within, as my thanks for what is left. Final words of Qian Xian. With the protection of the spell formation outside the tomb, it's not surprising he was so certain a cultivator would be the one to arrive. Let's see what he left behind. Wondrous item of heaven and earth, halting steel fragment. It's actually a wondrous item of heaven and earth. This is the item that has been guarding the tomb all this time. Unfortunately, truth returning isn't reacting at all. I used a large amount of immortal mortal miasma to force my way into the tomb just now, and now this halting steel fragment has likely been affected by the immortal mortal miasma, turning it into an ordinary stone. Sigh, let's look at the second item. Lesser truth returning vastness G condensation stage method. Current cultivators, 1. Cloudwater record foundation establishment style method. Current cultivator, 2. How is someone already cultivating these? Could it be a trap? No, more than 3,000 years have passed. Forget a foundation establishment cultivator, even a golden core cultivator would have turned to dust by now. But why is someone cultivating these methods? Could it be that the method have a master copy? After the Great Calamity, many cultivation methods were compiled by major powers like the Myriad Immortals Alliance and the 5 Elders Council, so there must be a master copy. When the management of these. In other words, over the past 3,000 years, who knows how many owners these 2 methods have had, management of these major powers sees a method that no one is cultivating, they bring it out again for people to redeem. Corrupt, so corrupt, the third item, the Taihang Ark. The Taihang Ark, after changing hands for thousands of years, it has now fallen into my grasp. Taihang Ark, a tool used by the Taihang sect to migrate mortals. Its internal spell formation is damaged. Hundreds of years of waiting, and my wish is finally granted. Although the Taihang Ark is damaged, there's no need to worry. Qian Hong couldn't fix it, and I, Li Fan, can't fix it either, but there is someone who can. Dao Xuanzi. Don't you push me too far. Anchor set to 50 years later. Ko Hong. Did you think I would let you go just because you fled to this immortal Forsaken Land? Hand over the cultivation method you obtained that day, or else is a mere core formation method really worth the 2 of you fighting to the death? Who's there? Such arrogance. Insolent. Why don't you 2 come down for a chat? Please. Long ago, my ancestor said on his deathbed that in a future generation, 2 people might come from the east of the abyssal ruins and set foot in the capital, and that this would be the opportunity for our clan to escape this place. For thousands of years, my clansmen have been skeptical. To have it proven today calls for a grand toast. May I ask your name? This old man is Li Fan. From what you're saying, your ancestor foresaw our arrival thousands of years ago? And what do you mean by an opportunity to escape this place? What? You 2 don't believe me? This matter is too fantastical. The 2 of us have roamed the cultivation world for 100 years, and we've never heard of any art of deduction that can predict events 1,000 years into the future. I wonder if you 2 have ever heard of the Taiyan sect. Could it be the sect from ancient times that was renowned throughout the world for its art of deduction? Relax, my ancestor was indeed a member of the Taiyan sect. Back then, although my ancestor joined the Taiyan sect, he disliked cultivation and was instead obsessed with the arts of deduction and calculation. That would have been fine, but who could have expected the great cataclysm, when all mortals had to be migrated? With my ancestor's early chi condensation stage cultivation base, no one would have forced him if he was unwilling. However, my ancestor saw the panic among his family members, so he volunteered to take charge of the mortal migration. Afterwards, he remained here with his family. I see. I wonder, fellow Taoist, why did you stop the two of us? No cultivator has set foot in this land for thousands of years. Seeing you two today, I knew you were the ones my ancestor prophesied, the key to my clan's escape. And when I saw you were about to fight to the death over a core forma tie-in method, I had to hurry out and stop you. You must find us laughable, fellow Taoist. But you may not know that cultivation methods are hard to come by in the outside world. It's quite normal to turn on each other and fight to the death for a single scroll. Sigh. Must it come to this? From your tone, fellow Taoist, it seems. Before my son passed away, he handed down a cultivation method that leads directly to the Golden Core realm. Excellent. If you can obtain this method, then we two brothers won't have to fight anymore. I wonder what you seek in return, fellow Taoist. My ancestor's lifelong wish was to be able to return to the Taihang sect. Before his death, aside from this cultivation method, he also passed down a Dharma artifact called the Taihang Ark. Although it is damaged, my ancestor once used the art of Taihang to calculate that many years later, two cultivators would arrive in this place, one skilled in sword techniques, and one who loves artifact refinement. They could help his descendants repair the Taihang Ark and escape this forsaken land. That's spot on. My brother Kohong is devoted to the Tao of artifact refinement, and my specialty is precisely sword techniques. This art of Taihang, is it really so incredible? To have such unfathomable power with only a chi condensation stage cultivation base is truly hard to imagine. Talk is cheap. Please, follow me to have a look at the method first. What, brother? You've already obtained one core formation method, are you still not satisfied? Fine, I won't go over then. Immortal mortal miasma. One can't be too careful. We are but mortals, and to protect our family's greatest treasure, we have no other choice. Fellow Taoist, please look. This is the cultivation method left by my ancestor. Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter Nascent Soul Realm Method. Current cultivators, 0. A nascent soul method, it's actually a nascent soul _ method. Everything is as I predicted. How about it? Was this old one telling the truth? Earlier, in front of your brother Kohong, I only said that my ancestor passed down a core formation method because I was afraid he would have malicious thoughts again. Your mind is sharp, fellow Taoist. I am impressed. Rest assured, fellow Taoist.my. Brother Kohong is an expert in the art of artifact refinement. I will definitely persuade him to help you repair the Taihang Ark with all his might. Ha ha ha. Then I'll be counting on you. Once it is done, I will present this method to you with both hands. So, what this Li fan said wasn't false. He really does have an ancestral core formation method? That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. A mere mortal, I'll just take the method by force. Should we just take it by force? He's just a mere mortal, although this Li fan is just a mortal, he is, after all, a descendant of the Taiyan sect. You saw that terrifying art of deduction earlier. It's truly fearsome. If we takes it by force, there's no telling what other tricks he might have up his sleeve. We're just helping him repair the Taihang Ark, it's not a difficult task. Why stir up more trouble? If we take it by force and Li Fan gets desperate, it would be disastrous if he reveals that the cultivation method is actually a nascent soul method. The next day, I handed the Taihang Ark over to the two of them for repairs. As expected of an item from the Taiyan sect. The ingenuity of its refinement, the profundity of its spell formations, they both far exceed what I have learned. If I can repair it, my Tao of artifact refinement will surely advance. In that case, I'll leave it to you too. Feel free to ask for anything you need, this old man will certainly provide it. Cultivation takes no account of years. What looked like a small wooden boat took Kohong and his partner nearly a full year to repair. On this day, hearing that the Taihang Ark was repaired, I hurriedly went to find Kohong and his partner. The Taihang Ark's core power spell formation, its size-changing spell formation, its dust-cleansing spell formation, and others have been fully repaired. Only the defensive and offensive spell formations were limited by materials, so we could only perform simple repairs. Breaking through the great immortal severing formation shouldn't be a big problem, but deal ing with an attack from a cultivator would be a bit of a stretch. It's no matter. As long as I can get out of the great immortal severing formation and return to the cultivation world. With my ancestors' keepsake, I will naturally find a way to return to the Taihang sect. This Taihang Ark is powered by spiritual energy and must be controlled with divine sense. 10 meters. 100 meters. 1,000 meters. It can transform between 3 levels of size and form. Its first form is only 10 meters long and 2 to 3 meters wide. A slightly larger form is 100 meters long, and when expanded to its maximum, it's a full 1,000 meters in length. The two of us don't have many spirit stones in reserve, but what I've placed inside as fuel is enough for you to leave this place in its second form. However, piloting this Taihang Ark requires the divine sense of at least the chi condensation stage. I wonder if you, fellow Daoist, need us to do it for you. Fellow Daoist, your methods are truly extraordinary. To be able to control the Taihang Ark despite being immortal. It is but a minor trick, not worth mentioning. I must also thank you too, fellow Daoists. After being trapped for 1,000 years, there is now hope of escape, all thanks to your efforts. Now that the Taihang Ark is repaired, I wonder. It has long been prepared. Fellow Daoist, please come with me to retrieve it. 3 days later, Kohong and Daoxuanzi, who had obtained the cultivation method, came to bid me farewell. Fellow Daoist, we don't have many spirit stones left. If we stay in this immortal forsaken land any longer, we risk our Cultivation bases declining. So we came today to bid you farewell. Fellow Daoist, if you get out, you can come find me in Lingtian City, within the Tsongyun mountain range. This is the map of the area near the exit of the Great Immortal Severing Formation, which I drew from memory as you requested, fellow Daoist. There are no blank jade slips here, so I had to use paper and a brush. Thank you, fellow Daoist. After some more pleasantries, Kohong and Daoxuanzi finally transformed into 2 streaks of light and departed. That Li Fan has a remarkable mentality, he's quite a character. It's a pity his great limit is approaching. Even if he can return to the cultivation world, he only has a few years left to live. Without achieving longevity, all else is illusion. Did we not turn against each other and fight to the death precisely for a chance at longevity? Speaking of which, what cultivation method did that Li Fan give you? It couldn't possibly be the same one you have, could it? Don't worry. Once I return, enter closed-door cultivation, and break through to the golden core stage, I will definitely not forget the 3 things I promised to do for you. The protective formation mist has not yet dispersed. I wonder, brother, do you dare to venture through? Ha ha ha. What is there to fear? Eastern Abyssal Ruins. Taihang Ark Cockpit. There are still 14 years until the white fog disperses again, but I am already 71 years old. By then, I'll be 85. My great limit will be approaching, let alone being able to pilot the Taihang Ark. I have nothing left to cling to in this life. Today, I will test the reality of this great immortal severing formation. The abyssal ruins are shrouded in a dense fog, and my surroundings are a vast expanse of white, giving me a sense of extreme unreality. Suddenly, as if it had hit something, the hull of the Taihang Ark began to shake violently. Is this the astral wind layer? According to Kohong, the wind blades here can easily tear a mortal's body apart. Even foundation establishment stage cultivators need to protect themselves with spiritual energy. Thank goodness for the defensive spell formation, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Half an hour later. I carefully controlled the Taihang Ark, and after half an hour of effort, I finally passed through the astral wind layer. The vibrations finally subsided, replaced by an infinite light ahead. Finally, I successfully escaped the great immortal severing formation. After reaching the cultivation world, I chanced upon a rare cultivation method. In just a short 100 years, I formed my golden core. My cultivation path thereafter was smooth sailing. 1,000 years later, I attained the Tao and ascended. Upon reaching the immortal realm, I started again from the lowest-ranking Immortal official, cultivating step by step, eventually becoming the immortal emperor who looked down upon the entire immortal realm. Then I shattered the spatial barrier of the immortal realm and ascended to the god realm. Starting as a miner in the god realm, after 10,000 years, I cultivated to the god king realm and became the most powerful existence in the god realm. Afterward, I went through countless hardships to ascend to the primeval god realm, becoming a low-level gatekeeper in the prime Valgodorium. And then I started over from scratch again, painstakingly. Was everything just now an illusion from the illusory light layer? Why has the arc turned around? According to Kohong's map, I have already left the illusory light layer and arrived at the third lay of the immortal Forsaken continent, the inversion layer. It seems I only woke up because the Taihang Ark automatically navigated out of the illusory light lay. I lost consciousness in the illusory light layer just now, yet the Taihang Ark was able to travel to the inversion layer on its own. Perhaps I can let the Taihang Ark control its own direction, while I just provide the power to accelerate. An intuition from the Taihang Ark was transmitted to me, telling me which way to go. Following the Taihang Ark's guidance, I accelerated forward. Immortal Forsaken Continent, 4th layer, Flowing Fire layer. As expected, by following the direction the Taihang Ark took on its own, I smoothly arrived at the 4th layer of the Flowing Fire layer. That's it. This Taihang Ark was specifically responsible for migrating mortals 1,000 years ago. The cultivator in charge must have left a backdoor in this Taihang Ark, allowing it to automatically pass through the Immortal Forsaken Continent. Having gotten a taste of success, I didn't try to control it deliberately at all, merely providing power and letting the Taihang Ark fly through this Immortal Forsaken Continent on its own. 5th layer, Profound Ice Lay. Flowing Fire, Profound Ice, Thunderstorm, these places seemed exceptionally perilous, but the Taihang Ark always managed to narrowly avoid one devastating crisis after another. 6th layer, Thunderstorm layer. 7th layer, Darkness layers. The journey was fraught with scares but no real danger. Just like that, I smoothly arrived at the final layer, the Darkness layer. According to Kohong, this layer ain't particularly dangerous, just a patch of darkness. Once I pass through here, the cultivation world lies ahead. 6 lifetimes of reincarnation. Finally. Truth returning. This simulation has ended. What on earth was that thing just now? When Kohong and Dao Xuanzi passed through the Great Immortal Severing Formation, they didn't encounter that thing in the darkness layer. Why did I? Could it be a measure that only targets mortals? It seems the safest plan is still to wait for the dense fog to clear and for light to appear at the bottom of the abyssal ruins before exploring. Although I failed at the last moment, the gains from this life were far beyond my expectations. Name, Li Fan. Realm, Mortal. Physiological age, 2086. Psychological age, 333/1113, up. Void transformation charge progress, 0%. Anchor charge progress, 1%. Current anchor points, 1, bound items, 1000 Mysteries Jade, Taihang Ark Cosmos Golden Chapter. After choosing to retain the Taihang Ark, I immediately began my 7th life. Anchor Year 4. I led my trusted subordinates and secretly came to Qianhong's tomb. This time, I used a spray containing Immortal Mortal Miasma to slowly corrode it, until the power of the halting steel fragment was weakened to the point where it couldn't pierce through the armor. Rechargeable item discovered, halting steel fragment, damaged. Rechange? Yes, no. Yes. Anchor charge progress, 26% current anchor points, 1, it's a shame it still took some damage, but the anchor charge progress increased by 25%. If I do this just 3 more times, I can unlock the second anchor point? The other items were no longer of value to me. After ordering my men to reseal the tomb, I left the burial site. Anchor Year 5. I still couldn't resist and came to the eastern abyssal ruins. I'll just take a look. I won't go down. At this very moment, if I were to pilot the Taihang Ark, I could probably travel smoothly all the way to the Immortal Realm. That's right. I've already waited this long. Do I really have to wait another 15 years? So what if, truth returning, isn't fully charged? How can I achieve the Great Tao if I'm this timid? I already tested it once in my last life. As long as I'm careful to avoid that unknown monster in the darkness layer, I can leave this damned place. As long as I can carefully avoid that unknown monster in the darkness layer, I can leave this godforsaken place. The path of immortality is dead. What's happening? HIAA. Just now, countless voices in my head were luring me into the abyssal ruins. If not for the light from the bottom of the abyssal ruins piercing through the great immortal severing formation, I would have been smashed to pieces. Truth returning, finally finished charging. With this confidence boost, I returned to the abyssal ruins. 15 years later, Anchor Year 20. I piloted the Taihang Ark and reached the thunderstorm layer. I stopped above the darkness layer. A strong wind began to blow, and the frenzied thunderstorm, affected by this strange wind, started to weaken. Specks of light emerged from the darkness. I used this precious light to search for the monster lurking in the dark. Unfortunately, I found nothing. Seeing that the light was about to disappear, I no longer hesitated and piloted the Taihang Ark at full speed, racing towards the bottom of the abyssal ruins. It seems my guess was right. This monster holds great malice towards mortals. Perhaps its mission is to devour any mortal who comes near this place. Upward, further upward. It stopped chasing at the thunderstorm layer? It stopped at the edge of the darkness layer. I can use the light from the thunderstorm layers to see what it really looks like. What the hell is that thing? This giant whale is so enormous, and the Taihang Ark is so small. Yet every time I pass through, it manages to find me. I can only try other methods. Fortunately, I have plenty of chances to try. Over the next 15 years, I tried to force my way through the darkness layer countless times. But during this time, the time it took for the giant whale to find me after I entered the darkness layer greatly decreased. So, I could only return in defeat after a brief struggle with the giant whale. Anchor Year 35. Thunderstorm Layer. Only on the day the white mist recedes does the giant whale seem to be delayed by something, discovering me only after a while. With this extra bit of time, perhaps I can fly to the bottom of the abyssal ruins. This time, I decided to go all out and charge straight through at the fastest possible speed. To cross the darkness layer before the giant whale can react. An illusory scene appeared below, getting closer and closer. But the giant whale's terrifying cry rang out once again. It's too late. Truth returning. This simulation has ended. Choose an inheritance from this simulation. A. Retain a cultivation method, item, or realm. B. Retain the aptitude from this simulation. C. Retain a memory fragment from this simulation. D. Retail a relationship established in T2 simulation. Forgo selection and accelerate the charging progress. The upper limit of my psychological age didn't increase? Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Physiological age, 2086. Psychological age 368/1116. Void transformation charge progress, 0%. Anchor charge progress, 26%. Current anchor points, 1, bound items, 1000 mysteries jade, Taihang Ark Cosmos Golden Chapter. It seems I've already reached the limit, so it's not increasing anymore. Good. I still have 748 years to squander. 8th lifetime, Anchor Year 4. I opened Qian Hong's tomb again. At least this lifetime wasn't a complete waste. Anchor charge progress, 51%, up. Current anchor points, 1. Anchor Year 5, the day the white mist receded. The void transformation charge progress was already close to 90%. But anything less than 100% makes no real difference to me. I can only wait patiently. Anchor Year 20, I tried and failed. Anchor Year 35, I tried again and failed again. Turn. However, these attempts weren't completely useless. At the very least, my control over the Taihang Ark became more and more skilled. Anchor Year 50, I chose not to force my way through the darkness layer again. I was already old. My reflexes and mental acuity had declined sharply, there was no chance of success. So I chose to meet two old friends to see if I could get any clues from them. Dao Xuanzi, don't you push me too far. Hearing this sentence now, I suddenly feel a bit nostalgic. As before, I used the pretext of a core format ion method to lure the two to the Grand Tutor's manor. Have you two ever seen such a monster? After 3 rounds of drinks, I took out a scroll with a painting of the giant whale. My ancestor once said on his deathbed that if I ever had the chance to escape this forsaken land, I wouldn't need to worry about anything else. With the protection of our sex Taihang Ark, I should be safe. But the final layer, where a giant whale lurks, requires the utmost caution. There's such a ferocious beast in that pitch-black, empty place? How come I didn't see it? Could it be, fellow Taoist seems to know of this beast? I've only seen records of it in an ancient text. It is said that in ancient times, there was a sect named beast taming. The beast taming sect had no profound cultivation methods, relying solely on their beast taming art. They could control the exotic beasts of heaven and earth to fight for them. Among the most famous exotic beasts controlled by the beast taming sect, this giant whale seems to be one of them. Now that you mention it, I remember. I think it was called a rift-splitting whale? Do either of you know how to avoid this rift-splitting whale? I've only heard fragments about it. Such an exotic beast disappeared from the cultivation world thousands of years ago. How could we possibly know its habits? In the end, I still have to rely on myself, huh? After handing the cultivation method to Dao Xuanzi and sending the two of them away, I chose to end this lifetime. In my 9th lifetime, I opened Qianhong's tomb again, wanting to absorb the halting steel fragment to charge up. Unfortunately, Truth Returning had no reaction. Anchor Year 20. Anchor Year 35, Anchor Year 50. I tried repeatedly, but could not break through the darkness layer. Anchor Year 65, I was already 85 years old, my life nearing its end. I'm too old now. I can no longer outwit or outfight the giant whale. I won't force it. I'll just completely give up control of the Taihang Ark and let it slowly drift towards the bottom of the abyssal ruins from the start. Astral wind layer, illusory light layer, inversion layer, flowing fire layer. Profound ice layer, thunderstorm layer, darkness layer. What's happening? Why didn't the rift-splitting whale appear this time? I'm almost at the very bottom of the abyssal ruins. Can't miss this chance, full speed ahead. Why did it suddenly discover me now? I see. This rift dash. Splitting whale cannot see, or rather, it ignores objects moving at a constant velocity. As long as I maintain the same speed, I can pass through this great Immortal severing formation safely. Ha 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 ha. The last shackle keeping me in this immortal forsaken land has been completely broken by me. Ha 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 ha. Amidst my wild laughter and the giant whale's roar, the Taihang Ark broke through the rift between the two realms and headed straight for the cultivation world. My surroundings blurred. It was as if I had instantly crossed the distance of several worlds. Under immense pressure, blood streamed from my nose and eyes, but I paid it no mind. Looking back at the great immortal Sev dash. Airing formation, my perspective was now infinitely elevated. However, at that moment, I saw a sight I would never forget. It's the rift-splitting whale. Elftoon.com. Hundreds of them. Thousands upon thousands of rift-splitting whales. VH7. Carving out patches of dark space from the void. And the immortal forsaken land I came from was, from the perspective of the Cultivating world here. Growing ever more distant. This is the cultivation world. To be able to see the cultivation world before dying, this life was not lived in vain. Guanzhen. This simulation has ended. 9 lives, nearly 500 long years, I have finally touched the threshold of cultivation. According to my previous plan, I was going to choose to speed up the charging progress. But after seeing the list of selectable items, I hesitated. Please select one item to retain. Because I was shocked to see the halting steel fragment. After some thought, I still decided to choose to retain the Stella fragment. Halting steel fragment, damaged, retain. This is a good chance to verify a certain guess in my heart. My 10th life thus begins. Since I didn't choose to accelerate charging, I need to wait 20 years for it to complete. Anchor Year 3, I came to the outside of Qianhong's tomb. I didn't choose to use the immortal mortal miasma to break into the tomb, but instead directly took out the halting steel fragment from Guanzhen. After the steel fragment brought from the previous life appeared in the world, a wondrous change occurred. It actually began to slowly dissipate, like an ice block under the scorching sun. And the formation generated by the halting steel fragment inside Qianhong's tomb clearly grew much stronger. It's just as I thought. Mystical objects of heaven and earth possess uniqueness. Two identical mystical objects should not exist in the world, yet I, with Guanzhen's ability, created an identical one from thin air. The consequence is that the two mystical objects spontaneously merged, ultimately becoming one. Afterward, I ordered my subordinates to use the immortal mortal miasma spray to break into the tomb. It took a considerable effort to slowly wear down its power. Entering Qianhong's tomb, the halting steel fragment's appearance hadn't changed much, it just looked slightly less damaged. Guanzhen still can't absorb it. It seems this steel needs to be repaired more completely before it has new energy for Guanzhen to absorb. I then stored the strengthened halting steel fragment in the Taihang boat, as part of my belongings for the future trip to the Cultivation world. Anchor Year 20, Guanzhen, is about to finish charging. I ruthlessly investigated and purged a batch of corrupt officials and powerful landlords, taking all the gold, silver, and jewels their families had accumulated over generations. This is because I'll still have to deal with mortals. After arriving in the Cultivation world, gold, silver, and valuables must be prepared in advance. Besides money, food is also essential. But grain is the foundation of the nation, and besides, I was asking for far too much at once. The officials all submitted memorials in opposition. I didn't waste words. In front of all the civil and military officials, I expanded the Taiyan boat to its maximum size, suspending it in the air above the imperial palace. After the common people saw this, they all knelt and kowtowed. And when the civil and military officials in the court saw such immortal methods, they all changed their attitudes. They proactively and diligently helped me prepare the grain. With the officials' proactive help, plus the execution of a batch of profiteering merchants, the Taiyan boat was finally stuffed full. All preparations were made. I had no more ties to the mortal world. Piloting the Taiyan boat, I once again came to the skies above the ruinous abyss. I relaxed my mind and let the Taiyan boat autopilot at a constant speed. It only took a few hours, but in my eyes, it felt even longer than the hundreds of years I had experienced before. The tearing sensation of crossing between two worlds washed over me. This time, I gradually adapted to it. After a long wait, I finally passed through the immortal extinction Great Formation and arrived in the Cultivation world. However, after getting a clear look at the surrounding scenery, I was a bit dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is the place I emerged different this time? I can't find the location of a sea on the map Kohong drew either. Whatever. I can only take it one step at a time. I wonder if I can find an inhabited place before the spirit stones in the Taihang boat run out. I picked a direction and piloted the Taihang boat, flying while searching everywhere for traces of cities. The sea was truly vast and boundless. I flew for 7 days and 7 nights without seeing any sign of human habitation. After another 10+ days like this, the Taihang boat's speed grew slower and slower, as it was about to run out of power. Just at this desperate moment, the faint shadow of a ship finally appeared on the sea in the distance. When I looked at the ship with my telescope, I was speechless. It was a ship, all right, but it was a ship that was about to sink. It seemed to have been attacked. There was a large hole in the hull, and 2/3 of it was already submerged. In the water around the ship, dozens of people were struggling, clearly the ship's crew and passengers. Everyone, don't be afraid. I've already sent a signal to the Immortal Master. He will be here to save us soon. Everyone, hold on a little longer. Immortal Master. My heart skipped a beat. I put away the Taiyan boat and jumped into the sea, and quietly swam toward their direction. I silently blended into the crowd, also pretending to be on my last breath, barely struggling to survive. Immortal Master, save me. Immortal Master, save me. Noisy. A figure appeared in the sky. Hearing the voice, it was a male. He seemed to have used some magic art. His clothes and face were as if behind a layer of gauze, impossible to see clearly. From the moment he appeared, the surroundings instantly fell silent. I also found that I couldn't make a sound. With a casual point of his finger, that Immortal Master lifted the ship, which was already mostly submerged, out of the water. And the large hole in the ship's hull was actually repaired in an instant. Who sent me the signal? This lowly one, Su Chanyu. You understand the rules, right? After we get to the place, this has nothing to do with me. I have never seen you, and I don't know who you are. Understand? This lowly one understands. MMM. I don't know what magic art the Immortal Master used, but the ship began to move quickly in a certain direction. The Immortal Master stood at the bow, not saying a word. Everyone on the ship once again fell into a strange silence. More than half a day passed like this. After dark, a faint, flicker ing light was finally visible in the distance. It was an island that looked quite prosperous. Hundreds of large ships were docked at the island's harbor, a magnificent sight. However, the ship I was on did not head toward the harbor. Instead, it went halfway around the island, coming to a sparsely populated area on the back. The ship quietly followed a waterway into a natural karst cave. After traveling through the narrow cave for a while, the ship finally stopped. After the ship stabilized, several burly men in black came aboard to meet it. The men in black acted as if they didn't even see the Immortal Master, simply herding everyone on the ship to disembark. They brought everyone to a spacious hall. You will rest here tonight. There is plenty of food in the hall, you may take it as you wish. Tomorrow, someone will take you to get your identities registered. After giving the instructions, the men in black turned and left. AI, what rotten luck, to actually run into a sea monster. There were nearly 100 of us when we set out, but now, less than half have survived. AI, I don't know what my father was thinking, insisting on sending me to this great world to cultivate. If you ask me, how can cultivating be as fun as listening to music? Exactly. Back in my homeland, I was the son of the Prince of Jinan. What riches and glory couldn't I enjoy? What's so good about this godforsaken place, that, what's the point of saying this now? Which of your families didn't pay a huge price to send you all here? Instead of complaining, you might as well cultivate patiently. If you can really become an immortal master, not only will you have a hope for long life, Su Changyu, you'll also have a chance to return to your homeland and bring your family out. These people, I'm afraid they're just like me. Mortals exiled from a land of immortal extinction. It's just that, in the land of immortal extinction they came from, the existence of the cultivation world doesn't seem to be a secret. And, they've already developed a mature smuggling route? Brother, you look a bit unfamiliar. May I ask what official post you held in Dali? Or perhaps you are a wealthy merchant from one of the provinces? XA. Gee, goodbye. My goodness, that scared me to death. That old man looks like he's been in a high position for years. He's no simple character. The next day at dawn. In a moment, I will take you to get your household registration. Once you have it, you will officially become members of Leoli Island. Remember, do not say what should not be said. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. You are all residents of the Western Dayu Island. Your island was destroyed by a windstorm, which is why you fled here as refugees. If anyone asks, this is what you'll say. Following the middle-aged man's instructions, we all changed into tattered clothes. Afterward, with the middle-aged man leading and under the watch of 4 or 5 men in black, we followed a hidden passage out of the karst cave and came to the surface. Our group of several dozen people was not small, but most of the island's residents merely gave us a casual glance before paying no more attention, clearly accustomed to such sights. After twisting and turning through the city's residential area for who knows how long, we finally arrived before a manor. Not long after the young servant at the gate went in to announce us, he returned, leading us through a side door on the left and into a large hall. Two or three other groups, totaling over 100 people, were already gathered in the large hall. Soon, it was our turn. Steward Zhao. Are these all refugees here to be registered? Sun Zhang, these refugees are all either rich or noble. That's right. They were all wealthy families on Dayu Island. Unfortunately, without the protection of an immortal master, disaster struck, and all their wealth and glory vanished like a bubble. Now, they can only travel thousands of miles to seek refuge on our Leoli Island. The windstorm raged a few days ago, and even our Leoli Island was affected. The western islands suffered even heavier losses. It's said that over 200 islands were razed to the ground, and countless mortals perished at sea. Fortunately, the immortal masters were merciful and ordered us to rescue the refugees. It's a good thing that your Tianbao Lu is so dedicated. Rest assured, I will report this truthfully to the island lord. When the immortal master's rewards are handed down, you will surely get your share. Afterward, Steward Zhao began processing the registration procedures for everyone. Before long, it was my turn. What is your name? Li Fan. Here, place a drop of your blood on it. Keep this spirit talisman safe. From now on, it will be your proof of identity. You'll need to present this spirit talisman for all matters on the island, big or small, such as receiving work, collecting grain, and undergoing inspections. Do not lose it. Why is Steward Zhao being so cordial to this Li Fan, explaining so much? The household registrar tie-ins were distributed very efficiently, and our entire group received their Leoli Island registrations. We left that place and did not return to the karst cave. Instead, Sun Zhang led us into the courtyard of a residence. Now that the household registrations are in hand, we can sign the contract, can't we? Su Changyu. It's the so-called 3 contracts to finalize in the future. Once we are complete ly settled, I will sign the final contract as promised. Dealing with you people from the departed realm is such a hassle. If it weren't for the sake of the Immortal Master, our Tianbao Lu would never engage in such an unprofitable business. All residents of Leoli Island can claim a place to live using their household registration spirit talisman. In addition, during the first year of registration, you can receive a certain amount of grain for free each month. I wonder, what must we do if we wish to cultivate? You mortals who have returned from the land of exile have a much higher concentration of miasma in your bodies than ordinary people. If you want to cultivate, you must first dispel the miasma from your bodies. We are already aware of this matter. But how can this miasma be removed? There are several methods to remove the miasma. The first is the island's body-purifying spirit pool. Soaking in the spirit pool for a day and a night can completely remove all the miasma from your body. Unfortunately, the materials required to open the spirit pool are astonishingly expensive. Although our Leoli Island is wealthy, we can only open it once every 3 years. Let me think, the last time it was opened was a year ago, which means we'll have to wait about 2 more years for the spirit pool to open again. Besides, the number of spots available for the spirit pool is limited, and competition is fierce. How could outsiders like you with no foundation possibly compete with the people of the island? What about the other methods? The second method is to cultivate the profound yellow heart cleansing incantation. Paired with specific medicines and diet, you can gradually change your constitution over time and eventually clear out the miasma completely. Although this method is time-consuming, often taking 5 or 6 years, its advantage is its stability. Nor does it require any special price to be paid. The profound yellow heart cleansing incantation and its corresponding elixirs can be bought at the island's pharmacies. 5 or 6 years, are there any others? The third method is to become a test subject. Test subjects? That's right. Some immortal masters are very interested in the miasma inside a mortal's body. Every year, volunteers are selected from the mortals on the island to serve as test subjects. The immortal masters use special methods to extract the miasma from the test subjects' bodies for research. It only takes a few months to completely drain the miasma from a test subject's body. However, the process is excruciatingly painful. It's a state of being unable to live and unable to die. Often, the vast majority of people can't endure until the miasma is fully extracted and are driven completely mad by the torture. Aren't there any other methods? It's said that the direct mortal descendants of those immortal masters can rely on heavenly materials and earthly treasures to reconstruct their bodies. Not only would they no longer have to worry about the affliction of miasma, but they could also improve their cultivation aptitude. Even our island lord of Leoli Island doesn't receive such treatment. However, such methods are beyond your imagination. This is all I know. If you truly wish to cultivate, you should all think it over carefully in the coming days. I know you've all returned from the land of exile after enduring countless hardships, and you all have a heart that yearns for the Tao. Who among us wasn't like that in the beginning? Unfortunately, the path of immortality is incredibly difficult. Even if you can remove all the miasma from your body, very few can sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and guide it into their bodies. Why seek out trouble? There's nothing wrong with being immortal. Instead of bitterly pursuing the path of immortality, it's better to enjoy life, indulge your passions, and live in the moment. After Sun Zhang left, the crowd dispersed. I asked around and found the place to claim free housing. I showed my spirit talisman and was then led by a guide to the resident tile area in the northern part of Leoli Island. Countless houses were densely packed here. Most of these houses had only one room, but fortunately, they all had small courtyards enclosed by walls, so they didn't seem too shabby. After handing me the key, the guide left. Row 6, 7th house. This is it. The room was very simple, with only a bed and a few tables and chairs. Never mind. At least I've settled down without much trouble. It's all thanks to those people from the departed realm. Unfortunately, aside from Su Chanyu, this group seems to be entirely mediocre, with no heart for the Tao, incapable of achieving anything great. My primary goal now is to remove the miasma from my body. Spirit Pool. Although the spots for entering the body-purifying Spyrite Pool are precise, the treasures I plundered from within the Taihang Ark are countless. Forcing my way into a spot shouldn't be too difficult. The downside is that it's too conspicuous. As they say, don't flash your wealth. I have no foundation here yet. Suddenly reveal too much wealth will surely attract prying eyes. I need to plan this carefully. Who's there? It's me. You're not one of us from the departed realm, are you? What? Who are you, and what is your purpose in sneaking onto Leoli Island? How did you know I'm not from the departed realm? When we fell into the water, I vaguely saw you suddenly emerge from underwater. At first, I thought it was an illusion. Later, after thinking it over carefully, I realized you weren't in our group when we left the departed realm. It seems you're quite astute and sharp-minded. Of course. Besides me, not a single one of those idiots noticed a stranger had snuck in. Are you sure no one else besides you noticed? Of course not. How could those fools compare to this young master? Truly clueless. Relying on a bit of cleverness, you discovered I might have snuck in under a false identity, and you couldn't wait to come and threaten me. You don't even stop to think, didn't you people from the departed realm also get your household registration by falsely claiming to be refugees? Now that you have a Leoli Island household registration, you really think of yourselves as natives. That immortal master whose face was unclear, the one who came to meet you, and Sun Zhang's Tianbao Lu, they all acted very cautiously, afraid of being found out. Clearly, the identity of being immortal from the land of exile is something that must be kept secret. Tianbao Lu and that group from the departed realm wouldn't dare to investigate this with great fanfare. Even if they investigate and find out the fatty came to see me before he disappeared. Now that not even a body can be found, as long as I insist I never saw him, they can't do anything to me. Just as I expected, a few days passed. Aside from Su Chanyu coming to ask a single question, the fatty's mysterious disappearance didn't attract anyone else's attention. During these past few days, I've been inquiring about various matters on the island while planning how to reasonably use the treasures from the Taihang Ark. Gradually, I've come to have a general understanding of this Leoli Island where I am now. This sea region is called the Tsongyun Sea. The Tsongyun Sea is vast and boundless, with tens of thousands of islands scattered across it. Southern Tsongyun Sea. Leoli Island. Leoli Island is located in the south-central part of the Tsongyun Sea and is of medium size. It was named Leoli Island because the surrounding waters are abundant with a type of delicious, fleshy fish called the Leoli fish. Leoli fish are very popular among mortals, and certain elixirs refined by immortal masters also use the Leoli pearls that occasionally form inside their bodies. Therefore, the immortal master presiding over Leoli Island must collect a certain number of Leoli pearls each year. Going out to sea to catch Leoli fish is the most popular job. You only need to turn over 70% of the catch, and you can keep the remaining 30% to sell yourself. Fleet. 30%. Loliunor. 70%. Unfortunately, going out to sea requires large boats, and the schools of Leoli fish are unpredictable. Finding the shoals requires a special spirit lure from the island. Spirit lure. The spirit lure is only distributed by the Leoli manor when going out to sea and is collected up on return. Private fishing is not allowed. If caught, the penalty is immediate execution. Therefore, fishing for Leoli fish can only be done with permission from the Leoli manor. A few days ago, a fleet that went out to sea not only returned with a great haul of Leoli fish but also encountered a shipwreck. This shipwreck was carrying over a dozen chests of gold, silver, and jewels. This time, the fleet lucked out completely. Regarding the items salvaged from the shipwreck, the island's rules are the same as for the Leoli fish. You can keep 30% for yourself, and the remaining 70% must be handed over to the authorities. When this fleet returned to port, half the island was in an uproar. Even the island's financial supervisor, Steward Chen, came to inspect it personally. Many people on the island began to pull strings privately, trying to secure a spot for the next sea voyage. As long as I can go out to sea alone, I can launder the treasures from the Taihang Ark through a shipwreck. The only difficulty is how to obtain the qualification to go out to sea alone. There are too many people on the island who want to join the fleet. After some casual inquiries, I learned the key. The Island Lord of Leoli. Island has 3 trusted aides. Steward Zhao is in charge of personnel, Steward Qian is in charge of finances, and Steward Zhou is in charge of security. Zhao. Zhou. Qian. The vast majority of spots for the fleet's sea voyages are in Steward Qian's hands. Steward Zhao and Steward Zhou have always wanted to get involved, but Steward Qian has maintained tight control, only allocating 1 or 2 fleets to them. On the day of the registration, Steward Zhao's attitude towards me was different from the others. I don't know the reason why. Perhaps I should go and see this Steward Zhao. Steward Zhao isn't someone the current me can see just because I want to. Heavenly Treasure Tower. So I decided to go through Sun Zhang of Heavenly Treasure Tower. But I was given the cold shoulder. What kind of status does Elder Sun have? Is he someone you can see just because you want to? Leave immediately. Heavenly Treasure Tower is open for booziness after all. Where is the logic in driving people away without even seeing them? And these men in black made the decision without even asking for instructions, as if they already knew who I was. Could it be that something changed with the departed realm people, causing Sun Zhan to turn hostile and ignore me? After some inquiring, I found out what happened. It turns out that in order to get rid of the miasma in his body as soon as possible, Su Changyu resolutely chose to become a test subject. Before leaving, Su Changyu signed his name on that Remain ING contract. With that, the 3 contracts are complete, and the contract document has completely dissipated. There are no longer any ties between the departed realm and Tian Baolu. No wonder they suddenly turned hostile and deliberately avoided us. I just didn't expect Su Changyu to be so decisive. I advised him not to be so hasty. But why would he listen? If it weren't to save his terminally ill sister, Brother Su wouldn't have been so desperate. Although Sun Zhang chose to avoid me, I won't give up that simply. Judging by how he couldn't help but comfort Su Changyu that day, this person is at least not a wicked man. The reason he kept a cold face before was probably just that he didn't want to be too involved with mortals from the immortal Forsaken Land. Compared to strangers, I prefer dealing with people whose background I know a little about. So I returned and came to the front of Heavenly Treasure Tower again. You kid, why are you back again? Are you looking for death? I came to do business with your Heavenly Treasure Tower. You want to drive me away without even talking. Is this your Heavenly Treasure Tower's way of trotting question? Treating guests? You? After going back to ask for instructions, the man in black led me inside. After sitting down in a guest room, a maid served a cup of tea. Good tea. Dayu Pale Dragon grows on the submarine volcanic craters around Dayu Island. There are only a dozen or so plants. Now, with the destruction of Dayu Island, this Dayu Pale Dragon has temporarily become a unique rarity. Then I am packing in your basking in your light, Elder Sun. The matters of Dali are finished. There should be no more entanglements between you and me. Why have you sought me out again now? Elder Sun has misunderstood. I am indeed here to discuss a business deal. Business? You? What business? I wonder if Heavenly Treasure Tower is interested in a quota for the seafaring fleet. Every time the fleet goes out to sea, not to mention the treasures that can be salvaged, just the Leoli fish and other marine specialties are enough to make a fortune. Other marine specialties. If I said our Heavenly Treasure Tower wasn't interested, that would be impossible. But the fleet quotas are firmly controlled by Steward Qian. Let alone our tower, even Steward Zhao can only get 1 or 2 spots. You are a newcomer. What ability do you have to dare scheme for it? If you let me see Steward Zhao, I have my own way to persuade him. Then let him see Steward Zhao, it's not a difficult thing. If it fails, chop him up and throw him into the sea to feed the fish. Greetings, shopkeeper. Then I thank the shopkeeper in a hugiance. You seem to have some confidence, it doesn't look like you're talking big. This humble one always keeps his promises, my word is my bond. If it really succeeds, my Heavenly Treasure Tower will want to extract a corresponding benefit. According to the island's rules, 3/10 of the harvest from each voyage can be kept for oneself. I don't want a single cent of those 3/10. Half goes to Steward Zhao, and half goes to your heavenly treasure tower. That's strange. In that case, going to such great lengths, what is it that you want? I only want the quota to enter the body-purifying spirit pool once every 3 years. Eh? Ha 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 ha. Please, uncle, you're already at this age, and you still want to learn from others to cultivate immortality? Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Only seeking eternal life, I will not regret it even if I die. Good, I agree to this matter. Wait until a date is set, I will send someone to notify you. In that case, it is settled. I live in house number 7, 6th longitudinal outside the city. You can find me there. Shopkeeper, about that spot in the body-purifying spirit pool, although the competition for spots in the body-purifying spirit pool is fierce every year, my heavenly treasure tower is not without the... If he can truly secure a seafaring fleet, then in just 5 years, the profits brought by the fleet would be enough to cover the cost of a spot. This business is a sure win with no loss. However, what is it? That man's eyes looked quite scary. On the way back, I stopped by a pharmacy and bought the profound yellow heart-cleansing incantation and the matching medicinal herbs. Even if everything goes smoothly, it will still be 2 years before the body-purifying spirit. I might as well try cultivating it first to see the effects. Perhaps I, Li Fan, have amazing natural talent and can purge the miasma from my body myself without needing 2 years? For the next few days, I stayed at home cultivating, waiting to meet Steward Zhao. Who would have thought that before I even met Steward Zhao, I would hear a rather shocking piece of news. Su Changyu died. When his corpse was sent back, only a twisted mass of flesh and blood remained. It didn't look human at all, it was truly terrifying. The flesh and blood would even twitch inexplicably. It made one's scald numb. These people from the departed realm are newcomers and couldn't even scrape together enough money to buy a grave plot. Tomb of the late Su Changyu. They originally planned to bury him at sea, but I couldn't stand watching that, so I took out some money to let Su Changyu rest in peace in the earth. Xiao Hong, heir to the Prince of Jinan of the departed realm. Xiao Hong cried miserably. I didn't feel much in particular, just a bit of a sigh. This Su Changyu conducted himself decently and had a firm will. Although not a genius rarely seen in a century, he was definitely no mediocrity. Su Changyu. Among this group from the departed realm, I originally thought he was the most likely to make a name for himself. Yet such a person couldn't even survive the prerequisite requirement of cultivation, purging miasma, and died so silently. The path of immortality is difficult. In the subsequent process of cultivating the profound yellow heart-cleansing incantation, my understanding of those words became increasingly profound. Facts prove that I am not some peerless genius either. For nearly a month, I lived in seclusion, cultivating this heart-cleansing incantation every day. Generally speaking, even those with mediocre aptitude would see obvious effects like improved spirits and faster think after cultivating for half a month. Half a month later. 1 month later. But a month passed, and I surprisingly didn't feel any changes. I wasn't too anxious, though. I just treated it as a mandatory daily cultivation task. Another half-month passed like this, and finally, the people from Heavenly Treasure Tower arrived. Following the MES singer, I met Steward Zhao in a courtyard owned by Heavenly Treasure Tower. Steward Zhao, long time no see. I heard from the people at Heavenly Treasure Tower that you want a spot for a seafaring fleet. Your appetite is quite big. What backing do you have? A fleet going out to sea seeks nothing but profit. I wonder, Steward Zhao, how do you think the profit from catching Leoli fish compares to retrieving treasures directly from sunken ships on the ocean floor? Salvaging treasure is worth several regular fishing trips. But how could one encounter such a good thing every time? I've been on this island for over a dozen years, and in my memory, there have only been a few scant times with major harvests. If I were to command a fleet, I can guarantee that every time we go out to sea, we will bring back a certain amount of treasure. Unexpectedly, he didn't lie. I indeed did not talk big, but I wonder how you figured that out, Steward Zhao? I was born with a pair of unique eyes that can recognize talent and distinguish truth from falsehood. Just now when you spoke, I only saw a soft white light emitting from your body, proving that your words were true and you harbored no ill intentions. To think there is such a unique art? On the day of registration, Steward Zhao, your attitude toward me seemed slightly different from others. Did you see something then? I only saw that you were extremely wealthy and had quite a bit of blood on your hands, obviously not an ordinary person. That's why I was a bit polite to you, forming a good karma in passing. In that case, on the day we registered, you realized that Sun Zhang from Heavenly Treasure Tower was not speaking the truth? So what if it's true, so what if it's false? With an immortal master presiding over the island, we aren't afraid of trouble. As long as you mind your own business, nothing will happen to you. Besides, gathering refugees is also the immortal master's order. If Sun Zhang can bring so many refugees to my Leoli island, how could I make things difficult for him? I see. Since Steward Zhao can see that I am not speaking falsely, can you consider the matter of the seafaring spot? You are a newcomer with no foundation. If I rashly hand the fleet over to you, it will certainly cause much dissatisfaction. How about this, next time the fleet goes out, you go with them. If you really can salvage treasure every time you go out, then in just a few trips, the crew will surely be convinced by you. At that time, you can take over the fleet justifiably. Steward Zhao is thorough in his thinking. What? He convinced Steward Zhao so easily. That's right. Could it be that uncle wasn't talking big, and he really has the confidence to secure this fleet? I wonder what backing he actually has. Send him the title deed for that vacant courtyard on East Street in the city. Ha! Shopkeeper, we spent a fortune to acquire that courtyard, preparing to use it to bribe Steward Qian. How can we just let him have it so cheaply? Even if we give it to him, we should wait until he helps us secure the fleet first. Just go if I tell you to. If we really wait until then, a mere small courtyard won't be enough to befriend him. Sun Zhang sent someone to deliver the title deed to my hands. I naturally wouldn't refuse, and since I didn't have much to pack, I moved into the courtyard house on East Street that very day. Compared to the slums outside the city, the environment of this courtyard is more than just a little better. Afterwards, I politely declined. The few maids sent by the Heavenly Treasure Tower, I settled down there, quietly waiting for the next time the fleet would set sail. Originally, I thought it wouldn't take long, but who knew an unforeseen event would push the date of departure into the indefinite future. Go home quickly. The windstorm is coming. Immortal Master protect us, Immortal Master protect us. Mom! Where are you? The windstorm is here. The windstorm has arrived. The Island Protection Grand Formation has been activated, there is no need to panic. Hide inside your homes, do not go out. Immortal Master is merciful. The blue light of this Island Protection Grand Formation flows and turns, and the faintly emerging characters look exceptionally profound and mysterious. That howling sound just now, like ghosts weeping, along with the raindrops, have all been completely shut out by the light barrier. Outside is a violent storm, while inside is calm and tranquil. Is this the means of the immortals? This is heavenly thunder. The aftershock of the collision between the heavenly thunder and the Island Protection Grand Formation actually has such power. What? It's coming again. Could it be that this lifetime is going to end here? Fortunately, this Island Protection Grand Formation was more reliable than I imagined, it actually held on without shattering. Just like that, I don't know how much time passed, but the great waves finally began to calm down. But it was only calming down, that's all. The windstorm came quickly but left slowly. Amidst the wind and rain, it was hard to distinguish day from night. I felt that a full 2 or 3 days had passed before this windstorm finally receded. I heard from the islanders that this windstorm was actually on a relatively small scale. The windstorm 15 years ago was several times more powerful than this one. At that time, the Island Protection Grand Formation could barely maintain itself and was forced to shrink its protective range. After the windstorm, Leoli Island's area was reduced to only one-third of its original size. In the dozen years following the windstorm, Leoli Island gathered refugees from all over, and only then did it slowly recover its vitality. The windstorm, so this is a windstorm. The might of heaven and earth is terrifying to this extent. A few days after this windstorm, all residents on Leoli Island received instructions requiring every household to inspect whether the Island Protection Grand Formation had any damage. The method of inspection was simple, the Luli and Norwal distribute a spirit talisman. One only needed to hang the spyrite talisman in their home for a few days and nights and observe if any red light emerged. The Island Protection Grand Formation has 367,800 nodes. We must ensure that there are no abnormalities in any of them. In the past, the Immortal Master would coordinate the maintenance work for the landmass, but this time, it is said that the spirit stones maintaining the landmass's operation were nearly exhausted. So the Immortal Master returned to Guanzhen Island to retrieve spirit stones. The landmass self-inspection counts 360 flashes of the Spyrite Talisman as one small cycle, and 360 small cycles as one large cycle. As long as no red light emerges within one large cycle, it represents that the landmass is unharmed. This Island Protection Grand Formation is so massive yet incredibly intricate, it's truly hard to imagine how it was built. 5 days later, the result that made everyone on the island breathe a sigh of. The Island Protection Grand Formation was undamaged. Breathe a sign of relief came out. With the return of the Immortal Master, the residents of the island finally completely set their minds at ease. Life on Leoli Island gradually returned to normal. In the following months, refugees from other islands arrived at Leoli Island from time to time to seek asylum. These survivors were only a minority, the vast majority of people on their islands had died in that recent windstorm. Southern Songyun Sea. Leoli Island. The Songyun Sea region is vast and boundless, with an unknown number of islands, large and small. Only those islands with special resources would have an Immortal Master presiding over them. I didn't stay idle during these few months. I persisted in cultivating the profound yellow heart cleansing incantation every day, and finally, there were results. Name, Li Fan. Realm, Mortal. Physiological age, 41/88, up. Psychological age, 504/1119, up. Both the upper limit of my physiological age and psychological age have increased again, although the margin isn't large, it still made me feel energized. Just like that, another month passed, and I finally waited for the news sent by Steward Zhao. The windstorm in the Songyun Sea has completely disappeared, and the fleet's next departure is imminent. 3 days later, Leoli Island Pier. This is the Songyuan that Steward Zhao told me to come to. I don't know what kind of madness has seized the island lord to organize some sort of assessment. The fleet with the smallest harvest this voyage will be deemed unqualified and will have their future sailing qualifications cancelled. How can this be good? Sigh, don't mention it. Isn't it all caused by the windstorm? I heard people saying in private that the Island Protection Grand Formation of Coral Island to the south shattered, and the entire island was razed to the ground. And those supplies that Coral Island needed to submit have fallen onto our Leoli Island's head. What kind of situation is this? How will we live in the future? It's said that it's only temporary, we just need to make up for what was owed before. Look at your cowardly appearance. Why don't you look on the bright side? Doesn't the first place also have a reward? The share of the harvest is increased from 30% to 50%. Zhang Haobo. Boss, stop dreaming. First place? You know our fishing skills, which time do we not barely complete the fishing quota? Yeah, the way I see it, this will be our last time going out to sea. Why don't we just not go back and become free and unfettered pirates? How thrilling that would be. Don't worry, there's a capable person on the ship this time. I guarantee everyone will return fully loaded. Just him? So pale and clean, has he ever been to sea? You blind fools, you don't recognize a noble person. This is a great talent specially invited by Steward Zhao, and he will take over our ship soon. You all be more polite. Boss, you've been the captain of this Songyuan for almost 10 years, how can you just give it up like that? Exactly. My life was saved by you, boss. If they want to drive you away, I, Lusan, will be the first to disagree. Poof. Why don't we just throw him into the sea to feed the fish once we set sail? It's perfectly normal for someone to die at sea anyway. Calm down, everyone calm down. Although I know everyone thinks highly of me, Zhang Haobo, that Songyuan is Steward Zhao's property after all, and we are merely selling our lives for him. Now that Steward Zhao says he wants to change personnel, I have no choice either. Humph, a petty trick. Gentlemen, you don't trust me? Do you think Steward Zhao has bad eyes? Since I have already promised Steward Zhao that I can find treasure every time we set sail, I certainly won't let everyone down. Could it be that this kid actually has some skills? It should probably be true. Steward Zhao's eyes are incredible, there's basically never a time he looks wrongly. What, finding treasure every time we set sail? I don't believe it. He clearly used connections to snatch my position as captain. Do you take me for a fool? Anyway, the big words have been spoken. I'd like to see how you end this. Set sail. Head out to sea. The Tsang moved without wind, sailing out of the port and heading towards the vast sea. Relying not on wind power nor manpower, but on a set of micro-spell formations driven by spirit stones. The ship is also equipped with a spirit lure. When traces of Leoli fish are discovered in nearby waters, the spirit lure will issue a guide. But the sea is vast, and the range the spirit lure can perceive is limited. So it requires extremely experienced crew members to first find the general range where the fish schools appear. However, when encountering the ravages of a windstorm or the migration of fish schools, all past experience becomes useless. One can only look for a needle in a haystack, relying entirely on luck. And the Tsang luck seemed to be not so good. More than half a month passed. Apart from netting some ordinary fish schools and finding some conventional marine minerals, there were no major harvests. Not only were the crew members all wearing long faces, but even Zhang Haobo began to feel anxious in his heart. After all, there is a punishment for being last place this time. The rule on the island is to return within a month. We've only caught this little bit of stuff this time. It's quite possible we really have the smallest harvest. We can only hope for a turn of events in the next few days. May the Immortal Master protect us. Yo, what, you're finally willing to come out of the cabin? If you didn't still know to take food every day, I would have thought you died in there. I want a small boat. I saw a treasure. What? You aren't joking, right? Quickly prepare a small boat for me. I saw jewelry shining with brilliance under the deep sea, waiting for me to salvage it. The opportunity is fleeting. The light of the treasures is becoming dim. I am about to lose its bearing. Quick! Prepare the boat. Yes. You are not allowed to follow. Wait for my signal. Why? You are too noisy, it's easy to interrupt my line of sight. Boss, is it possible he ran away by himself? What silly talk. The sea is vast and he didn't bring any dry rations alone. Where could he run to? 2 hours later. It's the signal. Quick! Drive the ship over. The treasure is right here. Into the water. Cast the net. Yes. A whole 16 chests of gold and silver treasures. Boss. Mr. Lee didn't brag. He really allowed everyone to return fully loaded. It's actually true. That guy can actually really find treasure sunken at the bottom of the sea. This kind of ability. He is an extraordinary person. An extraordinary person just like Steward Zhao. Zhang Haobo, oh Zhang Haobo. It's rare to have a chance to meet a noble person. It's fine if you didn't grasp it, but you actually ridiculously thought the other party was here to snatch your tiny little fleet. No, I must hurry and apologize. Right now, immediately. As soon as I boarded the ship, Zhang Haobo Ernest Ly came to bow and apologize to me. After dismissing him pleasantly, I returned to my room to rest. Having obtained the treasures, the Tsang Yuan stopped fishing. It immediately turned around and returned to Leoli Island. After all, the harvest this time was so great that the entire crew wouldn't be able to rest easy until they returned safely to the island. Don't dock just yet. Lu San, slip into the water quietly and go notify Steward Zhao. Ask him to personally send people to do the inventory. Yes. If nothing unexpected happens, our harvest should be the largest among the fleet that went out to sea this time. According to the rules, we get to keep 50%. If outsiders do the counting, they will inevitably deduct or miscalculate. I don't feel at ease unless it's our own people. The boss is right. Even losing a little bit would distress us to death. After waiting for some time, the Tsang Yuan docked at the shore. The personnel for the routine inventory were blocked by Zhang Haobo and the crew members. Zhang Haobo, what is the meaning of this? You won't let us board to take inventory. Judging by your ship's draft, I'm afraid you returned empty-handed this time. It seems your time as captain has come to an end. What did you say? There is no need to argue with him. It seems there is a reason why Zhang Haobo can sit firmly in the position of captain of the Tsang Yuan. It is only his background and experience that limit him. Soon, Steward Zhao personally arrived with his men. As 16 chests of jewelry were carried off the ship under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the entire dock caused a sensation. Consequently, the news that Sun Yuan had harvested a massive amount of treasure spread like wildfire and soon covered the entire Leoli island. Heavenly Treasure Tower. Shopkeeper. Shopkeeper. What is it? So flustered. Huff, huff, treasure, over 10 chests, Sun Yuan. It's just over 10 chests of treasure, what is there to make a fuss about? If they want to digest these things on the island, they still have to go through our Heavenly Treasure Tower's channels. Wait, did you say that Sun Yuan? Is that the ship where that uncle named Li Fan is staying? That's right. No wonder that guy could persuade Steward Zhao. He was absolutely certain he would find treasure as soon as he went out to sea. This ability is just like our Heavenly Treasure Tower's Grand Shopkeeper. Go arrange it immediately, see when we can invite him for a meal. Also, send someone to clean up tower, and then send the title deed over to him. Yes. Could he be a spirit channeling treasure physique? The legendary spirit channeling treasure physique, as long as rare treasures exist within a certain range of oneself, one will sense them. The Grand Shopkeeper of Heavenly Treasure Tower, Yin Yuting, my older sister, possesses this special constitution. It is precisely by relying on this heaven-defying ability that my sister built Heavenly Treasure Tower. This large-scale chamber of commerce spanning the Songyun Sea, from nothing over the past dozen years. To think that another spirit channel ing treasure physique has appeared now, Steward Zhao's manner. You truly are extraordinary. Fishing up 16 chests of treasure on your first time out to sea, you really gave me a huge surprise. The harvest this time was indeed substantial, but I'm afraid it will be hard to get this much in the future. That stands to reason. How could one have such luck every time? However, just relying on the harvest this time is enough for me to operate a separate fleet for you. In that case, many thanks, Steward Zhao. I heard that you racked your brains just to seek a spot in the body-purifying spirit pool? That is precisely so. Even with inexhaustible treasures, one will turn into a pile of yellow earth after 100 years. Only by seeking immortality and asking for the Tao, and witnessing eternal life, is this trip to the world not in vain. At your age, to still have a heart that yearns for the Tao, I am inferior to you. Over 10 years ago, when I was the same age as you are now, I once saved an Immortal Master by a stroke of luck. The Immortal Master asked if I was willing to follow him to cultivate, but I knew I had long passed the best age for cultivation. Even if I cultivated, I might not achieve anything. Moreover, the older one gets, the more deep-rooted the miasma in the body becomes, and the more painful it is to remove. Now, as I get older, I vaguely feel regret. Pity that there is no medicine for regret in this world. Among the hundreds of thousands of mortals on Leoli Island, those like you are truly the minority. You flatter me. I wonder regarding the matter of the quota for the body-purifying spirit pool, Steward Zhao, I cannot help you with this matter. The opening of the body-purifying spirit pool requires the island's Immortal Master to preside over it, and the quota is also decided by the Immortal Master. 1 year before opening the spirit pool, the Immortal Master will announce the required materials. Immortal Master. Required materials. 30,000 Leoli pearls. Contribution points. Quota. Each family collects the materials on the list and hands them over. The quota is decided based on the amount of contribution points. However, you don't need to worry. Heavenly Treasure Tower has opened branches on every island in the Songyun Sea. If we talk about the ability to collect materials, there aren't many on Leoli Island who can compare to them. Heavenly Treasure Tower. Just as I returned to my small courtyard from Steward Zhao's manor, Sun Zhang came to my door. Obviously, he had been waiting for a long time. Your shopkeeper is looking for me for something? I happened to want to meet her, so I readily agreed. As for the title deed to Tingyu Tower that Sun Zhang brought, I did not accept it. Let me formally introduce myself. Shopkeeper of Leoli Island's Heavenly Treasure Tower, Inyusion. Li Fan. Uncle, you really are concise. Immortal, there is really nothing worth saying. Spirit channeling treasure physique. Is it not worth mentioning in Uncle's eyes either? Oh? What spirit channeling treasure physique? I don't know. Then how did you find the location of the treasure in the vast sea? Just a feeling in my heart. You still say you aren't aspirate channeling treasure physique?
Subsequently, seeing that I seemed to truly not know, Inusian
told me about the spirit-chan nellaying treasure physique out of helplessness. So you're saying, your sister is also a spirit-channeling treasure physique? How old is she? What does she look like? Where was she 20 years ago? Where is she now? Could it be that you are our long-lost father? That's not right, you don't look anything like us. I'm just curious. Fine, fine. Curiosity about one's own kind, I get it. We were originally from Yelan Island in the north. Our parents died in a disaster when we were young, leaving only my sister and me to depend on each other. In my memories, my sister and I could only rely on begging to survive every day, never knowing where our next meal would come from. But starting from I don't know when, my sister could always find various valuable things in different places. Heavenly Treasure Tower. So our days got better day by day. Later, my sister even established Tianbao Lu Xing Jieli handedly. It's a pity that I haven't seen my sister for several years. Where did she go? 3 years ago, my sister was chosen by a passing immortal master and taken away. At the beginning, she would send people to bring us messages to say she was safe. But later, we never heard any news from her again. Taken away by an immortal master? Could it be he took her to cultivate immortality? If only that were true. In the letters my sister sent back previously, she used a secret code only the two of us understand to tell me that her current situation was very dangerous, and if she stopped contacting me. Contacting me, I meant she might have met with misfortune. She told me not to go looking for her either. Could it be the trouble invited by her special physique? My sister is just immortal, what she can sense are only things of some value to mortals. These treasures, in the eyes of those immortal masters, are no different from scrap metal. It's not like no immortal masters noticed my sister's SPE-style physique before, but none of them took it seriously. I don't know why she was taken away by that last immortal master. Although my sister likely bodes ill rather than well, the foundation she left behind is still here. The Heavenly Treasure Tower. Treasure tower that my sister worked so hard to build cannot be destroyed in my hands. I don't have my sister's miraculous ability. After my sister disappeared, Heavenly Treasure Tower's business got worse day by day. Coupled with me misjudging a few items later on, leading to the loss of a large sum of money. Counterfeit. The veterans of Heavenly Treasure Tower gradually became dissatisfied with me, they even want to conspire with outsiders to drive me out and carve up Tianbao Lu's assets. Fortunately, they still have some apprehension about my sister who was taken by the immortal master, so they haven't made a movie yet. A move yet. Yelan Island. Heavenly Treasure Tower. Leoli Island. So, under the pretext of opening up markets, I came from Yelanisland to this Leoli_Island Talelo for a while. I originally intended to develop here for a few years and accumulate some strength before settling accounts with them. But I didn't expect to meet another spirit-channeling treasure physique on Leoli Island. If I have your help, I will definitely be able to regain control of the Heavenly Treasure Tower. I am not interested in the affairs of your tower. My only wish lies in immortal cultivation. You promised before that as long as I help you secure the fleet, you would help me obtain a spot in the body-purifying spirit pool. You haven't gone back on this matter, have you? We at Heavenly Treasure Tower always put integrity first in business. What we promised you, we will definitely do. But what? Uncle, even if you can enter the body-purifying spirit pool, so what? Expelling the miasma from the body is not an easy task. Every year, almost only half of the people who enter the spirit pool can succeed. Moreover, the older the age, the higher the probability of failure. Uncle, you aren't young anymore, are you 100% sure you can success? Everyone only has one chance in their life to enter the spirit pool. If you fail, I'm afraid you will have to say goodbye to immortal cultivation forever. Even if there is a 50% success rate, it is enough for me to try. However, hearing your tone, exactly. Sent along with my sister's last letter was an elixir called the dust-leaving pill. According to what my sister said in the letter, as long as one takes this pill, the success probability of expelling the miasma from the body will greatly increase. If combined with the body-purifying spirit pool, even at your age, uncle, there is a high possibility of success. With such a miraculous elixir, why haven't you taken it all this time? Uncle, not everyone is like you, obsessed with wanting to cultivate immortality. My wish is to do business well and protect the Heavenly Treasure Tower my sister left behind. Everyone has their own aspirations. So, uncle, does this mean you agree? Let me go back and consider it. I will give you an answer in 3 days. Alright, then, uncle, I'll await your news. Farewell. I hope I didn't see it wrong this time. After making some inquiries, I confirmed that Inyushin did not lie about the dust-leaving pill. I met Inyushin again 3 days later and agreed to her request. We agreed that before the spirit pool opens, I would help her tower to collect a certain amount of treasures every so often. When the spirit pool opens, Inyushin will give me the dust-leaving. To show sincerity, Inyupen took out that title deed for Tingyu Tower. Since both sides had an agreement, I didn't stand on ceremony anymore and took it into my possession. Thus, I moved again. Tingyu Tower is located in the center of Leoli Island. Although situated in a busy market, it feels as if it resides deep in the mountains. During the year I lived in Tinjiadour, I first completed 3 of Lular Island's official voyages, each time bringing back several chests of treasure. Shocking the whole island while also successfully winning a fleet quota for Heavenly Treasure Tower. Afterwards, every time the Heavenly Treasure Tower fleet set sail, I would tag along. In 1 year, Tianbao Lu earned a basin full of money, almost equal to the sum of the previous 5 years' earnings. 1 year equals times 5 times. And I also established prestige in the hearts of everyone at the Heavenly Treasure Tower. Everyone viewed me with both respect and fear. However, I did not slack off on the matter of cultivation either. Over the past year, whenever I had free time, I painstakingly cultivated the profound yellow heart-cleansing incantation. Before this, the charge progressive, truth returning, relied solely on the natural passage of time to increase, reaching 100% every 20 years, and after slowly rising to the upper limit of 200%, it would increase no further. Original charge progress. 20 years 100%. More than a year 6-7%. Current charge you progress. Move than in year 15%. I have been in the cultivation world for over a year. According to the previous pattern, the charge progress should be between 6% to 7%. But I discovered that the charge progress actually reached 15%. The charging speed is nearly twice as fast. Aside from the heart-cleansing incantation, I haven't come into contact with anything else that could be helpful for this. Time passed quietly in cultivation. Soon, only 1 year remained until the opening of the body-purifying spirit pool. Uncle! Leoli Island has announced the list of materials needed by the Immortal Masters this time. The materials needed this time are all quite common, except for thy Starsea quicksand, which I haven't heard of. It seems the key to competing for the spot this time lies with this Starsea quicksand. I have never heard of this thing either. It looks like we'll have to ask someone from the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce. These people are all reincarnated hungry ghosts, greedy beyond measure. I'm afraid we'll have to bleed heavily for this. No matter what, I must obtain the Starsea quicksand. I am determined to get the spirit pool quota. The Wanhua Chamber of Commerce is not a local chamber of the Tsongyun Sea, but comes from a continent unknown tens of thousands of miles away. Wanhua Chamber of Commerce. Continent. Tsongyun Sea. Heavenly Treasure Tower Leoli Island. It is said that the Chamber of Commerce is backed by an immortal master, which is why they can easily cross the endless seas to do business on this remote Luli Island. Merchant Walker. We still have a year to prepare. The merchant walker from the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce will pass by the Tsongyun Sea in 3 months. I can contact him then. We cannot place all our hopes on the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce. Wanhua Chambers off Kamerk. Refugees from all over the Tsongyun Sea. Other factions on the island. Leoli Island has taken in many refugees from all over the Tsongyun Sea in the past year. There might be someone who recognizes the Starsea quicksand, so we can ask around. Other factions on the island will also be looking for this Starsea quicksand, so need to monitor them closely as well. With the publication of the materials needed for the body-purifying spirit pool, the matter spread across Leoli Island. Even some ordinary people who didn't care about this matter knew that the major factions on the island were now looking for something called Starsea quicksand. One day, Xiaoheng suddenly came to Tingyu Tower. I wonder what business this little brother has with me. I heard that Brother Li is also looking for Starsea quicksand recently? That is correct. I am old in age. If I want to cultivate, I can only rely on the body-purifying spirit pool. Why, do you know this thing?
Back when the Immortal Master descended upon our Dali, he promised that as long as we gathered the supplies he needed, he would take a group of people to the cultivation world.
Among those supplies was Star Sea Quicksand. Oh? Why do I have no impression of that?
When it was announced to the world, the content on the list had already been reduced by a few items, as reserved quotas. They were distributed to the major noble families of Dali. What my Prince of Jinnan's manor was assigned to collect was this Star Sea Quicksand.
Speak, what are your conditions?
Back then, you paid to bury Changyu, which counts as a favor to me. I shouldn't be doing this, but life on this Leoli island is truly too hard to endure.
Tomb of Su Changyu.
I don't have great abilities like Brother Li. I am currently still living in the slums. Little brother, no need to say more. I understand your difficulties.
I am determined to get this item. As long as you can provide a clue, ask for whatever you require, and I will do my best to satisfy it. Then I thank you in advance, brother. Actually, this item isn't rare, it's just that the Immortal Master's name for it is different from ours. Actually, the so-called Star Sea Quicksand is just meteorite iron from the sky. Star Sea Quicksand, so that's it. But will just any meteorite iron do? Are there any other special requirements?
There are, brother, there are. Subsequently, Xiaohong slowly explained the specific requirement one by one. First, the appearance of the meteorite iron must be good. It won't do if the surface is pitted and uneven. Secondly, the overall weight of a single piece must be at least 50 gene.
And then, as I listened, I firmly committed it to memory. Good, I know now. Speak, little brother, what do you want?
I just want a decent courtyard, plus a slightly easier job. Of course, it would be even better if there were a few servants to help me manage the courtyard.
The son of the dignified Prince of Jinnan, and that's your only request? You might as well add a bit more.
I still have some say within Heavenly Treasure Tower. I know my own capabilities. Being able to eat well and live well, without living so tirelessly, is enough to satisfy me. If I suddenly possessed wealth that made others jealous, it would be easy to invite disaster instead.
I didn't insist further.
After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Xiaohong bid me farewell.
Do you have any plans to cultivate?
After all, having gone through untold hardships to reach this cultivation world, you can't have made the trip for nothing, right?
We'll see. I really have no interest in immortal cultivation.
Reading that profound yellow heart cleans ing incantation makes me drowsy immediately. After seeing Xiaohang off, I went straight to Heavenly Treasure Tower.
Star Sea Quicksand is meteorite iron? That simple? He shouldn't be lying. But we still need to verify it. Didn't you say the merchant walker of the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce is coming to Leoli Island soon?
When the time comes, we might as well probe him for the truth.
That's a good idea. If we can save a sum of money, that would be best.
No matter what, we still need to secretly purchase meteorite iron that meets the requirements.
Right now, not many people know about this, but that might not be the case before long.
Additionally, when purchasing, we must mix it with other items to deceive others and confuse the public. Star Sea Quicksand is actually the stones of the Leoli fish.
Ha!
At the same time, we can order people to release fake news about Star Sea Quicksand in the market to muddy the waters.
Uncle, you really aren't simple.
Before, I only knew you had the spirit channeling treasure physique. I didn't expect you to have a foolproof strategy for everything.
Uncle, what did you do before? Just taught people to read. Humph, I don't believe it.
Alright, I'll leave these matters to you to handle. I still need to cultivate.
Unless there is a special situation, do not disturb me. By the way, handle the matter I promised Xiaohong as well. Great auspiciousness. How can even a small matter like helping Xiaohong be great auspiciousness? Has my seeking good fortune and avoiding evil malfunctioned?
Although I don't have the ability to sense treasures like my sister. But since I was young, I have been able to foresee the auspiciousness and ominousness of events.
Since meeting Uncle, my premonitions for every task he has assigned have shown signs of great auspiciousness. You must know, before meeting Uncle, I had never encountered a great auspicious event. Although I don't know what kind of achievements Uncle will have in the future, I trust my intuition and will do everything I can to help Uncle. Thus, under Yin Yuzhen's authorization, Tianbao Lu began to operate at full capacity. I heard Star Sea Quicksand is dog treasure. Are you crazy or am I crazy? I heart Star Sea Quicksand is just the stones of the wall fish. Guess if I believe that.
Heavenly Treasure Tower released a large amount of fake news about Starsea Quicksand.
Knowing there might be a trap, other factions chose to wait and watch it first.
However, one faction held the mindset of buy it first, even if it's fake we can sell it again. And purchased items related to the rumors on a large scale.
Consequently, other factions couldn't sit still and joined the purchasing army.
We'll take all the dog treasures here.
They're already sold out. What about horse treasure and ox treasure?
Also sold out. For a time, prices on Leoli Island skyrocketed, and chaos ensued. As the instigator of all this, I simply stayed quietly in Tingyu Tower cultivating.
It wasn't until 3 months later that Yuzhen finally contacted the merchant walker of the Tianhua Chamber of Commerce.
Early that morning, Yuzhen and I took a small boat from Heavenly Treasure Tower, left Leoli Island, and traveled north for dozens of li to the sea area agreed upon by both parties.
We saw a flying ark abruptly appear in the sky. Ha ha ha. Shopkeeper Ian, long time no see.
The flying ark arrived above us, then slowly came to a halt on the water's surface.
Hee hee, seeing a flying ark for the first time must be a shock, right? What gives? No reaction at all. Shopkeeper Ian, long time no see. Merchant Walker Wu, the last time we met was 3 years ago. Time really flies. And this is?
An elder hired by our Heavenly Treasure Tower.
A pleasure, a please. Shopkeeper Ian, let's go check the goods first.
I'm afraid that after this time, it will be difficult for us to meet again.
What do you mean by that? Has some unforeseen incident occurred?
I don't know the specific reason either. I just suddenly received a notification from headquarters a few days ago. All merchant walkers in the Tsongyun Sea must cease all operations and return as soon as possible. If I hadn't already scheduled this trade with you, I'm afraid I would already be on my way back.
So we cannot delay this transaction, we must make haste. The reason Heavenly Treasure Tower has been flourishing on Leoli Island is because it is backed by the Manhua Chamber of Commerce. Now that the Manhua Chamber of Commerce is suddenly withdrawing from the Tsongyun Sea, what will happen to Heavenly Treasure Tower's business in the future? Why was there absolutely no reaction from my seeking good fortune and avoiding evil this time? Shopkeeper Ian?
Apologies, my mind wandered.
Let us go see the goods now, please. Entering the ship's cabin, I led Merchant Walker Wu past various goods.
16 pairs of jade discs, 23 pieces of coral, 46 luminous pearls.
Starsea Quicksand, 3 pieces. What? Let me see. This.
These pieces of meteorite iron weigh at least 50 gene, yet in his hands, they seem like toys.
Good, Shopkeeper Ian, you have good luck this time.
To think you actually collected such fine items as Starsea Quicksand. We can confirm that what Xiao Hong said was correct.
Merchant Walker Wu was very satisfied with the goods provided by Heavenly Treasure Tower this time.
And because the two sides would not be able to meet again for a long time, he specially invited the two of us to be guests on the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce's flying ark. After we had eaten and drunk our fill, Merchant Walker Wu led us to the warehouse of the flying ark.
These are all things I bought while visiting various islands in the Tsongyun Sea. Some are priceless, while I'm unclear about the function of others.
I just bought them because they looked peculiar.
If you too are interested, you can pick a few items from among them. Heavens! With my seeking good fortune and avoiding evil, isn't coming here like a rat falling into a jar of rice?
They are all mortal treasures, holding no interest for me. But seeing her eager look, I suppose I'll accompany her for a stroll.
You only have the time of 1 stick of incense. Uncle, look at this jade bracelet, it's so beautiful. The material isn't bad.
After 300 years of cycles, I've lost interest in all mortal treasures.
As long as it isn't related to immortal cultivation, I don't care about any of it.
Detected chargeable item, wondrous item of heaven and earth, Sunhai Pearl, nascent.
Charg? Yes, no. It's actually a wondrous item of heaven and earth. Wondiciter of heaven and earther, Sunhai Pearl, nascent. Where a vast sea dies, a vast seas is born.
Vast sea dies, a vast sea is burn.
And it is a wondrous item of heaven and earth that is still incubating and hasn't fully formed yet. No, I can't act too excited. I'll put it back for now.
I pretended not to care and looked at other things nearby. Until Merchant Walker Wu announced that time was up, I didn't spare another glance at that Sunhai Pearl.
Aren't you going to pick a few items? It's rare for merchant Walker Wu to be so generous, this opportunity won't come again. Shopkeeper Ian is right. There's no logic in entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed. Wouldn't that be looking down on this Wu? Go pick some more. In that case, it would be impolite to refuse. I'll just take these 2 items. Good eye, Elder. I found this ancient tree jade statue on a desolate island in the northernmost part of the Tsongyun Sea. This jaded statue was worshipped by a primitive tribe on the island for thousands of years and is quite miraculous. If a normal person keeps it at home, it has the effect of calming the mind and strengthening the body. And what about this one? Oh, that one. I bought it from a fisherman on Luyun Island. Luyun is land. At this point, both sides concluded the transaction. The Tianhua Chamber of Commerce obtained a large batch of treasures, while Inyushin obtains a large amount of gold and silver as well as a few treasures. On the way back, although Inyushin had a full harvest, it was still hard to hide the worry on her brow. Are you worried about Heavenly Treasure Tower's future business? Yes, without the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce, we've lost a crucial sales channel. I don't know why the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce would suddenly withdraw from the Tsongyun Sea. When the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a way through. No need to worry overly much. Arriving at Leoli Island at night, I immediately returned to Tingyu Tower. My original intention for this trip was just to verify if the Starsea quicksand was meteorite iron. I didn't expect to obtain such a treasure. It's truly a pleasant surprise. I just don't know, what is special about this Tsanhai pearl? Why is this tiny bead named Tsanhai? Could it be that it truly contains an ocean inside? It's not even dawn yet. Who is coming to disturb me at this hour? Who? Brother Li, it's me. Xiao Hung. Little brother, come in and talk. Brother Li, this is bad. The fact that we smuggled ourselves here from the departed realm has leaked. Who leaked the news? I don't know either. But now everyone on the island knows we aren't natives of the cultivation world, but came here by smuggling through Tianbolu. It is said the Immortal Master is furious and plans to arrest and kill everyone. Don't worry, this isn't a major issue. Big Brother Li, why do you say that? If the Immortal Master really wanted to kill us, our heads would have been separated from our bodies long ago. Why would he let us hear the news and discuss countermeasures? As I see it, this matter isn't directed at us. The target of the person spreading the news is Heavenly Treasure Tower. Without explaining too much to Xiao Han, I hurriedly went to the Heavenly Treasure Tower. I also received the news. The various forces on the island already know that the fake news about the Starsea quicksand was our doing. These people aren't re-signed to it, so they spread the news about our tower secretly running a business smuggling mortals. They just want us to hand over some Starsea quicksand. Anyway, we took the initiative and collected enough. We might as well throw out a portion of it and let them fight like dogs eating dog, scrambling against each other. They will definitely start fighting among themselves soon. 3 days later, Heavenly Treasure Tower arranged a meeting with the various forces on Leoli Island and put forward the following requirements. Heavenly Treasure Tower agreed to hand over a portion of the Starsea quicksand, but the other parties needed to provide materials of equal value in exchange. Times 1 times 2 times 3. Faction 1. Faction 2. Factions 3. Times 1 times 2 times 3. At the same time, how the Starsea quicksand is specifically divided among the families is up to them to decide. Finally, they must ensure one spot for Heavenly Treasure Tower in the body-purifying spirit pool. This condition wasn't very harsh, so after discussing for a while, both sides quickly reached a settlement. Thus, after paying the price of several dozen pieces of meteorite iron, Heavenly Treasure Tower successfully extricated itself from this chaotic vortex. Brother Li. Everything really is fine now. Almost on that very day, the rumors about smuggling on the island vanished without a trace. Time flew by, and the day the spirit pool opened finally arrived. Uncle, hurry up and take this dust leaving pill. I have waited too long for this day. After today, I can dispel the miasma from my body and officially step onto the path of immortal cultivation. After taking the dust leave ing pill given to me by Inyushin, I entered the spell formation in the center of Leoli Island under the GUID ants of special personnel. There were a total of 13 people entering the central spell formation. Except for me, they were all teenagers. In an instant, our surroundings became completely different. In a flash, we went from a bustling market to deep mountains.
Trees were lush and green all around, and distant peaks were wreathed in mist, with mountain ranges rising and falling. Looking up, the mountain peak was hidden in thick clouds and mist, nowhere to be seen. Our group climbed up the stone stairs for 4 hours without stopping. These youths all had impressive physiques. After climbing for so long, they didn't even pant once. As for me, since I'm not young anymore, I was already panting heavily and could strictly just manage not to fall behind. After another 2 hours, we finally reached the summit. The summit was just a small clearing. The crowd stood scattered around, making it a bit crowded. This peak is the highest point among the mountains. Looking around, there was nothing but a vast white sea of clouds. The wind howled, the sea of clouds rolled, and occasionally mountaintops revealed themselves like islands.
How is this scenery? Leoli Island Guardian, Immortal Master he. Greetings, Immortal Master. The scenery here is superb, it is truly an immortal holy land.
I've never seen such a wondrous sight, it makes one's heart surge with excitement. When I first came to Leoli Island, the height of this peak was at the bottom among the mountains, far below the sea of clouds. Did you know that the mountains and rivers of the world can also grow taller gradually, just like people? Is that really true? Could it be that these great mountains and rivers are also living things? Some peaks seem towering, but their fate has actually ended, and they cannot advance another step in their entire lives. Some are merely small earthen mounds right now, but he have infinite potential. Hoist to know if, in some years, they won't grow window pillars that support the heavens? Just like this Shaowei mountain. Back then it was unremarkable, but in just a few decades, it can now look down upon all the other small mountains. Of course, the majority are like the countless peaks beneath this sea of clouds, destined from beginning to end to only serve as foils, silently looking up at the peaks above the clouds. If mountains are like this, then what of people? Today, you are fortunate to step into the spirit pool and wash away the miasma from your bodies. Whether you can step onto the immortal path, or even have hope for the great Tao of longevity, and what achievements you will have in the future, all depends on your own fortune. No matter what happens in the future, today you must go all out. I have said all I need to say, you all go now. Immortal Master Yi, may I ask where this body-purifying spirit pool is located? It's right there. Immortal Master, surely you are joking? Sigh. The head flew off. Spare us, Immortal Master. We dare not question the Immortal Master. Immortal Master, spare our lives. Let me teach you another lesson. On the path of cultivation, having good judgment is also extremely important. Weigh clearly what can be said and what cannot be said. Don't wait until your body has perished and your Pao has vanished to blame me for not reminding you today. I have been taught. Excellent disposition, it's just a pity, he is too old. He has already entered the spirit pool first. Those who enter the spirit pool first get more spirit liquid. You all go quickly. Yes. Clouds surrounded me and rushed into the sea of clouds. The white clumps around me constantly gathered towards me, and in an instant, they aggregated to form white spirit liquid. Being in the spirit liquid, I not only didn't feel suffocated, but instead felt incredibly warm and comfortable. Like a fetus inside the mother's body, my mind gradually relaxed completely. But immediately after, the warmth turned into scorching heat. The scorching heat turned into scalding. The scalding turned into roasting fire. Magma-like heat flow flowed recklessly and destroyed inside my body, tearing and drilling into every inch of my nerves. This kind of pain is truly unbearable for a human. I subconsciously wanted to call out, truth returning. 300 years of bitter searching, wasn't it just for this moment? No matter what, I definitely won't give up. I want to cultivate immortality, I want eternal life. The pain was like knives, slicing my soul into 1,000 pieces and then another 1,000 pieces, endless and never stopping. My consciousness began to dissipate. Even at this moment, the obsession in my heart made me hold on, and I did not activate, truth returning. Instinct replaced self, the profound yellow heart-cleansing incantation operated at this moment. My consciousness seemed to find a backbone, recondensing and growing strong. Although in a state of unconsciousness, I was like a reef by the sea, standing firm despite the wind and waves beating against it. 3 days later. Out of the 12 people who went in, 11 have already come out. 4 succeeded, 7 failed.
Now only one person remains in the spirit pool.
The older a mortal is, the more inseparable the immortal mortal miasma and flesh become. The body-purifying spirit pool forces out the miasma by thoroughly destroying the physical body, then reshapes the body with the power of regeneration. The pain experienced during this is unimaginable. At such an age, to actually last for 3 days under the ravaging of the spirit pool.
This person's will is simply shocking.
If he succeeds in purifying his body, cultivating to the foundation establishment stage will certainly not be a difficult matter, perhaps even the golden core.
Another 3 days passed.
If I couldn't still sense his stable life aura, I really would want to rush in and see what exactly happened.
Another 3 days.
This body-purifying spirit pool was created by Celestial Venerable Donji of the Myriad Immortals Alliance.
Logically speaking, it shouldn't malfunction. Is there really someone who can stay inside for so long?
9 days have passed, the materials maintaining the spirit pool spell format ion are about to run out. If the spell formation stops, it can only be counted as this kid's bad luck, it has nothing to do with me, he Jianghao. But with his disposition and will, if he succeeds.
Forget it, forget it.
Just consider it a gamble that this kid will have extraordinary achievements in the future.
These are what I secretly saved for myself, you kid better not disappoint me. Another 2 days passed. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, little friend.
From now on the shackles are gone, and there is hope for eternal life.
Why is he so polite and enthusiastic towards me?
Little friend, you don't know, you stayed inside for a full 11 days. The formation materials were going to run out long ago.
It was I who spent a fortune to add more for you, little friend. What? You're also shocked, right? Let me tell you, the first 3 days, name, Li Fan Realm, Mortal Physiological Age, 42/120, up, Psychological Age, 505/2053, up. Void Transformation Charge Progress, 121% Anchor Charge Progress, 61% Current Anchor Points, 8, Bound Items, 1000 Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter, Taihang Ark, Halting Steel Fragment, Damaged. Technique, Profound Yellow Heart Refining Incantation. The physiological age limit broke through the 100 mark.
Even more exaggerated is the psychological age limit, it actually almost doubled directly, reaching over 2,000 years.
Then on the 9th day. Also, how did the Profound Yellow Heart Cleansing Incantation become the Profound Yellow Heart Refining Incantation?
Now is not the time to look closely, I'll study it carefully after I go back. Immortal Master's grace, Li Fan dare not forget.
I will definitely repay you heavily in the future. Little friend, what are you saying?
The path of immortality is difficult, I'm just helping where I can. After removing the miasma, it is to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and guide chi into the body.
Spirit's Chi Sensing Method.
This 5 Spirits Chi Sensing Method is a summary of previous generations' experience regarding sensing spiritual energy.
You need to study it well.
Also, this dust-leaving talisman, you need to carry it with you before guiding chi into the body. You still live in the mundane world, and need to have contact with mortals every day. Over time, it is inevitable that you will be contaminated by miasma again. This dust-leaving talisman can help you isolate the intrusion of miasma, but it is hard to sustain, and can only last for about 5 years. After breaking through to the chi condensation stage, you can come to the island to find me. At that time, I will take you to our myriad immortal salience Sestiatian in the Tsongyun Sea, Guanzhen Island.
He Jianghao told me the details of the precautions during the process of guiding chi into the body. After all relevant matters were explained, I took my leave and left.
This mountain's potentile is exhausted, it is time to change to another mountain. The cultivation method I practice is called Sitting Mountain Art. The biggest feature of the Sitting Mountain Art is sitting on the mountain and enjoying the success.
Choose a mountain peak, sit upright on it, run the cultivation method, and spend several years to merge one's aura with the mountain peak. Afterwards, every time the mountain grows an inch, my cultivation base will receive feedback and increase accordingly. Besides benefiting from the mountain increase, one can also gain benefits from helping others. Like helping Li Fan this time. If Li Fan can break through to the chi condensation stage in the future, then I will receive feedback in the unseen world, increasing my own cultivation base. It is not sucking or stealing the other party's cultivation, but more akin to when a man attains the Tao, his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. How much I put in also determines how much I will harvest later. Harvest later.
So when I meet promising juniors, I won't be stingy about helping them.
After exiting the Senrai.
After exiting the central spell formation, I didn't alert anyone else and quietly returned to Tingyu Tower. I immediately tried to run that profound yellow heart refining incantation that appeared inexplicably. Once running it, I detected the difference between the heart refining incantation and the heart cleansing incantation. Cultivating the heart cleansing incantation takes a small half a shuriken to slowly calm the mind.
Profound yellow heart cleansing incantation. Smell halfa shuriken. Profound yellow heart refining incantation. A moment.
But once the heart refining incantation is displayed, in just a moment, I feel my heart is like a clear mirror. Asterisk shuriken, note a traditional Chinese unit of time, equal to 2 hours.
And cultivating the heart refining incantation, I can clearly feel my spirit strengthening every moment. But why did this profound yellow heart cleans incantation become this magical profound yellow heart defining incantation on me? Immortal techniques cannot be cultivated by more than one person. Does this heart refining incantation not count as an immortal cultivation method? Just one step away from crossing the threshold of a cultivator, and happily acquiring a magical technique like the profound yellow heart refining incantation. I couldn't help but feel a bit floaty. However, a few days later, I received a letter. Xiao Hong succeed in guiding Qi into the body and has already gone to Guanzhen Island. I just want a decent courtyard, plus a slightly easier job, that's all. What? I have no interest in immortal cultivation.
The words Xiao Hong spoke in my memory are still vivid.
How long has it been? How did he successfully eliminate the miasma in his body and break through directly to the Qi condensation stage?
I read the letter Xiao Hong sent several times before unwillingly accepting this fact. It turns out that after I comforted him that day, Xiao Hong returned home still anxious and unable to sleep. Closing his eyes, it was as if he saw the terrifying scene of the immortal master descending from the sky and slaughtering everyone from the departed realm. In order to sleep peacefully, and even more so to become a cultivator and no longer live in fear every day, he began to earnestly cultivate the profound yellow heart cleansing incantation. Unexpectedly, in less than a month, he eliminated all the miasma in his body on his own,
guiding Qi into the body.
Afterward, he felt he had a good sleep, and successfully guided Qi into his body. When he tried to be intimate with a maid at home, a gentle hug nearly caused the maid's death. He finally confirmed that he was already a cultivator, and immortals and mortales must be eternally separated. So after I left the spirit pool, Xiao Hong met He Zhenghao. I used all my materials to build good karma with that old man. If I had known, I would have saved them for this moment. This kid's aptitude is obviously 100 times stronger than that old man's.
He Zhenghao confirmed Xiao Hong wasn't lying and looked incredibly regretful. Then he took Xiao Hong and floated away.
That this younger brother has today is entirely due to brother's protection. Hearing that brother has successfully eliminated the miasma, you will surely break through to Qi condensation soon.
This younger brother will go ahead and await brother's arrival at Guanzhen Island.
On the day we meet, if brother has any requests, this younger brother will not dare refuse even if it means 10,000 deaths.
Is this the legendary person with overflowing natural talent?
Without any help, stumbling around on his own, he could break through to the Qi condensation stage.
But so what if he has overflowing natural talent?
What I rely on is the infinite chances to start over granted to me by truth returning. With truth returning in hand, no matter what kind of genius, I have the confidence to crush them.
The most urgent thing now is guiding Qi into the body.
First, let's look at the 5 spirits Qi Sen's ing method given to me by He Zhenghao. The book records that in ancient times, there was the theory of spirit roots.
Metal, earth, wood, fire, water.
At that time, only mortals possessing spirit roots could cultivate
thunder, Paranus, wind.
There were common 5 elements spirit roots of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as mutated spirit roots like thunder, wind, and darkness. Spirit roots were a gift from the heavens, and only the lucky ones favored by the heavens could perceive the laws of heaven and earth and possess the qualification to attain the Tao and ascend to immortality.
Heavenly spirit root, water spirit root, earth spirite root, wind spirit's root, wood spirity root.
But there are so many mortals in the world, and those with spirit ion roots are few after all. For the vast majority of people, the matter of immortal cultivation is something they can only hope for but never reach.
How is this fair? Fortunately, in ancient times, an immortal venerable imparted the Tao.
The immortal venerable emulated heaven and earth, and facing countless mortals with no hope of seeking immortality, he taught the path of longevity. The immortal venerable said,
I desire to become an immortal, why beg the heavens? If the heavens do not grant it, I will take it myself. Obeying the heavens makes one mortal. Defying the heavens makes one an immortal. Reverse the principles of heaven too. The cultivation method of this world is completely different from what I envisioned.
No wonder, ever since contacting the cultivators of this world, I've had a strange feeling. The heavenly Tao of this world seems to bear a faint, immense malice towards cultivators. Whether it's the law that immortal techniques cannot be cultivated by more than one person, or the strange phenomenon like a broadcast illuminating the sky for thousands of li after a cultivator dies, 9 Yang Armor Practice Sword Foundation Method current number of cultivators, 968. Or that bizarre immortal miasma inside mortals that is extremely harmful to cultivators, all imply this point.
Reverse the principles of heaven and earth, to prove longevity. The content following the book is the method of 5 spirits chi sensing.
If a mortal who has eliminated miasma cannot guide chi into the body, they can nurture their own 5 spirits, forcibly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, then refine it to break through to the chi condensation stage. The so-called 5 spirits refer to the 5 emotions innate of humans.
Greed, fear, rage, hatred, solipsism. Green. Fear. Rage. Hatred. Solipsism.
These 5 emotions are hidden within the human heart, inexhaustible and ceaseless. 5 spirits chi sensing uses these fine spirits as motive force and fuel to cultivate the root of heaven and earth in the Dantian.
Condensing the root of heaven and earth.
The root of heaven and earth connects the cultivator's Dantian with heaven and earth.
Once formed, the cultivator can use it to forcibly suck in the spiritual energy of heaven-earth and turn it into their own use. Those with excellent aptitude can cultivate the root of heaven and earth in one day and night, stepping onto the immortal path. And even those with absolutely no cultivation aptitudes can, through day dash after day grinding effort, form their own root of heaven and earth within 10 years at most. Just like this, day after day, a full 3 years passed, and I still hadn't successfully guided chi. This 5 spirits I sensing needs to use 5 emotions as fuel to promote the formation of the root of heaven and earth. Heart like still water. Greed. Rage. Hatred. Fear. Solipsism. But I cultivated the heart cleansing incantation, so these fine emotions accumulate very little. Having been cooped up at home for a long time, I thought of moving in the K-etude, so I decided to go out for a walk. Elder Li? Elder Li. Long time no see. So it's you. Haven't seen you for a few years, how have you been recently? Thanks to your blessings, the fleet's profits have been really good these past few years. Especially your deeds, which have been attracting a large number of young people wanting to join the fleeter. Our treatment and status on the island have also risen with the tide. But, I and the brothers of the Tsun Yuan are preparing to leave Leoli Island. Oh. Since life is going well, why did the thought of leave ing suddenly arise? To be honest with Elder Li, we brothers have encountered all sorts of strange things while out at sea recently. In the recent few times we went out to sea, we often catch 1,000 jin of fish with one net, completely full. 9 out of 10 nets are like this, and there are all kinds of fish. It's as if all the fish on the sea floor are fleeing from a disaster, all gathering together. We brothers have lived on this Leoli island since childhood and understand the hidden reefs around the island very well. But recently we found that there are more exposed reefs around the island. In the past, there were water level changes every year, but this year's water level change seems a bit unusual. The brothers are all a bit worried. There is one more thing that worries us even more. In the past 3 years, not a single windstorm has occurred. Not just the sea area around Leoli Island, but the entire Songyun Sea is like this. Windstorms have gone extinct? Windstorms, since the day I was born, have never stopped. When there were many, there were over a dozen a year, when few, there were still 2 or 3. But now, for 3 whole years, no windstorm has appeared. Some people on the island are clapping and cheering, saying this is the Immortal Master's protection. But my brothers and I don't see it that way. This is too abnormal, something big must be about to happen. The island has the protection of the Island Protection Grand Formatayan, and even more so, Immortal Master he is presiding over it.
Even if there is a situation, presumably it can be dealt with. Leaving one's native land is not an easy matter, you should think it over again and again. Elder Li is right, I and the brothers will consider it again. This interlude passed quickly, and I continued to concentrate on cultivation. Time flowed, and another year passed. Yuzhen finally accumulated enough power and returned to Yelan Island in high spirits, taking back the position of Grand Shopkeeper of the Heavenly Treasure Tower headquarters. Yelan Island has just been settled, so she will stay there for the next few years to stabilize the situation. So Sure sent someone to deliver a letter to report the good news to me. Xiaohang also frequently sent people to deliver letters, asking about my recent situation. He improved at godlike speed, and is now already at the mid-stage of qi condensation cultivation. Zhang Haobui eventually chose to leave the Tsongyun Sea with some brothers of the Tsanyuan. The world is full of disturbances, I only patiently cultivated. On this day, wisps of spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed slowly into my dantian along the route of heaven and earth, quickly spreading to my whole body. In the 7th year of entering the cultivation world, I finally entered the qi condensation stage. Once I stepped into the qi condensation stage, I felt earth-shaking changes within myself. Spiritual energy surged and circulated within my body, my somewhat aged body as silently as moisturizing rain. The wrinkles on my face vanished, and my skin became smooth again. Rejuvenation, my constitution has been greatly strengthened. Next, I took out the 1000 Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter from the Taihang Ark. 1000 Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter Nascent Soul Realm Method. Current number of cultivators, 0. Now that I have finally stepped into the qi condensation stage, I can't wait to know its contents. Sensing the jade slip, countless words and images flooded into my mind like a tide in an instant. I only felt that a lot of things were forcibly stuffed into my brain, and my temples were throbbing faintly. Fortunately, my divine sense is much stronger than that of the average qi condensation cultivator, so I adapted very quickly. After a long time, I finally had a general understanding of it. The 1000 Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter is a cultivation method practiced by the ancient Heavenly Mystery sect. The Heavenly Mystery sect believed that heaven, earth, and the myriad things all have their own thoughts, just like humans. They are difficult to detect by ordinary means. But just as killing intent permeates the air when a person has thoughts of killing, heaven, earth and the myriad things will also emit wisps of qi mechanism from time to time. When heaven emits killing intent, the myriad things wither, and the stars move and constellations shift. When earth emits killing intent, the seas turn into mulberry fields, and dragons and snakes rise from the land. By capturing and refining the various qi mechanisms between heaven and earth, one can return to the origin and reach the realm of resonating and merging with them. The 1000 Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter is a technique for sensing and refining these qi mechanisms to use for oneself. Once the technique is mastered, one can not only borrow the killing intent of heaven and earth to injure others, but also calculate and predict the future through the deduction of qi mechanisms. How vast is the will of heaven and earth? Even a wisp of qi mechanism triggered is thousands of times greater than that of a cultivator. This cultivation method is very strong. But it is also very dangerous to cultivate. Nurturing one's own killing intent, taking the vitality of all things sprouting in spring, sends qi mechanisms from the spiritual items of heaven and earth, rashly coming into contact with it makes it very easy to be injured by it itself. Theoretically, if this method is cultivated to the highest realm, one can merge with heaven and earth and incarnate as the Tao. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Mystery sect passed down its legacy for 10,000 years, but the highest anyone reached was only the nascent soul realm. With the help of truth returning, I am not too worried about the risks encountered in cultivating this method. However, I am in no rush to decide on my main cultivation method yet. Now that I have successfully guided qi into the body, it is time to see what Guanzhen Island looks like. I just sensed a fluctuation in the spiritual energy within the island, so I knew you must have broken through. Although it took a bit long, you broke through after all. You came to find me, is it to head to Guanzhen Island? Precisely. I have no more concerns with worldly matters and can set off at any time. Good, follow me. Kimchi. Guide. Open. What? The sun cracked. Let's go. This is the Dharma Transmission Square. It was built to commemorate the immortal venerable preaching the Tao back then. Every station of my myriad Immortals Alliance has such a square. Flight is not prohibited within Guanzhen Island, but remember that your altitude cannot exceed the statue of the Immortal Venerable. Otherwise, you will inevitably be attacked by the myriad immortals' grand formation. Even if you are in the nascent soul realm, your body will perish and your Tao will vanish in moments. Although flying is not prohibited on the island, I advise you not to fly around randomly if there is no need. He Zhanghao led me, explaining in a low voice the matters that need attention on Guanzhen Island as we walked. Since it concerns life and death, I kept them firmly in mind. Passing through a corridor naturally woven from vines, we arrived in a quiet forest full of greenery.
This mirror is the Tianqian mirror of our Myriad Immortals Alliance.
In a clearing in the forest, a massive, ancient, and plain mirror was placed. From time to time, cultivators passed through the mirror surface, heading to unknown destinations. There were also cultivators coming out of the mirror and leaving directly. Legend has it that before the Immortal Venerable preached the Tao, this Tianqian mirror was just an ordinary mirror. Later, when the Immortal Venerable taught the Tao, this mirror reflected the Immortal Venerable's Dharma image and actually gave birth to a wisp of its own will. Later, it learned to cultivate like a cultivator, slowly evolving from a mortal object into the heaven and earth spirit treasure it is today. Most of the affairs for us cultivators in the Myriad Immortals Alliance are handled by this Tianqian mirror. It is said that this fellow holds a grudge very much, so you must be careful not to speak carelessly.
Go, enter the mirror.
As far as the eye could see, it was a separate space, and no other cultivators could be seen. It was as if I was in the void, with nothingness and darkness all around. This person is a newly advanced cultivator, here to join my Myriad Immortals Alliance at Guanzhen Island. Refer to Qi Condensation Initial Stage Cultivator, recorded as Medium Ding Merit, converted to 50 contribution points.
Current total contribution _points, 920 points. Since you have arrived here, little friend, I am relieved.
If you have any questions, feel free to ask the Tianqian mirror. I still have island guarding duties, so I won't accompany you further.
Many thanks, Senior. Divine Sense Fluctuation recorded. Independent space generated. Cultivator, please state your name. Li Fan. Cultivator Li Fan, welcome to the Myriad Immortals Alliance. As a benefit, you will be gifted 20 contribution points for free.
You can use contribution points to exchange for spirit stones, cultivation methods, magical treasures, etc. You can obtain contribution points by turning in supplies. Points by turning in supplies, completing tasks, trading with others, etc. Similarly, if you encounter a problem you cannot solve, you can also spend contribution points to post a bounty.
Your current total contribution points, 20.
As a cultivator who has newly joined the Myriad Immortals Alliance, you can reside in the Tianqian mirror for free for 30 days. After 30 days, you will need to pay contribution points to continue residing. Of course, you can also choose to spend contribution points to purchase your own cave abode on Guanzhen Island.
If I cannot survive in the Myriad Immortals Alliance, can I choose to leave and join the Five Elders Council?
Those who have joined the Myriad Immortals Alliance cannot join the Five Elders Council.
And vice versa. If violated, they will be hunted down by both sides jointly. I don't recall agreeing to join your Myriad Immortals Alliance yet? Once entering the Tianqian mirror and having one's divine sense recorded, it is regarded as voluntarily joining the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Then can I leave the Myriad Immortals Alliance, not join the Five Elders Council afterwards, and choose to be a rogue cultivator? Yes. However, if you choose to leave, all items obtained within the Myriad Immortals Alliance will be forcibly reclaimed. Please choose carefully. Afterwards, I asked the Tianqian mirror sentence by sentence, tirelessly. After a long time. I have no more questions for now. Very well, cultivator. If there are new questions. There are new questions, you can call upon me at any time. You can also view it yourself through divine sense. According to the Tianqian mirror, the spatial form here can be controlled by divine sense. With the manipulation of my divine sense, the space changed from a void into a simple and unadorned room. The interior decoration was exactly the same as in the Grand Tutor's manor in the Great Xian. The decorations and items in the room were almost exactly the same as the real ones, the difference was completely imperceptible. The Tianqian mirror, what an amazing treasure. Opening the mission panel again, the missions available for the Qi Condensation initial stage only pay 5 or 10 points. Really cultivating immortality but working like a beast of burden, you have a new visual transmission, please check it in time. View. I just entered this Guanzhen island, how is someone looking for me already? Big Brother Lee, you finally come.
Previously on Leoli Island, I was indebted to Big Brother Lee's care. I had no way to repay you, and leaving without saying goodbye that day added to my guilt.
It turns out to be Xiao Hung. In the current cultivation world, cultivation methods are hard to come by.
Newcomers often need 1 or 2 years to accumulate contribution points to exchange for a chi condensation stage cultivation method.
That was how it was for me back then.
Fortunately, since I started cultivating, I have frequently encountered fortuitous encounters. A year ago I just broke through to the late stage of chi condensation, and now I have reached the peak. I intend to go to the center of the Tsongyun Sea, the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace ruins, to search for wondrous items of heaven and earth and achieve my Tao foundation. Wondrous items are hard to find, this trip might take several years before I return. Before leaving, I have left a water attribute cultivation method for you.
Big Brother Lee, cultivate well.
It is best not to rashly leave the island before breaking through to the mid-stage of chi condensation.
When I return, I will definitely drink to my heart's content with Big Brother Lee.
Lesser amplification water art chi condensation stage cultivation method current number of cultivators, 0. This kid, his current cultivation realm far exceeds mine, yet he still keeps the kindness from back then in his heart. Looking at it this way, his character is indeed not bad. Besides the lesser amplification water art, Xiao Hong also gave me a copy of the Supreme Primordial True Scripture. Supreme Primordial True Scripture, Fragment. Ko Hong once said that by cultivating this technique, one can disperse their cultivation at will without much loss of cultivation base. I can cultivate the lesser amplification water art first, then find an excuse to leave Wanyan.
Consuming contribution points can activate the Taihang Mirror's assisted cultivation mode.
In this mode, the concentration of spiritual energy inside the Tianqian mirror increases to several times that of the outside world, almost comparable to top-tier grotto heavens.
Spirit enlightenment.
Furthermore, the Tianqian mirror grants the cultivator inside a state of spirit enlightenment. In this state, comprehension is significantly increased.
Cultivating methods becomes much easier.
This super cultivation state almost gave me the illusion that I was a peerless genius.
Cultivation became akin to enjoyment.
I was immersed in it, unable to extricate myself. When time was up, I abruptly withdrew from that incredibly smooth cultivation state. The cultivation speed under the assisted cultivation mode is more than 30 times that of my self-cultivation. This deep sense of disparity almost made me unable to resist exchanging for another day.
But thinking that I only had 10 contribution points left, I forcibly held back. Such a treasure should belong to me. No, at least not now.
The Tianqian mirror is the supreme treasure of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, its very foundation. Profound Zhou Lo heart refining scripture.
It's definitely not something the current me can covet. It's more realistic to earn contribution points. I know why the Tianqian mirror opened this assisted cultivation function.
Any cultivator who has experienced that super cultivation mode will find it hard to refuse trying it again. Plus, under the premise of spending the same amount of time, saving contribution points to turn on assisted cultivation is faster than the progress of burying one's head in bitter cultivation alone. This Myriad Immortals Alliance really has the cultivators firmly in the palm of their hand. Contribution points are a must, but compared to doing missions to earn them, exchange is the most time-saving and labor-saving way. If I take out the wondrous item of heaven and earth from the Taihang Ark, the halting steel fragment, it should exchange for quite a few contribution points. Anyway, after truth returning, the halting steel fragment will return, but the cultivation base can be retained.
But I still need to take a mission to leave Guanzhen Island to retrieve the Taihang Ark. Every inch of land on Guanzhen Island should be within the surveillance range of the Tianqian mirror. If it attracts the attention of a mighty figure, that would be troublesome. Although, truth returning can turn reality into void, that requires my consciousness to control it. What if a mighty figure takes action and directly freezes my divine sense, making me unable to think? No matter what, caution is my first rule of conduct. Leoli Island. A mission regarding Lular Island?
The Pill Room has issued a commission, recruiting people to go to Leoli Island to retrieve at least 20 Leoli pearls. Remuneration is determined by the quality and quantity of the Lyle pearls.
This mission couldn't be more suitable for me. To not expose the Taihang Ark, I spent 5
contribution points to buy the smallest storage ring as a cover. I spent another 1 contribution point to open the teleportation formation and return to Leoli Island. Quickly send people to get Leoli pearls for me, the more the better.
As you command, Immortal Master. Arriving at Lula Manor, I met Steward Xian, who was in charge of finances. Reporting to the Immortal Master, there are only 23 Leoli pearls left on the island currently. This is also all we have been able to collect on Leoli Island recently. Steward Xian. If the Immortal Master needs more, I'm afraid you'll have to wait another year or so. Oh? Has some accident happened?
I dare not deceive the Immortal Master. It seems that due to overfishing, schools of Leoli fish have become fewer and fewer recently. I'm afraid we have to wait for them to recover naturally for a period of time before fishing again.
I am aware of this matter now. Returning to Tingyu Tower, I released the Taihang Ark. Then I quickly completed the transfer of the gold, silver, and the halting steel fragment inside the Taihang Ark. After doing all this, I returned to the Leoli Island teleportation formation. Wanted to return directly to Guanzhen Island. Little friend, please wait. No need to be nervous. I just wanted to ask, would you be interested in the position of Island Guardian, little friend?
Of course, not for this Leoli Island, but for Taihang Island to the west of Leoli Island.
The Guardian of Taihang Island and I have a good relationship. He is currently facing a cultivation bottleneck and wants to go out to find opportunities. However, he has duties to fulfill and cannot leave without authorization. So he asked me if I had any suitable candidates to recommend. Seeing that you came to Leoli Island, I thought I'd ask you. To guard an island, one must at least have the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage, right? I am merely at the chi condensation initial stage. Can I really serve as this guardian?
Naturally, it is not an official guardian position. Instead, my friend will issue a targeted commission to you, and you will simply substitute for him as guardian.
For a while. Substitute. Targeted commission. Besides, Taihang isn't a large island.
With the Island Protection Grand Formation in place, a chi condensation stage cultivator is sufficient to look after it for a period of time. And as the recommender, I will naturally receive a certain share of the remuneration.
During the substitute guardianship, what is the maximum duration I can leave?
The Island Protection Grand Formation generally cycles once every 5 days. If you have business outside, it is best to return within 5 days. It is not advisable to go out more than 3 times a year. Every year, after collecting your contribution points, you can go to the Tianqian Mirror to exchange them for 5 days of assisted cultivation time. These 5 days are often worth more than half a year of ordinary bitter cultivation.
Good, then I agree to this matter.
However, I still need to wait until I return to Guanzhen Island to hand in my mission first.
That is natural. Little friend, you go first. Once things are prepared over at Taihang Island in a few days, I will go to the island to find you.
After bidding farewell to Yijianghao, I returned to Guanzhen Island. I delivered the Leoli pearls within the Tianqian Mirror.
Current total contribution points, 26 points.
The quality of this batch of Leoli pearls varied. In the end, I received a remuneration of 21 contribution points. Taking out the gold, silver, and the halting steel fragment from my storage ring, I requested to exchange them for contribution points.
A moment later, the Tianqian Mirror transmitted the results. A batch of gold and silver, convertible to 235 contribution points.
Wondrous item of heaven and earth, halting steel fragment.
Quality, flawed. Convertible to 1968 contribution points.
Suddenly becoming wealthy, I did not choose to spend lavishly immediately.
Instead, I first asked the Tianqian Mirror about my concerns. Are there any disasters expected to happen in the Kanjian Sea region recently? Cultivator, please do not worry. These are all normal movements of heaven and earth.
According to deductions, no major disasters will descend within the next 10 years.
All right. I would like to know information regarding the Leoli pill. Leoli pill, an auxiliary elixir, generally used from chi condensation to foundation establishment stage. After consumption, the heart becomes like Leoli, glazed glass, clear and transparent. Leoli. It can provide an effect similar to spirit enlightenment, increasing the comprehension of cultivation methods and cultivation speed. Furthermore, the effect can stack with the assisted cultivation of the Tianqian Mirror. Leoli pills are very sought after among chi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators. The price of one pill fluctuates between 5 and 6 contribution points. Leoli pill 6 contribution points. The Leoli fish are now nearly extinct, so the price of Lola pills is bound to rise with the tide. Therefore, I spent 2,100 contribution points and bought 350 Leoli pills in one go. By the way, I suddenly remembered something. The schools of Leoli fish at Leoli Island have nearly disappeared due to unknown reasons. Plus 1 contribution point. Important intelligence verified. The intelligence provider, Lifan, is granted 1 contribution point. Only 1 contribution point for important intelligence? Could it be that hoarding goods is seen as somewhat malicious behavior by the Tianxian mirror, so it only gave me a remuneration of 1 point? Does this Tianxian M mirror truly possess a will of its own? After I provided the intelligence, the market's reaction was quite rapid. The price of Leoli pills skyrocketed within a short period, surging from 6 points per pill to 9 points per pill. Leoli pill. 6 points, 9 points. Soon, the cultivators all heard the news that Leoli pearls were about to go extinct. And the sudden change in price also attracted the attention of uninformed people. The price of Leoli pills managed to rise again. It briefly reached the astonishing price of 12 points per pill. Lulapil equals 1 Z points. Seeing that the timing was about right, in order to sell them as quickly as possible, I chose to sell directly to the Tianxian mirror. The Tianxian mirror purchased my 350 Leoli pills at the high price of 10 points per pill. Plus 3,500 contribution points. I wasn't greedy either. With 3500 contribution points credited, my total contribution underscore points at this moment had reached as much as $3,629. The momentary explosion in the price of Leoli pills was just due to the stimulation of sudden news, causing cultivators to temporarily lose their rationality. Even if Leoli pills are scarce, they aren't worth that price. After everyone calmed down, the Leoli pills also returned to a relatively reasonable and stable price. 8 contribution points per pill. At this time, I bought back 100 Leoli pills for my own cultivation use. Through this operation, I increased my contribution points by 600, and on top of that, I got 100 Leoli pills for free. Introduction to Formations, Elementary Explanation of Alchemy, Artifact Refinement Basics, Cultivation World Treasure Compendium, and so on, regardless of whether they were useful or not, I just bought them all first. Protective Dharma robes, hidden chi talismans, elementary compound formations, elementary alchemy sets, and other items commonly used by cultivators, I bought them all to my heart's content. While my storage ring gradually filled up, my contribution points also plummeted rapidly, dropping to 346 points. After finishing my spending, I consumed a Leoli pill, turned on the assisted cultivation mode again, and began cultivating the lesser amplification water art. Water attribute spiritual energy surged forth, and I once again experienced what is called a genius's cultivation speed. In 5 days' time, I had already broken through to the peak of the Qi condensation mid-stage. Peak of Qi condensation mid-stage. No bottlenecks, success followed naturally, completely satisfying, leaving me wanting more. Afterward, I received a visit request from He Jianghao. Hidden Qi talisman, hides one's own cultivation base. I only let He Jianghao in after taking the Hidden Qi talisman out of my storage ring and wearing it. I have already arranged things with the Taihang Guardian. Next, I will take you to see him, you just need to accept the commission. You wear this on your body. Remember, when we meet later, do not talk too much. Leave everything to me. This is a prestige talisman. If I hadn't just bought an identical one, I really wouldn't have recognized this spirit talisman. The effect of this prestige talisman is the opposite of the hidden chi talisman. It is used to disguise oneself as a cultivator of a higher realm. He Jianghao giving me this prestige talisman is to make me disguise myself as a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Saying that a chi condensation stage cultivator is sufficient to guard an island territory was all a lie. He planned from the start to have me disguise myself as a foundation establishment cultivator to accept the commission from the Taihang Island Guardian, thereby earning the price difference. One must know, the contribution points spent to hire a foundation establishment stage cultivator versus hiring a chi condensation stage cultivator are worlds apart. This person has deep schemes, and his cultivation is far higher than mine. I definitely cannot form a deep friendship. Form a deep friendship with him. With no other choice, I had to put on the prestige talisman. Subsequently, I agreed to the visit request from the Taihang Island Guardian, Zhou Qingyong. Zhou Qingong. Zhou Qingong looked at me and was very satisfied.
He then immediately issued a targeted commission to He Jianghao. During the period Zhou Qingong out searching for opportunities, replace him in guarding Taihang Island.
Remuneration, 800 contribution points per year.
And after He Jianghao accepted the commission, he turned around and issued a
commission to me.
Fortunately, He Jianghao didn't make the deduction too outrageous, so I barely accepted this mission. After Zhou Qingong handed a jade token to He Jianghao, he left impatiently.
This is the Taihang Island Guardian token. With this item, you can control the Island Protection Grand Formation. Little friend, be sure to keep it safe and do not lose it.
I accepted the token and went to the Taihang Island Protect Taihang Grand Formation with He Jianghao. This Island Protection Grand Formation was not like the one on Leoli Island with its 1,000 towering peaks, it just looked like a bustling city. These people are the local specialty of Taihang Island, Taihang fruits. These fruits are just like real people, inside the city evolved from this spell formation, they work, live, marry, have children, and live out their entire lives. Consuming a mature Taihang fruit can increase the lifespan of a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage and below by 5 years.
It is only effective the first time each person consumes one. The required number of Taihang fruits to be handed over annually is 30.
You may keep any surplus for yourself, consider it a benefit of the guardian position.
Hand over 30. Taihang fruit times 60. Keep 30.
On average, you can save 2 Taihang fruits per year.
Inside the Tianxian mirror, the price of a Taihang fruit is generally around 90 to 100 contribution points.
So, little friend, the remuneration for acting as this temporary guardian is truly not low.
I have to thank you, senior.
That is true, but you, kid, also skimmed quite a bit off the top.
Easy now, easy now.
You originated from the island I guard, it is only proper that I guide and support you. As long as your cultivation base improves in the future, my efforts won't be in vain.
You broke through to the mid-stage of qi condensation?
Correct. I have a close relationship with Xiao Heng. Before he left behind a water attribute cultivation method for me. This cultivation method suits my affinity quite well, and my progress in cultivating it has been rapid.
I just broke through a few days ago.
Hee, little friend acts quite cautiously, you even used a qi concealing talisman.
If my cultivation method wasn't special, I nearly would have noticed. It's understandable.
Being careful prevents big mistakes. However, I didn't expect your relationship with that Xiao Heng to be so good that he specifically left a cultivation method for you. That Xiao Heng is truly a heavenly talent. He has only been cultivating for a few years, yet he is already about to reach foundation establishment. His future is limitless. It is highly likely he will achieve the golden core, and even the nascent soul in the future. Little friend, having such a deep friendship with him shows you truly have deep karmic fortune. Being able to meet you, senior, is also a fortunate event.
It just so happens that a Taihang fruit has matured right now.
I will demonstrate for you, little friend, how to harvest this Taihang fruit.
The corpse is emitting a strange fragrance, this is the mature fruit? Truly a wondrous fruit. Little friend, you haven't eaten this Taihang fruit yet, right?
Why not taste one first? This fruit seems to be enticing me to eat it, the fragrance it emits is getting richer and riche. This aroma is making me unhorier and unhoarder.
Hungrier and hunkier.
I hesitate no longer and swallow this Taihang fruit whole. The hunger instantly vanishes, as if I had just eaten a grand feast. On the Truth Returning panel, my maximum physiological age has indeed increased by 5 years. Name, Li Fan Realm, mid-stage of Qi condensation physiological age, 47/204, up, mental age 510/2169. A wondrous item that increases lifespan is truly extraordinary. It's just that its appearance before maturity is a bit strange, looking exactly like a human. This Taihang fruit is transformed from humans, so of course it looks like them. What I just ate was a person. Strictly speaking, the Taihang fruit belongs to the fruit category, it is not a human. This brings us to the origin of this Taihang fruit. 500 years ago, this Taihang island was just a very ordinary island. But one day, everything changed. That's Taihang Island, right? I feel like I haven't seen people from Taihang Island go out to sea in a long time.
Now that you mention it, that seems true.
Mortals from the surrounding islands noticed that they hadn't seen residents of Taihang Island for a long time.
Driven by curiosity, someone sailed to Taihang Island, wanting to investigate what happened. Unexpectedly, several waves of people went, but none returned. Realizing the situation was wrong,
people hurriedly reported this matter to the island guardian at the time. That guardian was already a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. Even so, after seeing what had happened on Taihang Island, he fell into deep terror. All the mortals on the island had vanished. And the city where mortals originally gathered had, at some point, grown tree after tree with lush branches and leaves, just like a primeval forest. Hanging from the branches of those trees were human-faced fruits. When the breeze blew, the human faces on the fruits would reveal a chilling smile. That Golden Core guardian, recovering from his shock, went down into the city to investigate. Not a single mortal on the whole island survived, they had all turned into human-faced fruits. But exactly why this bizarre event occurred, this Golden Code guardian could not figure out either. So he had no choice but to report the matter. The Myriad Immortals Alliance sent specialists to investigate, but no one knows what specific conclusion was reached. It's just that later, all the big trees in the city were cut down, and Taihang Island was restored to its vitality and original appearance. The Myriad Immortals Alliance also built a grand formation here and assigned personnel to guard it and harvest the fruits. And those human-faced fruits lived within the formation as if nothing had happened.
Looking at it this way, aren't these Taihang fruits people? How are they people? They have absolutely no intellect of their own and act entirely on instinct.
If one must say, they at most only retain some lingering obsessions of humanity. This matter is too mysterious.
Whether these Taihang fruits are people or not became unimportant after their lifespan increasing effects were discovered by cultivators. Let alone these Taihang fruits, even if they were real people, if eating them could increase lifespan, they wouldn't escape the fate of being eaten. Since then, I have been stationed here on Taihang Island. I must say, the position of Island Guardian is actually quite relaxing. I devoted almost all my time to painstack cultivation. After mastering some simple small spells, I decided to start cultivating the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter. This cultivation method from the ancient Heavenly Mystery sect is truly obscure and difficult to understand. It is vastly different from the lesser amplification water art I cultivated before, as if they are products of completely different systems. Just like that, a year passed, and my comprehension of the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter was barely at the entry level. Lesser amplification water art late stage of chi condensation cultivation method current number of cultivators, 0. I returned to Guanzhen Island and collected my remuneration for being the temporary guardian, 800 contribution points. Then I exchanged them for the late stage portion of the lesser amplification water art. After another 5 days of cultivation under the Tianxian Mirror's assisted cultivation mode, I fatally felt that I was not far from the late stage of chi condensation. While my duty as the temporary guardian remained, I reluctantly returned to Taihang Island. Cultivation miscellaneous records. Bottleneck? Heaven's bane? You mean I am only one step away from the late stage of chi condensation? Cultivation miscellaneous records states that this kind of bottleneck cannot be broken through by bitter cultivation alone. One must find the opportunity within one's own unseen intuition to dissolve it and successfully break through. Heaven's bane. The existence of this bottleneck is like a calamity sent down by the heavens to obstruct cultivators in their practice. Thus, cultivators also call it Heaven's bane. Knowing that a breakthrough could not be forced in a short time, I temporarily put aside the practice of the lesser amplifica Taihang water art and switched to cultivating the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter. Now that I have entered the gateway of the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter, I can begin Cultiva-. I went to Guanzhen Island to collect my proxy payment and exchanged for cultivation insights on ancient techniques, using them to assist in understanding the technique. Subsequently, I turned on the assisted Cultiva mode in the Tianxian Mirror. Just reading these insights, verifying and cross-referencing them with the experience I summarized over the past year. It was like enlightenment, all the difficulties I couldn't figure out before were now all answered. I immediately rushed back to Taihang Island to begin closed-door cultivation. Cultivating at this time, it was indeed incomparable to before. The obscure and difficult parts of the technique had all been clarified, so naturally, there were no obstacles in cultivation. My mind was immediately immersed in it. Cultivation knows no passage of time.
On this day, golden mist-like spiritual energy suddenly appeared in my dantian. The second layer of the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden chapter was finally mastered. Now I have comprehended the fundamental divine ability of the technique, discern mechanism. Let me see exactly what the so-called heaven and earth chi mechanism looks like.
What is going on? Taihang Island, which is currently in daytime, is actually shrouded in black chi like the underworld. Try again. How can this be? Water mirror technique. What is this situation? Could it be that there is a problem with this Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden chapter? I am inside the Island Protection Grand Formation. And Taihang Island is located in the central region of the Zhongyun Sea. This is within the sphere of influence of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Who could cause such dense death chi to generate around me? Regardless of whether it is true or false, let's go to Guanzhen Island to avoid the calamity first. Why is there no reaction from the teleportation formation? Use the communication spirit talisman He Zhenghao gave me. Senior He. Senior He. Can you hear me? Now it can be completely confirmed. A bizarre change has indeed occurred. Continuing to stay on Taihang Island is a dead end. I cannot sit and wait for death. Right now, only Guanzhen Island is the safest place. From Taihang Island to Guanzhen Island, it takes about 2 or 3 months to fly. Fortunately, when I went on a shopping spree earlier, I bullied quite a few spirit stones. Wait. The sea surface seems calm, but I can sense that the world outside the Great Formation is filled with killing intent. Once I exit the Island Protection Grand Formation, I will undoubtedly die. Now I can't go anywhere. I have been in closed-door cultivation for a long time this time and know nothing about outside matters. I might as well ask the mortals on the island. Taihang Island Lord's Manor. Immortal Master have mercy, Immortal Master have mercy, save us. What exactly happened? Speak quickly. Reporting to the Immortal Master, we really can't go on living like this. The heavens haven't rained for a full half year. The fresh water and food on the island are almost all consumed. If this goes on, everyone will starve to death. Hasn't rained for half a year? Surely something major is about to happen. The fish in the coastal waters have been fished out, and none of the fleets that went out to the deep sea to fish have returned alive. Everyone is really about to starve to death. Everyone is about to starve to death, so why haven't I seen you lose any weight? I have already probed the kitchen in your manor. What do you have to say? This, Immortal Master spare. All those in charge on the island, listen up. The Island Lord has been executed by me. You all, come to the Island Lord's manor to see me immediately. A moment later, several stewards came before me trembling with fear. Amidst the tearful complaints of these people, I finally understood what had happened during my year of closed-door cultivation. The drought began half a year ago. The fresh water sources on the island dried up after many days without rain. For food, they could initially rely on catching fish in the coastal waters, but as the weather got hotter and hotter, no fish could be caught around the island anymore, and the fleets that went out all went and never returned. Taihang Island fell into famine. In just 1 month, 1/3 of the island's population died. Who knows how many tragedies occurred? If I had come out of seclusion any later, I'm afraid I wouldn't have even seen a few living people. Matters having reached this stage, I cannot stand by and do nothing. Fortunately, when leaving Great Shin back then, the Taihang Ark was filled with grain. There is a dust cleansing formation inside the Ark, so the grain naturally wouldn't spoil. Thus, I took out the grain from the Ark to give to the mortals for emergency use. When the people on the island saw that the Immortal Master had brought life-saving grain, they all excitedly knelt on the ground, kowtowing incessantly. At this time, there were not many mortals left on the island. The grain inside the Taihang Ark, if eaten sparingly, should be enough to support these people on the island for a few months. Half a month later, using basic formation knowledge, I built a crude seawater desalination formation. The mortals regained sufficient drinking water and food, gradually recovering their vitality. After personally building a formation, I don't know what kind of change has occurred outside. Violent spiritual energy is raging, going out is a dead end. If I stay on Taihang Island, once the Island Protection Grand Formation is destroyed, it will also mean death. Is this heaven releasing killing intent? The Island Protection Grand Formation is an immanentanger, I have nowhere to hide.
The mortals on Taihang Island have recovered their vitality, so I can be considered to have fulfilled my duty as guardian. Although I am unwilling, I have no other choice.
Wait.
The violent spiritual energy outside seems not to be targeted at mortals. The fishermen leaving the island didn't die because of the violent spirit ion energy, but because of the lack of fresh water, food, and the scorching weather. If I use the supreme primordial true scripture to dissolve my entire cultivation base and temporarily become immortal again,
then pilot the Taihang Ark, I can reach Guanzhen Island. Find life in the face of death. I am currently cultivating 2 cultivation methods.
One is the lesser amplification water art, and the other is the Thousand Mist Rise Jade Cosmos Golden chapter of the ancient Heavenly Mystery sect.
One is a new method, and the other is an old.
The cultivation style of the new method is to plunder heaven and earth. It is precisely because of this that it incites the malice of heaven and earth. Nowadays, heaven and earth have laid down layer upon layer of killing intent, targeting the cultivators who practice the new method.
The Supreme returns to the primordial. What if I only disperse the new method, but retain the realm of the old method? Would the killing intent between heaven and earth be a little less?
As the cultivation method circulated, the water attribute spiritual energy gained from cultivating the lesser amplification water art slowly dissipated,
transforming into a stream of pure energy, settling in my dantian.
The lesser amplification water art has been completely dispersed,
and I did not feel any discomfort.
This supreme primordial true scripture is indeed miraculous. The killing intent of heaven and earth permeating the outside world suddenly weakened. Unfortunately, the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden chapter is still cultivated according to the current method of plundering heaven and earth.
The malice of heaven and earth has not completely dissipated. Going out now would still be life-threatening. I hardened my heart and continued to disperse my cultivation.
Soon, another stream of pure energy appeared within my dantian. The 2 streams of energy were originally formed from different cultivation methods, yet at this moment, they merged together without any conflict. At this moment, my realm has already reverted to that of a mortal. According to the description in the true scripture, the pure energy obtained from dispersing cultivation can be maintained in the dantian for about 100 years.
But it doesn't matter. As long as I return to Guanzhen Island, I can CKLY recultivate it back. I piloted the Taihang Ark and slowly flew out of the island protection grand formation. Violent hot spiritual chi raged, dyeing the distant sky an orange-red color. I was already immortal, so this sky-filling Rio 2 spiritual chi only whistled past me and did not launch an attack. I flew towards Guanzhen Island at full speed. On the way, I passed by quite a few islands. The people on these islands were all completely dead, without any breath of life. 3 months later, I arrived at the location where Guanzhen Island originally was. I opened the map and compared it 4 or 5 times, but I still couldn't believe my eyes. The formerly vast Guanzhen Island had completely disappeared. Only a giant black hole remained, lying empty across the ocean. The surrounding seawater poured endlessly towards the black hole, but evaporated into water vapor the moment it touched the edge of the black hole. Due to the extremely high temperature above the black hole, the air was entirely distorted. Guanzhen Island, is it just gone like that? What kind of power could do all this? The malice of the heavenly Tao? The countless cultivators coming and going on Guanzhen Island, the Dharma transmission square with 10,000 statues, and the myriad immortals grand formation that could instantly kill a nascent soul. In the face of this sudden disaster, cultivators also became just like mortals, no different from ants. Flee. Flee from this damned place. Flee this sea. Go to the continent. Just like that, I flew for I don't know how long amidst the chaos in my brain. Suddenly, the Taihang Ark seemed to collide with something and was forced to stop. Fortunately, there was a protective spell formation, otherwise the Ark would have been destroyed and I would have died. Under the violent impact, although I suffered some minor injuries, I also calmed down because of it. Far ahead of the Taihang Ark was a continuous coastline. The continent was not far from here. I manipulated the Taihang Ark, attempting to fly forward. But I could not advance a single inch. An invisible shield separated the Songyun Sea from the continent not far away. Entry is permitted, exit is forbidden. Heh, it seems I have become a turtle in a jar. Before activating, truth returning, I wanted to gather more information, so I roamed the Songyun Sea. I passed by Yelon Island where Inyusion was. The island was like the others, with no survivors. I passed by Leoli Island. He Zhenghao was nowhere to be found.
Corpses littered the ground, and there were no signs of life either.
All the islands I passed had turned into lands of death.
Occasionally, I met cultivators who had survived like me, but they had all gone mad.
Ghost, it's a ghost.
Finally, somehow, I returned to Taihang Island.
Again.
Here, I felt a long-lost vitality.
Perhaps, in the entire Songyun Sea, these are the only living people left.
They still didn't know what changes had occurred right outside the island, and their faces still revealed smiles of surviving a disaster.
Perhaps ignorance is also a blessing.
Savior Immortal Master bless us with good weather for the crops in the future, and food to eat every year. Savat Immortal Master bless us with good weather for the crops in the future, and food to eat every year.
Savior Immortal Master.
Savior Immortal Master bless us with good weather for the crops in the future, and food to eat every year.
I don't know when the Taihang Island villagers actually built a temple. They even enshrined a statue of me. Savior Immortal Master. Let it be. I will protect you for as long as I can.
However, wanting to protect mortals under the killing intent of heaven and earth was obviously not an easy task. The real disaster had actually just begun. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, there was still no sign of rain. The sea level began to drop, and the seawater began to recede continuously from the island. Even with the seawater desalination formation, it became increasingly difficult for the mortals of Taihang Island to obtain water.
I was also helpless. How could I contend with the great cataclysm?
The only good news was that, during these 3 years, perhaps because the vast majority of cultivators in the Songyun Sea had died, the killing intent between heaven and earth targeting cultivators also slowly dissipated. I also took this opportunity to recultivate to the mid-stage of chi condensation.
When I no longer have the ability to shelter you, I will return to the anchor point. Wait, why is there a hint of white hidden within this black death chi? Where does the life force come from? I operated mechanism analysis to the limit and discovered that the life force of everyone on Taihang Island corresponds to me.
But not me myself, rather something on my person that I had almost forgotten.
Wondrous item of heaven and earth, Sunhai.
Unlike when I first saw it over 10 years ago, at this moment it had turned an azure blue, its whole body containing rich water vapor. As if a vast sea was truly being nurtured within it. Where a vast sea passes, a vast sea is naturally born. Where a vast sea passes. I piloted the Taihang Ark and flew to an altitude of 10,000 meters, wanting to observe the current Songyun Sea. The Zhonghuayan Sea below, due to the long drought, had large swaths of seabed beginning to be exposed. Submarine mountain ranges gradually revealed their true faces. And the original islands of the Songyun Sea were impressively the peaks off these mountain ranges. Fellow Taoist, if you get out, you can come to Lingtian City in the Songyun mountain range to find me.
Songyun Sea, Kanjiwan Mountain.
So they are the same place. In my previous life, when my lifespan was nearing its end, by a stroke of luck, I broke through the blockade of the Great Immortal Sever Ing formation and arrived in the cultivation world for the first time. The scene I saw back then was a continuous
mountain range.
Yet in this life, after arriving in the cultivation world, I found myself above a vast ocean. Before this, I hadn't thought much of it, assuming it was just a difference in the
Leportation location.
It wasn't until today, seeing the dried-up Songyun Sea and witnessing the birth of the wondrous item Sanhai, that I finally understood. The place I arrived at after passing through the Great Immortal Severing Formation is indeed the same location. It is simply that the times I arrived in the cultivation world were different. In my previous life when I came to the cultivation world, it was Anchor Year 65.
Anchor Year 64. Songyun Mountain Range. Kanjiun Sea. Anchor Year 20.
But in this life, I entered the cultivation world in Anchor Year 19. A gap of 45 years, once encountering a vast sea, once encountering a group of mountains. If I could have connected the various anomalies Zhang Haobo mentioned earlier with the differences seen between the two times, perhaps I could have detected this great cataclysm in advance. Now that I know that Songyun Sea is the Songyun mountain range, I finally see hope for this disaster to recede. In Anchor Year 50, Kohong and Dao Xuanzi broke into Great Xian. At that time, they claimed to come from Lingtian City in the Songyun mountain range.
Presumably, before that TME, this drought would have already passed. The dried-up ocean will transform into vibrant mountain. It is currently Anchor Year 34, not far from that time.
Waiting without hope is the most tormenting thing, but after knowing the final result, the seemingly endless flame disaster no longer feels so terrifying. I calmed my mood and returned to Taihang Island. I transmitted my voice across the entire island, telling them that this disaster would eventually pass. Having received instructions from the Immortal Master, the residents on the island were ecstatic, and one after another, their hope for survival was reignited. As for me, I entered closed-door cultivation and took out the wondrous item Sanhai again. Does the glimmer of survival lie within this? I poured my divine sense into it, but it vanished in an instant. It seems that to use it, I will have to put in some effort. Without the Tianxian mirror right now, I can only fumble around on my own. Next, I made numerous attempts. Pouring in spiritual energy, nurturing it with divine sense, and even bombarding it with external force. In the end, I even tried the method of refining it with blood drops. But the Sanhai pearl remained completely indifferent, and I was unable to mobilize the majestic water vapor contained within. Finally, I recalled that in the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden chapter, there are methods to sense and refine the chi mechanisms from various spiritual items.
A deep blue radiance. A deep blue radiance surrounded the Sanhai pearl.
Ancient, profound, vibrant, although the Sanhai pearl is small, its chi mechanism is extremely complex and powerful.
It represents the vast sea itself.
It is currently in a state of nurturing and dormancy. If I didn't use mechanism analysis to observe carefully, I wouldn't be able to distinguish it. I cautiously sensed the chi mechanism of the Sanhai pearl. Suddenly, I felt my own body disappear. I felt as if I had suddenly arrived above the 9 heavens, looking down at the ocean below with a bird's eye view.
A certain will between heaven and earth descended.
Thus, the ocean began to march toward death. Heaven births and heaven kills. This is the principle of the Tao. Heaven desires to burn the sea, and the sea is powerless to resist. But he refused to accept it. Thus, although the vast sea passes, another vast sea is born. Suddenly, a sense of weakness washed over me, and I broke free from that free from that wondrous state. Before I even had time to reflect on the scenes I saw earlier, I almost couldn't stand steady. Unknown to me, I had gained some white hair, and fine wrinkles had appeared on my face. This was merely from a split second of aligning with the Sanhai pearl's chi mechanism. I opened the Truth Returning panel again and gasped in shock. Name, Li Fan Realm, Chi Condensation Midstage Physiological Age, 89/199 Mental Age 517/2280, up. In just that split second, my physiological age jumped directly from 54 to 86. In an instant, it was as if 35 years had passed. No wonder that even in the ancient heavenly mystery sect, very few people cultivated this cultivation method. Just contacting the will of Sanhai for an instant caused my lifespan to be consumed at a rapid speed. If not for my lifespan being consumed too quickly causing my body to issue a spontaneous warning, I'm afraid I would have been inexplicably assimilated by the well of Sanhai.
At that point, whether I could still activate Truth Returning would be hard to say.
I must have gotten the method wrong. Controlling a wondrous item of heaven and earth cannot possibly be done this way. The sensory scale of time for humans compared to heaven, earth, mountains, rivers, and the vast sea is simply not on the same magnitude.
But how exactly can one control a wondrous item of heaven and earth?
Time passed day by day, and I still hadn't figured out how to use the Sanhai pearl. The weather also became increasingly hot, as if to perform a final, thorough purification of the Songyun Sea. The mortals on the island gradually became so weak they didn't even have the strength to pray. If this continued, the mortals might die before waiting for this flame disaster to pass. I also couldn't help but become somewhat restless, with distracting thoughts growing in my mind.
Profound yellow heart refining incantation. To calm my mind,
I involuntarily began to circulate the long-neglected profound yellow heart refining incantation. I haven't deliberately cultivated the profound yellow heart refining incantation for a long time. Because it doesn't help much with the substantial improvement of my Cultivating base, and even if I don't actively cultivate it, it runs slowly on its own. At this moment, as the heart refining incantation circulated, the negative emotions in my heart, unease, fear, impotence, all slowly disappeared, becoming nourishment to strengthen my Tao heart. With my heart becoming calm again, I suddenly had a realization.
The opportunity for my breakthrough lies with the Sanhai pearl.
I have been trapped in the chi condensation midstage for several years now, unable to advance an inch. After cultivating both cultivation methods to the chi condensation midstage, I still couldn't find my own fated chance. Yet at this moment, I suddenly felt a vague opportunity for a breakthrough. The opportunity is to use my own consciousness to contact and comprehend that Sanhai Pearl. I naturally know how dangerous this is, but it absolutely coexists with opportunity. I vaguely felt that if the profound yellow heart refining incantation and the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter were circulated simultaneously, they could help me resist the assimilation of that Sanhai will. My mind went into a trance, as if I had become a vast sea again, watching the world change.
The sun rose and the moon set, the stars moved and constellations shifted, clouds drifted and rain scattered.
All of this accelerated thousands and 10 now. Thousands and 10 now sands of times, flashing rapidly before my eyes. In just a single thought, it felt as if centuries had passed. An aura of remoteness, antiquity, and vicissitudes gradually tainted my consciousness. Just then, a stream of cool aura suddenly surged out. Like a clear spring in the mountains, it slowly washed away the mottled markings of time. I also gradually regained my own consciousness. At this moment, the consumption of my lifespan is still many times that of normal cultivation, and human emotions like joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness have been infinitely diluted. But now I can already mobilize a sliver of the Sanhai Pearl's power. My divine sense was strengthened hundreds and thousands of times. With a light movement, it covered the entire Taihang Island. Without stopping, my consciousness was like ripples, extending rapidly outward. One by one, islands devoid of life appeared in my mind. Through my divine sense, I saw that beneath a certain island, a volcano that had been extinguished was reignite by the influence of the flame disaster. I saw that in various hidden corners of the Tsongyun Sea, a few cultivators still remained. I saw many secrets in the Tsongyun Sea that were usually hidden and only revealed in these end times. However, none of these had anything to do with me. Quickly retracting my divine sense, I mobilized the Sanhai Pearl, attracting the residual water vapor between heaven and earth and the Tsongyun Sea to gather above Taihang Island. Thus, the surviving humans on Taihang Island finally awaited the long overdue heavy rain. People wept with joy. The heavy rain lasted for half a shurchen. I manipulated that Sanhai Pearl to spontaneously extract water vapor every half-month to rain once on Taihang Island, thereby guaranteeing the survival of the mortals on the island. After doing all this, I incarnated as the vast sea, quietly obese serving this world, feeling the various auras flowing between heaven and earth, feeling the will of heaven and earth. 1 year, 2 years, the passage of time was no longer important to me. The more I gazed at the sky, the more my comprehension grew. Over the years, I thought the killing intent pervading heaven and earth and the Tsongyun Sea had gradually faded. But now I realize that the killing intent of heaven and earth has never decreased, it still exists now. Cultivators plunder heaven and seas from the earth, so the heavenly Tao naturally generates killing intent. However, the heavenly Tao does not act directly, heavens emits killing intent and has established a cultivator elimination plan. Thus, the embodiment of the laws of the heavenly Tao, the souls of heaven and earth, emerged as the times required. Soul of heaven and earth lower flame. Their mission is to exterminate the cultivators who rebel against heaven and earth. At the same moment I saw the soul of heaven and earth, countless pieces of information suddenly appeared in my mind. The soul of heaven and earth has no thoughts of its own and will only act according to established instincts. To cultivators, the soul of heaven and earth is extremely dangerous. They are the laws themselves, slaughtering cultivators is as easy for them as killing chickens or butchering sheep. Once targeted, it basically means a situation of certain death. But at the same time, as the incarnation of the great Tao's laws, the soul of heaven and earth also represents a heavenly opportunity for cultivators. It is said, sacrifice the soul of heavens and earth to integrate oneself with the Tao. Once a cultivator can ritually refine a soul of heaven and earth, no matter what their cultivation base was before, they can instantly achieve the Tao integration realm. Eat him. If you eat him you can prove the great Tao, if you eat him you can ascend in broad daylight. Sensing my gaze, Shi Yen turned his head. Our eyes met. The seawater within that Sanhai Pearl boiled in an instant. I immediately retracted my gaze, and while alleviating the scorching sensation coming from that Sanhai Pearl, I frantically circulated the profound yellow heart refining incantation to dissolve the rolling greed in my heart. Fortunately, he only glanced once before withdrawing his gaze. Perhaps in Shi Yan's eyes, I was merely an unformed Sanhai consciousness, so he paid no more attention after a mere glance. He turned back to continue scorching the Tsongyun Sea. Reason and desire tore at my soul. Two diametrically opposed thoughts almost tore my consciousness in half alive. I could only struggle to maintain the operation of the profound yellow heart refining incantation to preserve my doubt here. I don't know how much time passed before the storm caused by greed gradually subsided. I still felt lingering fear and dared not pry again. Being able to preserve my consciousness after prying into the heavenly secrets this time was already a great fortune. I felt a faint gain in my heart, and just as my consciousness was about to leave that Songhai Pearl and return to my own body, I discovered an extremely awkward matter. I had been merged with that Songhai Pearl's consciousness for too long, already exceeding the limit a chi condensation stage cultivator could bear. My body's lifespan was exhausted. If my consciousness weren't still connected to that Songhai Pearl, I would have already died of old age. I'm afraid this lifetime's cultivation must end here. Although I feel some pity, I do not regret it. I learned the truth behind the drastic changes in that Songyun Sea, saw the soul of heaven and earth, Qi Yan, and personally
comprehended the mechanism of heaven and earth. My harvest cannot be said to be small.
Even if this lifetime ends now, I can accept it. But I don't plan to end this lifetime just yet.
Since I am here, I might as well make the best of it.
Since my consciousness is already trapped in that Songhai Pearl, I might as well take this opportunity to comprehend the chi mechanism of heaven and earth again. As long as I don't court death by prying into the soul of heaven and earth again, just simply comprehending the chi mechanism shouldn't be a problem. I mobilized a strand of pure power from that Songhai Pearl to protect my body, preventing it from rotting.
Now that my consciousness lacks the nourishment of a body,
it is like water without a source, a tree without roots. It will be gradually consumed within that Songhai Pearl. According to my estimation, I can hold on for at most another dozen years or so. If I can utilize this time well, I may not necessarily fail to gain something more. I observed the flow of the chi mechanism of heaven and earth, observed the rising and setting of the sun, moon, and stars. I watched the remaining life in that Songyun Sea pass away one after another. I felt the indifferent, eternal, and unchanging
killing intent between heaven and earth.
Just like that, in the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. Anchor year 40, the Songyun Sea had long since completely dried up, becoming a veritable deadland. Only on Taihang Island, under my protection, did a small number of mortals survive. That red figure that had been standing in the sky finally disappeared. His mission was completed, so naturally, he dissipated along with it. No one can say for sure where in the cultivation world he might appear again one day. I gazed in the direction where Qi Yan disappeared, my mind settling into that Songhai Pearl once again. As time passed, my consciousness became weaker and weaker. As if having lost the ability to think for myself, I could only silently observe this world from the perspective of that Songhai Pearl.
In the second year after Qi Yan disappeared, several cultivators wore ing green Taoist robes arrived at the Songyun Sea.
With the casting of spell after spell, heavy rain finally fell from the sky after a long absence. Subsequently, more cultivators arrived.
Green light bloomed on the dried-up seabed. Vegetation representing the breath of life appeared on the earth.
A clear breeze blew past, and trees rose from
the ground.
In just a year's time, those stretches of scorched earth became full of vitality once again. The Songyun Sea also completed its transformation into the Songyun mountain range. A city standing in the sky was built above the Songyun mountain range, attracting more and more cultivators from all over the world. Anchor year 48, a foundation establishment stage cultivator returned to the Songyun Sea. He came to the former Leoli island, now the Lula mountain range, with a sorrowful expression. My divine sense swept over, and seeing this scene, I also felt a burst of emotion.
I know this person.
It is Zhang Haobo, who decided to migrate out of the Songyun Sea earlier because of the
unease in his heart.
Over 20 years have passed. I wonder what encounters he had to actually become a foundation establishment cultivator. Scenes from this lifetime flashed rapidly through my mind. My consciousness was about to dissipate.
Before completely disappearing, my consciousness returned to my own body.
More than 10 years of comprehending the chi mechanism of heaven and earth caused the bottleneck hindering my realm breakthrough to suddenly dissipate.
Late stage condensation.
The spiritual energy of heaven and earth swarmed in, and my cultivation base instantly broke through to the late stage of chi condensation.
Truth returning. This simulation has ended.
You may choose one of the following options to retain. 1. An item held by yourself in this simulation.
2. Your cultivation realm in this simulation.
3. The simulation memories of a person closely related to you in this simulation.
This memory can be inherited by that person.
4. Forgo the above choices and speed up the charging progress.
Retain cultivation realm.
I already know that Songhai Pearl is on Luyun Island, I'll just go get it when the time comes. As I made my decision, two familiar streams of spiritual energy AP paired out of thin air within my dantian.
Late stage of chi condensation. An inexplicable fluctuation descended upon me.
A moment later, the spiritual energy within my dantian surged out like river water, sweeping through my whole body, transforming my body and raising my realm. The immortal mortal miasma vanished in an instant, disappearing incredibly thoroughly. The effect was far superior to the forced expulsion via the body-purifying spirit pool formation in my previous life. The fluctuation just now was the will of heaven and earth, the power of laws. In my previous life, through that Songhai Pearl, I observed the operation of the chi mechanism of heaven and earth for over a decade, so I could recognize it at a glance.
If the immortal mortal miasma is the will of heaven and earth that keeps immortals and mortals eternally separated, then the fluctuation just now was completely the opposite. The immortal mortal miasma that has plagued the cultivation world for thousands of years actually disappeared so easily. Truth returning is truly incredible.
The road of immortal cultivation is extremely difficult, especially in this world, where cultivators plunder heaven and earth, and the world is filled with killing intent. In my previous life, I had just entered the cultivation world when I met that Su Changyu. I thought his will was extraordinary and his heart was set on the Tao, so he would surely achieve something. Who would have thought he would die inexplicably after just a few days? On the contrary, that inconspicuous Xiao Hung beside him possessed heavenly talent. He had hopes of foundation establishment within just a few years. Both he Zhenghao and I thought he would surely achieve the great Tao of the Golden Core in his lifetime, but who would have thought? Heaven and earth have long since laid down killing intent. All living beings in the Tsongyun Sea, whether successful or frustrated for a time, whether cultivators or mortals, are long destined to be unable to escape death. Only that ordinary fisherman, Zhang Haobua, after escaping a calamity, had other fortuitous encounters and became a
foundation establishment cultivator.
The affairs of the world are unpredictable, nothing more so than this.
Heaven emits killing intent, desiring to execute cultivators. Naturally, cultivators cannot perceive it. This is also why when I asked the Tianqian mirror if there were any disasters, the Tianqian mirror answered no. It was merely blinded by the heavenly secrets. According to calculations, no major disasters will descend within the next 10 years. Then why did the Manhua Chamber of Commerce seem to have noticed it long ago, ordering all their subordinates to withdraw from the Tsongyun Sea? And would it not remind the myriad Immortals Alliance sitting by and watching countless living beings lose their lives? There must be something fishy in this. If there is a chance in this lifetime, I must get to the bottom of it. The cultivation world is incomparably dangerous. Before the void transformation charging is complete, it is better not to step into it rashly. Now that I cultivate the profound yellow heart refining incantation, the charging speed has greatly increased. The time of arrival in the cultivation world this time should be more than 10 years earlier than in the previous life. I remember that during these 10 years,
a major event seemed to have occurred in the Tsongyun Sea. In this lifetime, relying on foresight, I can plan ahead.
Great Xian Nation, Jelly Mountain. Erlang, let's rest for a while. We've been walking for most of the day, I really can't walk anymore. There are tigers and wild beasts occasionally appearing in the mountains here, it's not safe to rest here. I know there is a hidden cave not far ahead. If you are really tired, we can just go there to rest. Erlang, are there really any immortals in this mountain?
Definitely, I saw one with my own eyes.
Since 5 years ago, it's like you've been possessed.
You drill into this jelly mountain whenever you have free time. I don't know how many trips you've made back and forth, but I haven't seen you actually find an immortal.
If you ask me, you should give up on this idea sooner rather than later. Seeking immortals and asking the Tao is too vague and illusory.
In my opinion, you should just practice martial arts properly like me. Wang Xuanba, how come you've become as long-winded as my mother? If you say any more nonsense, you can go down the mountain by yourself first.
Erlang, ahead, there's giant python. Xuanba. Damn it, are we going to die here? Ever since that evening, when I saw the peerless figure of an immortal flying through the air in this jelly mountain with my own eyes, I have been obsessed with seeking immortals and asking the Tao. So I went deep into the mountains countless times, just wanting to find this immortal and take him as my master. Who would have thought that instead of finding the immortal, I will lose my life here today? What is happening? Why are there suddenly so many wild beasts coming out to attack the giant python? Could this be immortal methods? Immortal Master. It's you, isn't it? Immortal Master. This child isn't bad. His constitution seems a bit special, and his heart seeking the Tao is also quite firm. Unfortunately, I haven't even established a formal foothold myself, so how can I teach you? It's better to wait until the time is right in the future, then I will give you a fortune. It wasn't in vain that I painstakingly studied for 9 years, this formless killing intent is indeed extraordinary. In this lifetime, because I am already at the late stage of chi condensation, to avoid the influence of the immortal mortal miasma on me, I simply came to this jelly mountain to live in seclusion. Since there is no spiritual energy in the immortal forsaken land, I spent the vast majority of my time comprehending the chi mechanism of heaven and earth that I observed in my previous life. Working day and night for 9 years with painstaking effort, I finally gained something and comprehended the formless killing intent from it. Once the formless killing intent is unleashed, it can disguise itself as the heavenly Tao killing's intent within a certain range and degree. Targets locked onto by the formless killing intent do not require me to act personally, they will perish on their own amidst the killing's tribulation. The will of heaven and earth dominates the vast majority of living beings in the world. Thus, countless animals were driven to generate endless killing intent toward Thai's white python. This killing's intent will not disappear until white python is completely dead. Borrowing the heaven's mandate to use it, this is the profound mystery of the formless killing intent. Not only is its power impressive and its method treacherous, but its concealment is also extremely high. The formless killing intent itself is just like the killing's intent of heaven and earth, similar to a kind of pure will and rule. Ordinary cultivators cannot detect it at all. Combining so many advantages in one, it really is a must-have quality product for killings and robbing. Void transformation charge progress. Already 99%. It is time to set foot in the cultivation world once again. Seeing the deep blue sea of clouds again, I can't help but feel as if a lifetime has passed. Owner of the halting steel fragment, I scattered Qian Hong's ashes into the sea. I fulfilled his dying wish in this lifetime. See Chapter 8 for details. Foundation Establishment Cultivator Qian Hong, having cultivated the Tao for 265 years, used the wondrous item, Wandering Plum, to achieve his Tao foundation. Having wandered abroad for 3,670 years, now his soul returns to his native land, return the Tao to the heavens. After the strange phenomenon disappeared, I sensed that some indescribable change had occurred within me. But after a careful inspection, I failed to figure out exactly what this change was. I decided to ignore it for the time being and just kept this matter in mind. After identifying my current location, I decided to head to Leoli Island first. I didn't operate the Taihang Ark, but instead rode the wind to fly towards Leoli Island. I prepared to play the role of a rogue cultivator from the Tsongyun Sea who had cultivated to the lake. Had cultivated to the late stage of chi condensation by chance. And who wanted to break through to the foundation establishment stage but lacked the method, thus desiring to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Rogue Cultivator. And how inteto brainai through to the foundation established dash. The Taihang Ark was a bit too flashy for the identity of a rogue cultivator, so I chose to fly by riding the wind. It was a bit slow, but I wasn't in a rush. Meant stage but lacked the method, thus ing to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance. What is happening? A surge of killing intent suddenly locked onto me. And the aura is very powerful. At least foundation establishment stage. It's coming towards me. This speed is too fast. I have no choice but to reveal the Taihang Ark. Damn it. I've already pushed the Taihang Ark to its maximum speed, yet this person can still slowly close the distance. Formless killing mechanism. The moment after I released the formless killing mechanism, it felt as if countless eyes were staring at me. Is this the side effect of releasing the formless killings mechanism beyond my realm, false borrowing of heaven's mandate? Did the will of heaven and earth notice me? Fortunately, it seems that since I only crossed one major realm, the problem isn't too big. The will of heaven and earth only glanced at me and then went quiet.
If I had crossed even more realms to use it, I fear the soul of heaven and earth would have appeared to wipe me out, after the formless killing mechanism was sent out. I soon noticed a tornado suddenly appearing between heaven and earth. This wind swirled ceaselessly on the opponent's path forward, quickly forming a tornado. The tornado carried a faint azure glow, like a giant dragon, roaring as it headed towards the opponent. Caught off guard, that person was struck squarely by the tornado. I took this opportunity to accelerate and escape. But soon, the opponent broke free from the tornado and flew towards me at an even faster speed. The killing mechanism became even more intense. Just then, a giant crocodile shark leaped high from beneath the sea surface and swallowed him in one bite. A burst of raging flames erupted. That person flew out of the crocodile shark's mouth and charged at me again to kill me. Aga hhhh. In the sky, under the bright daylight, a bolt of thunder suddenly struck down. Finally, Leoli Island was in sight. I hurriedly flew towards the Central Island Protection Grand Formation of Leoli Island. If I can get He Jianghao's assistance, I will be saved. He Jianghao, come out and help me kill this little thief.
Protector Wan? How did you end up looking like this? He Jianghao. Truth returning. This simulation has ended. This was the shortest life I've experienced since activating it. Truth returning. I didn't expect that as soon as I entered the cultivation world, I will be inexplicably chased down. What's even more absurd is that the opponent was actually someone from the myriad Immortal Salience. He came from 1,000 miles away with a clear goal, just to execute me. Why would someone from the myriad Immortals Alliance chase after me? And so soon after I just entered the cultivation world? The Tsongyun is currently still under the control of the myriad Immortals Alliance, and the opponent could obviously lock onto my location through some method. Where did the problem lie? I examined the items I held, checking and eliminating them, and finally, Ilakadanto the target. Lesser Amplification Water Art. Without the slightest hesitation, I circulated the Supreme Primordial True Scripture and dissolved the late Chi Condensation Cultivation base of the Lesser Amplification Water Art. Anchor Year 9, I arrive in the cultivation world once again. Sure enough, my guess was correct. Without cultivating the Lesser Amplification Water Art, I did not attract the pursuit of the Myriad Immortals Alliance Protector. Only then did I slowly make my way towards Leoli Island. When I flew to the sea area near Leoli Island, a certain image from my memory suddenly flashed by. I stopped and looked towards the depths of the seabed below. My gaze pierced through the obstruction of the seawater and reached the deep sea. A school of Leoli fish was dragging corpses of mortals found from all over the ocean, offering them as tribute to a giant golden Leoli fish. This golden Leoli fish swayed its bloated body, swallowing the human corpses collected by its subordinates one by one. After chewing a bit and spitting out the broken bones, it even revealed a look of dissatisfaction. Poof! The formless killing mechanism moved in response to the sound, and countless Leoli fish surrounded the golden Leoli fish as if they had gone mad. The figure of the golden Leoli fish disappeared into the school of fish. Golden blood slowly floated to the water's surface. After the golden Leoli fish died, I collected the massive Leoli pearl from within its body into my hand. Pity, it's not a wondrous item of heaven and earth. However, just carrying it on one's body has an effect similar to swallowing a Lyle pill. This item is actually not ordinary. Actually not ordinary. Satisfied, I put it away and arrived in the sky above Leoli Island. I stopped in mid-air and released my spiritual energy. Which fellow Taoist comes to my Leoli Island? Greetings, fellow Taoist he. This humble one is Li Fan, a rogue cultivator of the Tsongyun Sea. Cultivating to the late stage of Chi condensation was already incredibly difficult. I know that as a rogue cultivator, there is no hope for foundation establishment. Therefore, I wish to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance to seek a foundation establishment cultivation method. I have long heard of fellow Taoists' reputation for being public-spirited, righteous, and taking joy in giving, so I came to visit fellow Taoist. I hope fellow Taoist can recommend me. Once the matter succeeds, this Li Fan will surely offer a reward. Oh my, what is fellow Taoist saying? We cultivators all know that cultivation is not easy, we help when we can. Just rest assured, the matter of you joining the Myriad Immortals Alliance is on me. Fellow Taoist's reputation as timely rain is indeed well deserved. This humble one is impressed. When did I get the nickname Timely Rain?
However, this name is quite fitting. If it can spread, it will be of great benefit to my cultivation of the sitting mountain art. He Zhenghao went ahead to process the travel permit for me. I stood in the void above Leoli Island, waiting for He Zhenghao to return from Guanzhen Island. According to He Zhenghao, cultivators with a cultivate base of late stage of qi condensation or higher, if they venture forth without permission, they will be subject to Watono Mao's attacks by the myriad immortals' grand formation. Fortunately, I did not fail the mission. Fellow Taoist just needs to leave a trace of your aura on this past spirit talisman. Good. Once fellow Taoist formally joins my myriad immortals alliance, remember to return this past spirit talisman. Be sure not to lose it, otherwise, you will have to pay compensation and contribution points of corresponding value. Afterward, He Zhenghao took me to Guanzhen Island and we entered the Tianqian Mirror. This person is the late stage of qi condensation rogue cultivator I reported earlier, who wishes to join my myriad immortals alliance. Recommended a latest stage of qi conditionation cultivator. Recorded as high-grade ding merit. Converted to 300 contribution points. Current total contribution points: 1,260 point. Contribution points, 1,340 points. If I may ask presumptuously, I wonder what fellow Taoist's age is now. 29. A 29-year-old late stage of qi condensation, and a rogue cultivator at that. Fellow Taoist's aptitude is so high, it is truly something I have only seen once in my life. Fellow Taoist has just arrived, so you will surely encounter many problems. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I will definitely tell you all I know, and hold nothing back. Many thanks, fellow Taoist. If you encounter any trouble that you really cannot solve, you can also ask me for help. Although I, He Zhenghao, only have a cultivation base of the mid-stage of foundation establishment, my network is quite wide, and I have some face within the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Afterward, He Zhenghao gave me a few more instructions and left with a look of excitement. The treatment this time is much better than in the previous lifetime. In the cultivation world, most cultivators are solitary. Someone like He Zhenghao is truly. He Zhenghao is true uncommon. Moreover, it's just that my cultivation talent is slightly better, his enthusiasm is a bit excessive. Divine sense fluctuation recorded. Independent space generated. Cultivator Li Fan, welcome to the Myriad Immortals Alliance. As a benefit, you will be gifted 100 contribution points for free. You can use contribution points to exchange for spirit stones, cultivation methods, magical treasures, etc. The Tianqian Mirror began the introduction of relevant items. Although I was already very familiar with it, I still listened seriously, comparing it with the scenario from my previous lifetime. Qi condensation initial stage. 10 points a day. Qi condition late stage 30-pointer SA daily. I discovered that after advancing to the late stage of qi conditions, the contribution points required to turn on the assisted cultivation mode increased from 10 points a day to 30 pointers a daily. I went through the same operations as my previous lifetime, bought a storage ring, went out to transfer the gold, silver, jewelry, and the halting steel fragment, and returned to the mirror to exchange them. Plus 2,831 contribution points. A batch of gold and silver can be converted to 863 contribution points. Wondrous item of heaven and earth, halting steel fragment. Quality, flawed. Can be converted to 1968 contributions. Afterward, I took out that Leoli pearl obtained from inside the giant Leoli fish. Exquisite Leoli pearl can be converted to 850 contribution points. This exquisite Leoli pearl is equivalent to a weakened version of the Lyle pill. Although the effect is a bit worse, the advantage is that it won't be consumed. It will definitely be useful for future cultivation, so I'll keep it for now. To earn more contribution points, I looked up bounty missions posted by other cultivators in the Tianqian Mirror. I had seen this mission objective before as the Songhai consciousness. So I accepted this mission. I have a clue to provide: northwest maritime region of the Zhongyun Sea, more than 200 li west of Woya Island. I once saw this kind of coral on the seabed there. Unfortunately, the coral is guarded by a sea snake. I don't know the sea snake's specific strength, but just looking at it from afar, I felt a fatal danger. I made up a story and submitted the mission. With the efficiency of Guanzhen Island, the authenticity of the information I provided was verified very quickly. Verified, clue valid obtained. Mission reward, 1,000 contribution points. Contribution points. In just half a day, I received the mission reward. However, what was thought-provoking was that the bounty mission for the blue blood coral was not cancelled because of this, but remained posted there. 1,000. It seems Elder Chen needs quite a large quantity of this blue blood coral. I wonder what elixir he is actually refining. Suppressing the curiosity that surged for a moment, I focused my attention on the most eye-catching one among the many bounty missions. Mission details. Bounty for Cloudwater map record. Reward, 100,000 contribution points. 2 simple lines of words, without any other explanation. But that figure of 100,000 contribution points made the minds of all cultivators who saw it sway, unable to control themselves. Unfortunately, the bounty mission had been hanging there for more than 10 years, and let alone completing it. No one had even figured out what the Cloudwater map record actually was. The publisher of the mission was also extremely mysterious. From beginning to end, they never showed their face or made any explanation. As if telling everyone in this way, those who understand will understand naturally, and explaining to those who don't is a waste of breath. In the Tsongyun Sea, currently not a single person knows where the Cloudwater map record is. Except for me. I wish to go to the center of the Tsongyun Sea, the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace ruins, to find the wondrous item of heaven and earth and achieve my Tao foundation. Cloudwater map record, Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. The reason why no one knows this secret yet is simply because the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace has not appeared in the world at all. In my previous lifetime, I also came interested in the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace because of Xiao Heng's message. And thus, I took this major event that was about to shake the Tsongyun Sea to heart. The Cloudwater Heavenly Palace hangs alone overseas. It is said to be the most powerful sect in the Tsongyun Sea during the ancient era. When the great calamity of heaven and earth descended, the disciples of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace slaughtered each other, and not 1 in 10 survived. The survivors activated the Sect Protection Grand Formation, and since then, they secluded themselves from the world. The Cloudwater Heavenly Palace was thus continuously obscured by the formation, hidden in the maritime region in the center of the Tsongyun Sea. It wasn't until Anchor Year 11 that the formation was destroyed, and the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, hidden for 10,000 years, finally reappeared in the world. However, the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, which chose to seclude itself, also could not escape the fate of destruction. When the crowd of cultivators from the Tsongyun Sea entered it, they discovered that the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace had long since become ruin filled with anomalies. At that time, there were over 100 cultivators in the first batch to enter the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace ruins. Most were of chi condensation and foundation establishment cultivation bases. They thought it was just an ordinary ruin, but they didn't expect the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace to be riddled with anomalies. Caught off guard, this batch of cultivators suffered heavy casualties. In the end, less than 1/10 came out alive. And among them, there was a person named Sikong Yi. This person only had a late stage of chi condensation cultivation base and looked unremarkable. Everyone thought he had just survived by luck. No one expected that it was this Sikong Yi who handed over the Cloudwater map record and completed the bounty mission for 100,000 contribution points. Plus 1,000 contribution points. After Sikong Yi received the reward, he left the Tsongyun Sea through the super long-distance teleportation formation and disappeared from everyone's sight. Since then, Sikong Yi has never appeared again. I slowly recalled what I had seen and heard in my previous lifetime, and decided to learn about information related to anomalies and sect ruins. Purchase Survival Guide to Sect Ruins. In the current cultivation world, all valuable sects worth exploring can be divided into 2 categories. One type is where no anomalies exist. The other type is where anomalies exist. If no anomalies exist, then as long as one carefully guards against formation traps, generally there are no particularly huge dangers. But if anomalies exist, one must be extremely cautious. The so-called anomalies refer to various strange phenomena within ruins that cannot be measured by common sense. Anomalies seem as if they do not belong to this world, and they often possess their own unique rules. The rules of anomalies also vary in strength. Based on their intensity, they are classified as chi condensation level anomalies, foundation establishment level anomalies, golden core level anomalies, and so on. No pirated versions allowed here. Support the official version. I insist on making pirated versions. Cultivators within the range of an anomaly must abide by the anomaly's rules if their cultivation base is lower than the strength of its rules. Once violated, death is inevitable. I carefully finished reading the survival guide to sect ruins and felt much more confident. In the previous life, ever since news spread that Sikong Yi found the Cloudwater map record in the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace and obtained 100,000 contribution points, cultivators flocked to the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace one after another, exploring and bringing out countless treasures. Most of the rules within the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace were no longer a secret. However, there has never been a definitive conclusion regarding exactly how Sikong Yi obtained the Cloudwater map record back then. The best method would be to secretly follow Sikong Yi and intercept him just as he is about to succeed. There are still 2 years before the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace opens. I can first secretly gather all kinds of information about Sikong Yi, ensuring I know both myself and the enemy. At the same time, I must also improve my own strength as much as possible first. Currently, I only possess one formless killing mechanism. I still need to cultivate more offensive cultivation methods. This cultivation method is practically custom-made for me. Although I don't know how my divine sense strength compares to other cultivators, having reincarnated continuously for hundreds of years, plus the enhancement from the profound yellow heart-refining incantation. Heart-refining incantation, it surely won't be too weak. Furthermore, it says to visualize and cultivate a phantom spirit. If I use Qi Yan as the prototype for visualization, the power of the formed phantom spirit should be extraordinary, right? It's just that this price is too expensive. 2,500 contribution points. It's almost the same price as a foundation establishment cultivation method. No wonder no one buys it. Regardless, I gritted my teeth and purchased the Nether Spirit Illusion Art. Contribution _ points remaining, 1,321 points. In the blink of an eye, my contribution points were reduced to only 1,321 points. With the cultivation method in hand, I activated the assisted cultivation mode, took out the exquisite Leoli pearl, and began to cultivate. Visualizing a phantom spirit cannot be done out of thin air, it must be based on something that truly exists in the cultivation world. Thoughts flowed slowly, and past events surfaced before my eyes. It was as if I had returned to the moment in my previous life when I witnessed Qi Yin boiling the sea. A phantom image slowly appeared in my sea of consciousness. Even though it was just an unformed phantom image, I suddenly felt my own body temperature rise sharply. Sweat poured down my body like rain. I forcibly circulated the heart-refining incantation to suppress the scorching sensation. I continued to visualize Qi Yan's figure. As the Qi Yin phantom spirit slowly took shape, my body temperature rose higher in Hager. A soul of heaven and earth is indeed no small matter. I can't even condense a phantom spirit using it as a prototype. There must be some rule restriction involved that I am unaware of. A soul of heaven and earth is the manifestation of a certain law of heaven and earth. Qi, red. Yen, flame law of fire. If the yin of Qi Yan represents laws related to flame, then what special significance does the Qi of _Qi _Yen hold? Besides Qi Yen, red _flame, are there other types of flames? I immediately began to experiment. The figure's aura remained unchanged, but the color changed from red to green. This time, the phantom spirit formed successfully. But it was extremely weak, as if it were just an empty shell, completely lacking the power to injure enemies. I tried again. This time it changed from green to black. Like Qi Yan, the black flame phantom spirite could not take shape. But the difference was that when visualizing the black flame, the scorching sensation like that of Qi Yan did not appear. Afterwards, I tried every color I could think of. I discovered there were only 4 situations in total. The first was like Qi Yan, it cannot take shape, and one feels a scorching sensation during visualization. The second was like the green flame, although it can take shape, it is like an empty shell and possesses no power. The third was like the black flame, it cannot take shape, but there is no scorching sensation during visualization. And the fourth type was also the most unique one. A phantom image almost identical to Qi Yan, only it was blue. There was no scorching sensation, instead, it was replaced by an extremely low temperature. During the visualization process, my body seemed to be completely frozen in absolute zero, yet my consciousness reached a wondrous state. I seemed to have an out-of-body experience, watching the various changes in my body like an outsider. There were no emotional fluctuations. This was a state of absolute calmness and rationality. At the same time, the blue flame phantom spirit completely took shape. The temperature did not rise, but vitality rapidly appeared within me. With a thought from my divine sense, the extreme cold on my body vanished rapidly. In the blink of an eye, I returned to my original appearance, and I also withdrew from that state of absolute rationality.
Is this the power of the blue flame?
Under the consumption of long-term cultivation, my contribution points were once again left at just over 100 points. The days of holding a huge sum of over 3,000 points seemed like just yesterday, but in the blink of an eye, I was empty-handed again.
Contribution points are consumed way too fast.
I should ask He Jianghao if there are any ways to earn contribution points quickly.
Fellow Taoist He, may I ask if there are any methods to quickly obtain contribution points?
Our Myriad Immortals Alliance is just like that. Newly joined cultivators often need to work hard for several years before they can exchange for a cultivation method.
However,
it is inconvenient to discuss this matter via the communication spirit talisman. If you are willing, fellow Taoist, you can come to Leoli Island. We can discuss it in detail face to face. Since you were introduced to join by me, fellow Taoist, naturally I will give you a hand.
Truly a timely reign. However, everything happens for a reason. Leoli Island Protection Grand Formation. It seems fellow Taoist is already impatient. The mountain is sinking.
The continuous mountain range within the Island Protection Grand Formation now seemed like individual stars, floating above our heads.
Fellow Taoist, what do you think of my mountain and river star formation? The mountain and river star formation is truly extraordinary.
The Island Protection Grand Formation of Leoli Island was transformed from this mountain and river star formation that I personally built.
I didn't expect fellow Taoists to be proficient in formation arrays as well.
Although I built it with my own hands, I naturally had assistance from others. To tell you the truth, fellow Taoist, my foundation establishment wondrous item is a mountain and river 100 veins formation diagram. Therefore, in the Tao of arrays, I possess a talent that ordinary cultivators cannot compare with.
Speaking only of formation
arrays and not cultivation base, even an ordinary nascent soul realm formation master might not necessarily match me.
So that's how it is. I wonder what matter fellow Taoist he spoke of. To require discussing it in such a hidden space? It's not a major issue, it's just that it violates some taboos. I would like to ask fellow Taoist to make a trip to the immortal Forsaken Land for me, the departed realm. You want me to go to the departed realm? Could it be, why does fellow Taoist he want me to go to the immortal Forsaken Land?
Although the immortal Forsaken Land is a lesser world for mortals, it holds quite a few valuable things.
Quite a few valuable things that can be exchanged for quite a few contribution points.
But if we were to collect them ourselves, it would be time-consuming and laborious, not worth the effort. However, often the powerful and influential mortals in these lesser worlds are desperate to return to the cultivation world.
So, royal family. Nobility. So,
we can use this as a condition to make those mortals help us collect supplies. It just so happens that the departed realm produces several kinds of precious treasures. There is even a significant amount of star sea quicksand. The departed realm, smuggling, star sea quicksand. That immortal master collaborating with Heavenly Treasure Tower on smuggling is indeed He Jianghao. Starsea quicksand is a common material for arranging spell formations. Often the price of one gene is between 2 to 3 contribution points, is almost equal to 600 contribution points.
50 gene of Starsea quicksand.
One lesser world, looted once every 10 years or so, can yield several thousand contribution points.
With a few more worlds like this, wouldn't it be equivalent to earning thousands of contribution points for free every year? Fellow Taoist only needs to make a trip to the departed realm for me and bring back the supplies I asked them to collect 10 years ago. 5/10. 5/10. After these supplies are sold, you and I will split the obtained contribution points half and half. Good, then I agree to this matter.
Afterward, He Jianghao gave me a wooden boat similar to the Taihang Ark, and a spirit talisman.
Simple flying ark. Form hiding talisman.
Some simple spell formations are engraved in the woody boat. It is not as exquisite as the Taihang Ark.
The spirit's talisman is a form-hiding talisman, which is more powerful than the chi-concealing talisman. Those below the nascent soul realm cannot see through it.
Having prepared everything, I arrived at the departed realm. I learned from He Jianghao that in the center of this world, there is a giant volcano.
Every 200 or 300 years, the volcano erupts, causing countless casualties.
But now, the intervals between the volcano's eruptions are becoming more frequent, and the scale of the eruptions is getting larger. The ruling class of Dal worries that one Dolly worries that one day, the volcano will completely turn this world into a lava hell, so they try every possible method to send their younger generations to flee this place.
Welcome, Immortal Master.
The agreed day has arrived. Have you collected the supplies? Reporting to the Immortal Master, the items on the list have all been prepared properly.
Since that is the case, take me to get them.
Thus, under the personal guidance of the Dolly Emperor, I inspected all the supplies. After confirming there were no errors, I satisfied Ly stored them into my
storage ring. This mission can be considered successfully completed. It was smooth sailing.
It was smooth sailing with no setbacks.
Truly a highly profitable business.
I handed the wooden boat engraved with spell formations to the Dolly Emperor, and suddenly remembered Xiao Hang.
Where is Xiao Hong, the heir to the Prince of Jinan? Take me to see him.
Through the Emperor, I learned that Xia Hang is currently being fostered at Scholar Su's home. So, under the Emperor's lead, I arrived at Scalaria's residence.
Everyone, rise. Greetings, Immortal Master. Which one is Xiao Hong?
Reporting to the Immortal Master, he is Xiao Hang.
Phantom.
I observe that this child's talent is extraordinary. In the future, he will definitely not be a creature of the pond.
Side characters medicine.
10 years from now, I will come personally to take him away. Immortal Master, rest assured, we will definitely take good care of Xiao Hang. I beg the Immortal Master to save my sister. Please, Immortal Master, save my sister.
What nonsense are you doing? Su Chang, why you?
The young child is ignorant, please forgive him, Immortal Master.
Please forgive him, Immortal Master.
In the previous life, I heard Xiao Hong mention that Su Changyu had a sister suffering from a terminal illness. I had intended to check on the situation anyway.
Take me to see her. Just this once. After a moment, I saw Su's younger sister in a basement.
Her body seemed extremely scorching hot. She was lying on a jade bed, surrounded by many blocks of ice.
Unexpectedly, there is no immortal mortal miasma in this Su's younger sister's body.
Furthermore, what kind of physique is this?
The wisp of spiritual energy I just sent into her body was actually amplified after circulating once?
This stream of spiritual energy is completely different from the spirit's energy originally in my body. Instead, it carries a scorching sensation.
This isn't the scorching heat of fire, but violent spiritual energy transformed from rage. Could it be that this is a natural immortal physique, a person envied by heaven? Natural immortal physique. Born without immortal mortal miasma in the body. Possesses unparalleled affinity for various cultivation methods and Dao techniques.
Not only is the cultivation speed terrifyingly fast, but executing techniques also grants a natural strength bonus.
Person envied by heaven.
Born endowed with innate divine powers.
Often, due to the magnitude of their divine powers, they attract corresponding envy from heaven.
From birth, they are accompanied by all sorts of tribulations. If they can dissolve these tribularians, they will become even stronger through the hardships.
Their cultivation speed isn't necessarily fast.
But in magical combat, Thays are often invincible among the same rank. They even have the strength to fight across a major realm.
Both physiques are 1 in 10,000, extremely rare. Yet, these two physiques actually appeared in one infant at the same time.
She has no immortal mortal miasma in her body. It is undoubtedly the natural immortal Physian. And that angry force inside her that constantly burns her, that must be her innate divine power. With the internal fire constantly burning away her vitality, even if she hid in an ice cellar all day, Su Xiaomei would absolutely not live to adulthood. No wonder in the previous life, Su Changyu was so anxious. Not hesitating to become a test subject for the immortal mortal miasma himself, just to become a cultivator as soon as possible. In his view, perhaps becoming a legendary immortal master would save his sister's life.
Pity.
If you hadn't met me, even if a golden core cultivator came, they wouldn't necessarily be able to save your life. This egg can keep her safe and sound for 10 years. If I can retreat unscathed from the Cloudwater heavenly palace in this life, I will naturally come to find her ahead of time. I walked out of the basement and asked Scholar Su about Su Xiaomei's situation. Scholar Su hesitated for a long while before stuttering out the sequence of events. As it turns out, Su Xiaomei is not Scholar Su's daughter, but Scholar Su's sister, Su Yuqing.
Scholary's sister Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing was much younger than Sholer Su.
Last year, when she became pregnant with Su Xiaomei, she was only 16. At the time, her inexplicable pregnancy caused a huge uproar in the Su residence. Because, at that time, she hadn't even been married yet.
Unmarried pregnancy was already an absolute scandal. What made Old Master Su even angrier was that Su Yuqing couldn't say who the child's father was. The Su family wanted to abort the child, but Su Yuqing refused to agree to the abortion no matter what. And so, Su Xiaomei was born. Su Yuqing's body was already frail. Her body couldn't withstand it, and a few days after giving birth to Su Xiaomei, she passed away with regret. Who could have thought that not long after, Su Xiaomei would contract a strange illness? Her whole body burned hot, reaching a point where ice had to be applied constantly to alleviate it. The Su family invited all the famous doctors in the capital, but none could treat it, until my arrival. Born sensing heaven's mandate? Perhaps only this can explain why Su Xiaomei's talent is so high.
However, according to the original historical trajectory, even with her heaven-gifted talent, in the face of tribulatians, she could not escape death.
In the entire cultivation world, how many people are like Su Xiaomei, possessing immense natural talent, yet die in obscurity like common people? Once matters here were settled, I returned to Leoli Island.
Inside the mountain and river star formation, I handed the storage ring to He Jianghao. His Benghua was somewhat absent-minded, only glancing casually before putting the storage ring away. His attention was focused on an ancient mirror surface in front of him. From its appearance, it looked somewhat similar to the Tianqian mirror. I followed He Jianghao's gaze and saw a line of small text displayed on the M mirror surface.
Spirit Mist Grass, current price 15 contribution points per stock. Rise, you better rise. Fellow Taoist He, what are you doing? Sigh, fellow Taoist, you don't know.
Some days ago, I received reliable news that the island cultivating spirit mistgrass was attacked by exotic beasts from the sea, and most of the spirite mistgrass on the island was destroyed. At the time, this news hadn't spread yet, so I wanted to take this opportunity to make a profit.
Buy. I'm going to make a huge profits this time.
Thus, I invested heavily in the Tianqian mirror, stockpiling a large batch of spirit mistgrass. In the beginning, the price of spirit mistgrass did rise a bit, but who would have thought, before I could sell the spirit mistgrass in my hand, its price suddenly plummeted. It crashed all the way from 25 points to 13 points, nearly cut in half. Fortunately, the price has rebounded recently, rising back to around 15 points.
Then shouldn't fellow Taoist He take the opportunity to sell off the spirit mistgrass in hand?
At the very least, you can recover some capital.
How can I do that?
Nearly 100 years of my savings are tied up in there. I have to at least wait until it rises back up before I sell.
This person is hopeless. Why is it dropping again? 13. 12. 10. 8. Still dropping. It should rise back, right? Guanzhen Island. The abnormal fluctuation in spirit mist grass prices caused a huge uproar. After the matter came to a close, I asked around a bit and understood the whole story. It was true Lord Qingmu Huasheng who set up a trap to ruthlessly harvest the cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the situation for profit. The destruction of the spirit mist grass island was true, so after the news was confirmed, many people decisively entered the market, wanting to earn a profits. But what they didn't know was that the Myriad Immortals Alliance recently discovered a grotto heaven that had been closed for 1,000 years. It is said that what attributes spiritual energy is abundant inside, and it is full of various rare spiritual plants. Stuff like spirite mistgrass is growing everywhere. It seems impossible for fellow Taoist He to recover his capital. However, this big shot's way of doing things isn't very kind. The market is truly treacherous. For this trip to the departed realm, He Jianghao gave me 1171 contribution points, barely enough to last me a while. I didn't choose to go into closed-door cultivation immediately, but instead searched for information on Jiaoshu Yuan. Plus 1171 contribution points.
I heard this person can obtain large batches of form-hiding talismans from the Myriad Immortals Alliance's Talisman Hall.
Obviously, he has good connections.
I can use the opportunity of buying spirit talismans to see if I can find out information about Sikong Yi from him.
Asterisk 1000 Mile Hall. Guanzhen Island Com District 1000 Mi. Urshel Lo Hall.
Let me tell you, for these 10 form-hiding talismans, I don't care how much the price has crashed now, we still have to trade at the price we agreed upon.
What? You're canceling the trade? You don't even want the deposit? Damn. Another one. Do you take me, Jiao Xiu Yuan, for a pushover? Done for, done for. I, Jiao Xiu Yuan, never do losing business.
I didn't expect to be stuck with such a large batch of form-hiding talismans now.
How much for the form-hiding talismans? 10 contribution points each. How many do you want? If it's over 10, I'll give you a 20% discount. If it's over 100, I'll give you a 50% discount. Why would I need so many? 5 or 6 are enough.
Note, Li Fan is obviously in a state of disguise, bystanders cannot see his true appearance.
Besides, your price isn't right, is it?
Before I came, I bought a top-quality form-hiding talisman in the Tianxian mirror, and the current price is no more than 20 points.
You want to charge go much for? Charge so much for these defective goods of yours? 8 points each, can't go lower. You have to understand that refining talismans costs money too. Fine, give me 6.
I'll settle with medium-grade spirit stones, keep the change.
Do you accept business for inquiring about cultivator intelligence here? I do.
My business is losing terribly. If I don't take some side jobs, I won't be able to survive.
What is the name, and what cultivation level? Sikong Yi, mid-stage of Qi condensation.
Rest assured, he is merely a measly Qi condensation cultivator. I guarantee I will investigate his background thoroughly for you. It's just that the price. Since he's just a measly Qi condensation cultivator, surely it shouldn't be too expensive.
In this line of work, there is always some risk. How about you give me 80 contribution points? 40 contribution points, not a bit more. Ouch, you are bargaining way too ruthlessly. Surely 60 points are needed? Otherwise, it's another losing deal. 50. If you don't take it, forget it. Fine, 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 I'll take it. Give me a deposit of 10 contribution points first. When I have results, I will notify you through this spirit togman.
Coming out of the 1,000-mile hall, I returned to the Tianxian mirror. I activated the assisted cultivation mode and entered closed-door cultivation. I decided to cultivate the nether spirit illusion art to the late stage of Qi condensation. 1 month later, east of the Tsongyun Sea, Flame Crystal Island maritime region. To test the power of the nether spirit illusion art, I took a mission to hunt a scarlet flame shark and retrieve its inner core. In the deep sea, I restrained my aura and followed behind a group of scarlet flame sharks. There were over a dozen sharks in this group, and they were hunting a solitary scarlet seat whale.
Nether spirit illusion art blue flame phantom spirit.
Most of these sea beasts possess a cultivation base equivalent to the Qi condensation stage. After launching a divine sense attack with the blue flame phantom spirit, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, without a shred of power to resist.
The power of the blue flame phantom spirit is indeed impressive. Bounty. Hunt the dragon whale reward, 2,000 contribution points. This is the bounty offering 2,000 contribution points, the dragon whale. The bounty details mentioned that this dragon whale is the exotic beast that destroyed the island planting spirit mist grass. At the time, even the Foundation Establishment Stage Island Guardian could do nothing against it. Afterward, a golden core cultivator from the Myriad Immortals Alliance arrived late. This dragon whale, after taking a hit from the golden core stage cultivator, actually didn't die, but only fled into the deep sea with heavy injuries. Even a Foundation Establishment cultivator couldn't handle it, but that doesn't mean I cannot kill it. Formless killing mechanism. The dragon whale worth 2,000 contribution points stole my spoils of war. How can I tolerate that? It's here again. This feeling of being gazed at, however, the side effects this time are much smaller than the last. After releasing the formless killing mechanism on the dragon whale, I activated a form-hiding talisman and quietly followed it all the way. Over the next 20 days or so, the dragon whale suffered attacks from countless exotic beasts on the ocean floor, flee in panic, and was already on the verge of death. Taking advantage of the moment the dragon whale's consciousness was blurring, I released the blue flame phantom spirit and dealt it the final blow. After dismembering the dragon whale's corpse, I packed up all the messy contents of its stomach into my storage ring. Surprisingly, there were quite a few Leoli pearls in its stomach. After ensuring I hadn't missed anything, I quietly departed. Upon returning to the Tianxian mirror, I turned in the dragon whale's corpse and exchanged all the scavenged items for contribution points. Now, my available contribution underscore points have reached 2770.
With this many contribution points, it should be enough to select a satisfactory cultivation method. Currently, I am still lacking a cultivation method to conceal my own aura to facilitate tracking others. This type of cultivation method is relatively rare, but if it's just for the chi condensation stage, my contribution points are definitely sufficient.
Meanwhile, chi condensation late stage, Li Fan? Who is this person? Didn't they say that dragon whale could withstand the attack of a golden core cultivator? How did this Li Fang hunt and kill it? Could it be that this person concealed his cultivation base? This person is undoubtedly at the late stage of chi condensation.
I found someone to confirm it. He was introduced to join our Myriad Immortals alliance by He Jianghao not long ago.
How exactly did this person do it? Could it be that this Perron possesses a rare treasure? Stop guessing, everyone. The latest inside news is that this kid just got lucky. Fellow Taoist Zhou Peng, what do you mean by that? Yeah, lucky? How is that possible?
I couldn't believe it either, but those are the facts. The corpse of that exotic beast, the dragon whale, was sent to Elder Gongsun at the Heavenly Mystery Hall for analysis. The conclusion reached was that before it died, this dragon whale had fought with at least 3 other giant undersea beasts of the same level. The vast majority of the wounds on its body were left by those giant beasts. Prior to this, the dragon whale's life was already nearing its end. Even without that kid making a move, the dragon whale wouldn't have lived much longer. This chi condensation kid's actually has such good luck. We have no choice but to trust Elder Gongsun's analysis. Just as I was preparing to enter closed-door cultivation, I suddenly received a communication from He Jianghao.
Fellow Taoist Li Fan. I didn't expect that the person who hunted the dragon whale was really you. I thought it was just another cultivator with the same name and same realm as you. It wasn't until someone asked me about your situation that I confirmed it really was you who killed that dragon whale. Ahaha, good. You finally vented my anger for me. You don't know, these days, as soon as I close my eyes, I see the image of that spirit mist grass price plummeting. It was just good luck. I happened to encounter the dragon whale fighting with other giant beasts while doing a mission, so I picked up a bargain. Luck is also part of one's strength. Fellow Taoist, your talent and fortune are both so extraordinary, your future on the Great Tao is surely promising. It just so happens I have a matter I need your help with, fellow Taoist. I wonder if you are willing. Oh? What matter? I wish to ask you, fellow Taoist, to serve as the acting guardian of Leoli Island for me. What do you think? Acting guardian? Previously, because of the spirit mist grass incident, I lost more than half of my savings. Seeing that the nascent soul method I want to exchange for is getting further and further away, I am truly unwilling to accept it. Coincidentally, a few friends recently discovered an ancient cave abode and invited me to explore it together. According to them, this cave abode must have been sealed before the great calamity descended. There must be many rare treasures inside, and perhaps even quite a few cultivation methods. If I can gain something from it, I can more or less make up for my losses. So I decided to take a gamble. I wonder how long you need me to serve as acting guardian? It won't take long. At minimum a year or 2, at most just 3 or 4 years. Apologies. I am truly powerless in this matter. I have a premonition that a breakthrough is imminent. I must go out to seek opportunities within 2 years, so I cannot guard Leoli Island for much longer. Is that so? Then I can only look for someone else. I also look for someone else. Paluo wish fellow Taoist an early foundation establishment. No further messages came through the communication spirit talisman. I turned on the assisted cultivation mode and began cultivating the shadow following art. Under the dual boost of spirit enlightenment and the exquisite Leoli pearl, it took me less than 10 days to cultivate the shadow following art to the late stage of chi condensation. I spent 100 contribution points to simulate a chase battle with a late stage of chi condensation cultivator inside the Tianshan mirror. With the blessing of the shadow following art, my speed increased drastically. And I formed some kind of connection with the locked-on target being chased. The opponent's speed increase also caused my speed to quicken to a certain extent. I could even continuously use the shadows on the ground to shuttle and jump. It didn't take long at all for me to catch up to that figure ahead. The chase battle ended. I was quite satisfied with the shadow following art.
Now everything is ready, I'm only waiting for the intels from Jiao Shouyuan, and for the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace to officially open.
2 months later. Guanzhen Island. 1,000-mile hall. How does your 1,000-mile hall conduct business?
It's just a mere chi condensation cultivator, yet it took so long just to scout some intelligence.
Keep your voice down. There was truly a reason for the delay. HM? To be honest, the difficulty of this mission was unexpected. The 50 contribution points we agreed upon last time were really too few. You must know, to get this done, I had to ask a senior at the late stage of Foundation establishment for help. What, you want to break the contract? Ah. No, just add a little more. It's not easy for me to earn this little bit of money from you.
The intelligence is in the jade slip, please verify it.
HM? 2 people?
According to the intelligence collected by Jiao Shouyuan, Sikong Yi usually LLY lives in seclusion and rarely shows his face. He also has a close friend named Bailey Chen, who is at the mid-stage of chi condensation.
Sikong Y1 and Bailey Chen seem to have an excellent relationship. Whenever they go out for action, these two always stay together, inseparable.
These two generally stay within Guanzhen Island. Aside from doing missions to accumulate contribution points, they generally do not go out.
Range of activity. Guanzhen Island. Moreover, during Jiao Shouyuan's investigation, these two had inexplicably gone missing once. After leaving Guanzhen Island, their tracks were lost, and it is unknown where they went. Who is this Bailey Chen? Why do I have no impression of him at all? Could it be that this person perished in the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace ruins? I didn't expect there would be one more cultivator to target. The preparations I have currently seen to be insufficient. Fortunately, there is still plenty of time.
One is mysterious with an unknown background, the other is shady with unfathomable motives.
I'd like to see just what you two intend to do. 1 year later. Anchor Year 11. Songyun Sea Central Region.
The Cloudwater Heavenly Palace ruins were about to appear, and more cultivators gathered in the center of the Songyun Sea.
Sikong Yi and Bailey Chen were naturally among them. Sikong Yi. Bailey Chen. Jiao Shouyuan was also in the crowd, looking quite excited.
The war situation on the front lines is tight, and the major sects have suffered heavy losses. As the leader of the various sects in the Songyun Sea, my Cloudwater Heavenly Palace is even more so. I don't know how many fellow disciples have died on the battlefield. Before leaving, the sect leader Martial Uncle ordered me to go out and accept disciples. I cannot fail his entrustment.
Fortunately, the harvest this time is not small. What's going on? Where is this? Don't I remember being next to that vortex cloud layer? Also, what is up with these clothes? Hey! That man in white cloths, did you bring us here? Who are you? What exactly is your objective? Oh my, you've finally woken up. Next, stay quiet. I need to explain some important points to you. Cut the crap, speak quickly, where is this? The newcomers this time don't seem very obedient. Oh my, it's finally quiet. Then I will continue speaking. My name is Qin Tang, the chief of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace Dharma Transmission Hall. You must call me Senior Brother Qin. You are all outer disciples I have accepted during this outing. In the coming months, as long as you can pass my layers of tests, you can formally join my Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. Next, there are a few points you must keep firmly in mind. Rule number 1, you must maintain sufficient respect for me, Senior Brother Qin. Whatever I say, you must do. Rule number 2. Does any fellow Taoist know what the situation is? The following is divine sense voice transmission between cultivators. This is an anomaly. This Cloudwater Heavenly Palace is likely a sect ruin shrouded by an anomaly. Is this Qin fellow actually alive or dead? Everyone, do not panic. Anomalies have their own rules. As long as we follow what this Qin fellow says, there shouldn't be any danger for the time being. These two look as usual, as if they already knew they would encounter an anomaly. Or perhaps, even in the face of an anomaly, these two have a well-thought-out plan? It's getting late, I'll take you to rest first. Tomorrow morning, we will formally begin the test. Follow me. We shouldn't stay here long. Staying here is a dead end.
Might as well explore other parts of this ruin to see if there are any treasures.
A bunch of idiots. I already said we've encountered an anomaly, yet they still vainly attempt to flee. They really don't know how to write the word death. Strange, some of these people are also cultivators, but how come there are no phenomenon of heaven and earth when they die? Shrouded by the anomaly, it forms its own rules. Most past common sense becomes invalid. So we must treat it with even more caution. Alright. Tonight everyone will rest here. Tomorrow morning, gather at the square. Now go pick your rooms. Remember to sleep early, okay? After Qintang left, I chose a room relatively close to Sikong Yi and his companion to stay in. I lay straight on the bed, circulated the profound yellow heart refining incantation, and all distracting thoughts in my mind vanished. Seeing me fall asleep immediately, the other cultivators in the room also forced themselves to enter sleep. Not everyone could keenly perceive what was about to happen. There were still quite a few people whispering to their companions, look agitated and finding it difficult to sleep. Time passed bit by bit just like that. Suddenly, the lights in all rooms were extinguished, and the entire area fell into darkness. Qintang's voice sounded faintly. Oh my, the newcomers this time aren't very obedient. I already said, you need to sleep early. It wouldn't be good if you delayed tomorrow morning's test. Since you can't sleep, I'll give you a hand. Hair-raising sounds rang out continuously. Unknown how many cultivators lost their lives without even being able to let out a scream. Only then did everyone present realize that Qintang's phrase remember to sleep early was not just a casual remark. Many cultivators wanted to resist, yet without stirring up even the slightest ripple, they perished silently just like that. Sigh, this errand is truly tiring. If not for sect leader Martial Uncle, and the senior brothers and sisters all going missing, I wouldn't have to be the one to go out. Boring, truly boring. Might as well go drink. Sleeping is something that people with frequent insomnia surely understand deeply. If there is no mental burden, one can fall asleep just like that. Conversely, it becomes very difficult to fall asleep, and one is easily awakened. Moreover, cultivators are used to using closed-door cultivation to replace sleep. Falling asleep has become a rather difficult matter. Thus, even knowing they would die if they didn't sleep, there were still many cultivators who couldn't fall asleep. In the latter half of the night, Qintang visited again, bringing another reign of terror. The next morning, when I woke up and walked out of the room, what I saw was the ground covered in corpses. Jiaoshu Yuan didn't pass this trial. His head was separated from his body, lying there quietly. I didn't delay and went straight to yesterday's square. Having learned yesterday's lesson, the cultivators didn't run around wildly to other places and obediently gathered at the square. The crowd was sparse, the surviving cultivators were less than 2/3 of yesterday's number. The trial hasn't even formally started, yet there are already so many casualties. The survivors were very pessimistic about the upcoming encounters, their expressions downcast. Sikong Yi and Bailey Chen, however, remained expressionless. Good wine. Good wine. Good. Looks like everyone is here. Then, we formally begin the first layer of the test. Master once said, in seeking immortality and asking of the Tao, 3 things are most critical. Natural talent, temperament, luck. Masters believe that among these 3, Naternal Taoten is the most important. But I think, among the 3, temperament is the most important. So the 3 layers of tests I arranged are all related to temperament. As Qining spoke, he led us into a 3-story pavilion. The first floor where we were standing was filled with bookshelves, and the bookshelves were filled with various cultivation methods. A thought emerged in the minds of all cultivators simultaneously. We hit the jackpot this time. Just taking a few out casually would be enough to offset more than 10 years of usual hard work. Although they were very covetous of the cultivation methods on the bookshelves, intimidated by Qin Ying's previous might, no one dared to act rashly. The way of the heart lies in focus, lies in courage, lies in perseverance. The first stage is to test your level of concentration. There are 36,541 cultivation methods here. For the coming period, you will stay here and transcribe these cultivation methods. The limit is 3 months. After 3 months, I will assess you based on the quantity and so many cultivation methods, they actually let us copy them freely?
As long as I can memorize a few cultivation methods, even if I don't gain anything else later, this adventure is worth it.
Thus, you may begin. I hope you won tea let me down.
I need to go to sleep first, last night truly exhausted me.
Quick! Find cultivation methods. Must find the strongest one.
Golden Flame Raging Fire Art, a third attribute cultivation method, can be cultivated all the way to the nascent soul realm. This one, and this one too, are all nascent soul methods. Struck it rich, I've completely struck it rich this time. I ignored the crowd of cultivators acting like madmen, randomly grabbed a cultivation method, and began to copy it. I didn't delve into the content of the cultivation method, only copying it word for word.
Because I knew that these cultivation methods were all illusory.
In my previous life, cultivators who explored this countless times had already reached a conclusion about the cultivation methods appearing in this level.
What was that Cultivating method called again? Why did I come out holding a wordless book?
During the trial, no matter what method was used to record the Cultivating methods, all records would disappear upon leaving the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. Although some of the cultivators present could vaguely guess the truth, but, with a nascent soul true method right in front of them, how many could resist the temptation not to read closely and delve into it? They copied slowly, unable to resist looking back and reading again. There were even one or two who became directly intoxicated by the profound mysteries of the cultivation methods, delaying their copying.
Time passed day by day just like this.
Ceaseless copying was, after all, a boring and arduous task.
Bowing to Qin Tang's intimidation, no one dared to use magic power to cut corners. Soon, some people couldn't hold on anymore and couldn't help but stop to rest.
Some closed their eyes to recover for a moment, then immediately resumed copying,
while others rested thoroughly before regrouping.
I, however, did not rest for a single moment. There were 2 or 3 others who were
tireless like me.
It seemed that due to their cultivation methods, their endurance was not a rally exceptionally good. As for me, I was purely holding on by sheer will. Because I knew clearly that Qin Tang's evaluation for this level, aside from being related to the amount copied and the number of errors made, also had a very important basis for evaluation, the Dura Dash.
Tie-in of time from the moment the pen was picked up to the moment it was put down.
Just as Qin Tang said before, the test of this level was focus. Since one started copying the cultivation method, stopping for any reason would be considered a break in focus. I had no distractions, suppressing all physical and mental fatigue with a strong will. I don't know how much time passed.
That was truly a good sleep. Wait. A bit interesting. The first trial ends now. Everyone rest tomorrow. The second trial begins the day after tomorrow.
Following Qin Tang's clapping, I only felt my vision shift. In the blink of an eye, I returned to the building where we slept before.
Qin Tang's figure did not appear with us. Unfortunately, after they investigated, they all wore looks of disappointment. Don't think about it, I checked earlier.
After being killed by that Qin Tang, the storage rings, Dharma artifacts, and the like on their bodies all vanished, not a single thing remained. I was just preparing to go back and rest well, but inadvertently saw Jiao Shouyuan's corpse. 3 months have passed now, his corpse hasn't rotted into white bone, but instead became like withered wood.
This is just a puppet, not his true body. Thus is Jiao Shouyuan's habitual method, fellow Daoist need not be surprised. Many thanks for the pointer, fellow Daoist. I am Li Fan. Is fellow Daoist also a member of the Myriad Immortals Alliance? Listening to the meaning in fellow Daoist words, it seems you are quite familiar with this Jiao Shouyuan? I am Chenin.
I have been in the Myriad Immortals Alliance for over 30 years. I can't say I'm that familiar with Jiao Shouyuan, but well, having lived on the island for so long, I know the things I should known.
This Jiao Shouyuan opened a general store on the island, selling everything.
It is said he has official channels within the Myriad Immortals Alliance behind him, and occasionally he can sell some good things. Aside from that, he also frequently does some intelligence business. It's just that this kid never risks his life personally, he always uses puppets to clear the way. Greedy for wealth and afraid of death, so that's how it is.
Fellow Daoist summarized it perfectly.
The words greedy for wealth and afraid of death couldn't be more appropriate to describe Jiao Shouyuan. Previously, when copying cultivation methods in that book pavilion, I saw others copy for a while, then rest when tired, resuming after conserving their strength. Only you, fellow Taoist, did not rest for 3 months.
I admire that greatly. But I wonder, what deep meaning does fellow Taoist have for this action?
If we strictly talk about copying speed, due to physical and mental fatigue later on, fellow Taoist certainly couldn't compare to those who rested frequently.
I wonder if fellow Taoist could enlighten me.
I dare not claim any deep meaning, it was just an intuition in my heart. That Qin Tang said the first trial was focus.
To focus is to have no distractions. Only by not being disturbed by any external things can one be called truly focused. Are physical and mental fatigue also external things that interfere? If one stops because of them, are they no longer focused? Just a humble opinion, fellow Taoist can just listen to it.
Hearing this, Qinan seemed deep in thought. I spoke no further and returned to my room to rest.
Early morning of the third day. Good wine, good wine. Today, the second trial begins. This time, I want to test your courage. The path of immortality is long, with countless hardships and difficulties. Do you have the courage to face them one by one? I await you on the opposite shore of the sea. Use your courage to cross this ocean.
Qin Tang was nowhere to be seen, only his voice came from afar.
The crowd looked at each other in dismay upon hearing this. A bold person walked to the seaside and stepped out. The seawater immediately condensed into ice, steadily catching that person.
Seeing someone had taken the lead, the rest of the crowd also stepped into the sea impatiently.
Bailey Chen did the same, following into the sea. Only that Sikong Yi still remained by the seaside, delaying his movement. I composed my mind and slowly stepped onto the sea surface. Water condensed into ice beneath my feet, and the figures of the others in my vision gradually disappeared. On the vast ocean, in an instant, only I remained, all alone. I walked forward step by step. The sun rose and the moon set overhead, I don't know how much time passed. Yet the scenery I saw remained invariably the same. This ocean seemed to have no end. Even though I already knew the answer in advance, I couldn't help but feel various senses of powerlessness and hesitation rising in my heart. At this time, I could feel the thickness of the ice beneath my feet gradually decreasing. I immediately expelled the fear from my heart. I walked resolutely toward the front. The ice beneath my feet became thick and solid again. This second level tests courage. Not just the courage to face external things, but even more so the courage to face one's own heart. On the vast ocean, having walked for a long time, I haven't seen the opposite shore. Would you give birth to doubt, wondering if you have already lost your direction? Would you give birth to anxiety, wondering if this ocean actually has an end? Would you then give birth to panic, losing the courage to move forward? Or perhaps give up on yourself and advance no further? I walked step by step, also interrogating my own heart. Letting go of all external things, only thinking amidst the constant walking. Condensing ice to cross the sea is just like the path of the immortal Tao. The road ahead is misty and distant, the destination unseen. Time passes, it seems one must walk on like this forever, endlessly. Even knowing that this trial would eventually stop, my heart wavered countless times. Because this journey across the sea is simply too long. My hair turned pale, and my body hunched, but my footsteps never stopped moving forward. Whenever my heart wavered, I would reaffirm my conviction and take the next step. Until my body became too old to walk any further. Finally, I fell weakly onto the sea surface. My vision blurred, but before my consciousness vanished, I finally saw it. On the coast not far ahead, Qin Tang stood there solitarily. He raised his wine gourd towards me, a smile on his face. It is easy to tread the river of the nine nethers, but hard to cross the sea within the heart. This second pass, the trial of courage, is over. The morning after tomorrow, we will conduct the final test. Early in the morning on the third day, Qin Tang appeared in everyone's view as usual. Only, this time he was not drinking, nor was he drunk, he looked much more spirited. Today is the final layer of the test. On the path of cultivation, you will always encounter countless difficulties or temptations. Can you persevere and not change your original intention? Let us wait and see. Amidst Qin Tang's voice, everyone's vision went black, and they lost consciousness. In a small mountain village, I lay on the roof, watching the setting sun, feeling as if I had forgotten something. Growing up in the mountain village since childhood, living a life of working at sunrise and resting at sunset every day. This lasted for a full 15 years. Such days were plain yet happy.
If I were to live like this forever, it seemed there would be nothing wrong with that.
Fanner, come down to eat.
But there was always a faint throbbing in my heart, feeling that I should absolutely not end this life so ordinarily. I remained indifferent to my mother's calls, looking up at the sky until night fell and the stars filled the heavens.
Under the vast starry sky, I felt my own insignificance even more. Thus, I watched for the whole night. Until dawn approached, I suddenly realized something as if I was enlightened. Mom, cancel my marriage with Enyo. From next door. I'm not getting married. I'm going to cultivate immortality.
After saying that, ignoring my mother's attempts to stop me, I simply packed my luggage and embarked on the path of seeking immortality.
Half a year later, while exploring deep mountains, I unfortunately died in a tiger's mouth.
In front of a dilapidated Taoist temple, amidst the flickering firelight and the sound of everyone weeping, my heart was filled with confusion.
Eldest senior brother, master is dead, what should we of Chuyun Temple do in the future? What else can we do?
Of course, we should divide the things in the temple among everyone and go down the mountain.
We originally thought there was a true immortal on the mountain, which is why everyone went through untold hardships to come here to pay respects.
Who would have thought this old Taoist priest was an out-and-out liar?
Yeah, how could a true immortal die? Master was a liar?
The crowd looted the items in the temple, leaving me alone on the mountain.
I felt that perhaps it was not as everyone thought. Immortals, perhaps, truly exist.
For the latter half of my life, I stayed alone in the Taoist temple, watching the clouds roll and unroll in the mountains, the sun and moon changing.
All day long, I studied the Chuyun Ascension chapter left by Master. Yet I never made an
inch of progress, and died with regret.
Why hasn't this tribulation cloud fallen after gathering for so long? The might of this heavenly tribulation is even stronger than when the sect leader ascended back then, isn't it? That is natural.
In terms of combat power alone, Martial Uncle Li Fan can be called the #1 person in my Lishan sword sect in 1,000 years.
What is there to fear from a mere heavenly tribulation?
Martial Uncle Li Fan actually split the tribulation cloud open.
Immortal Gate. It's the Immortal Gate. Without a shred of hesitation, I flew into the Immortal Gate and arrived at the Immortal Realm.
However, I discovered, the Lishan seniors who ascended in the past had all been killed by unknown enemies. While cultivating, I searched for the culprit behind the scenes.
After wandering for 100 years, I had no results.
Once, while exploring an ancient secret realm, I was ambushed by a close friend traveling with me, and died filled with astonishment and unwillingness.
Northern Immortal Domain.
Ever since I unified the Qingtian Immortal Domain 2,000 years ago, I began a journey of conquest filled with bloodshed. Over these years, using the heads of 5 immortal emperors and 16 immortal kings, I established my fierce reputation as Heavenly Emperor Fan. In the end, only the Northern Immortal Domain was left lingering on its last breath in the entire Immortal Realm.
Qin Tang, you seem to have something to ask me? As my confidant, feel free to speak.
The Imperial Lord now possesses monstrous power, all immortals in the Immortal Realm tremble upon hearing of you.
Why has the Imperial Lord never shown any intention of stopping? What exactly is the Imperial Lord painstakingly pursuing? After thoroughly unifying the Immortal Realm, what plans will the Imperial Lord have? He.
What I seek is nothing but longevity.
Longevity? With the Imperial Lord's current cultivation base, can it not yet be called longevity? If there are no accidents, it wouldn't be difficult for the Imperial Lord to live for another few million years, right? A lifespan of 1,000,000 years can be presumptuously called longevity?
What I want is to step above the immortals and live as long as heaven and earth.
There is no need to continue testing. The trial of perseverance ends.
In this trial, an anomaly has appeared.
Even if I construct infinite layers of worlds, I fear I cannot wear down this person's indomitable determination. If Master were here to see such a rare talent, he would likely be very happy.
It is just a pity, the 3 trials have all concluded. Among you, some have performed beyond my expectations, while others were truly unbearable. Sect leader Martial Uncle once told me that when my Cloudwater Heavenly Palace accepts disciples, we value quality over quantity. Since that is the case, only half of you shall remain.
What do you mean? I was only focused on memorizing the cultivation methods back then, I didn't copy many books at all.
I fell after just a few steps in the second trial. I'm dead for sure now. I was only focused on indulging in pleasure within the illusion. I'm afraid I'm among the half Tang wants to kill. We're dead either way. Fight him. Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, Chief of the Dharma Transmission Hall, Tang.
Please enlighten us. Sect leader Martial Uncle was a strict man. But Master once told me that one should not go to extremes in doing things.
If you can survive against your own mirror reflections, I will not make things difficult for you any further. Half of the cultivators fell into a bitter struggle, while the other half, including myself, retreated to a safe place. The blue mirror reflections attacked with extreme ferocity, knew no fatigue, and could not be injured.
Quite a few cultivators died miserably under their own mirror reflections.
As cultivators continued to die, it was obvious the remaining ones struggling bitterly could not hold on for much longer. Driven to desperation like cornered dogs, they shouted abuses at Tang.
Wake up! What disciples are you accepting?
The Cloudwater Heavenly Palace was destroyed who knows how many years ago. What bullshit, Master and Martial Uncle?
When the Great Calamity arrived, didn't everyone just slaughter each other?
Slaughter each other? My Cloudwater Heavenly Palace is united from top to bottom.
We respect and love one another. Even if it means sacrificing oneself for a fellow disciple, we would not hesitate.
How could we possibly slaughter each other?
Great Calamity? Great Calamity, Great Calamity. Great Calamity. Great Calamity, Great Calamity, what is going on? Those people are all dead, why haven't these mirror images disappeared yet? Not good. They are coming towards us. These mirror images cannot be killed at all, what should we do? Great Calamity, Great Calamity. Senior Brother Chin, have a drink. Do not mind it, there is no Great Calamity at all. No Great Calamity? That's right, there is absolutely no Great Calamity. No Great Calamity, no Great Calamity. No Green Calamity. Ah, you are right. There is no Great Calamity at all.
Fortunately, in the previous lifetime, there was a solution for Tang losing control, Otherwise, this time would have been fraught with grim possibilities.
What is happening? Two faint streams of killing intent suddenly locked onto me. Sikong Yi. Bailey Chen.
Facing the killing intent of Sikong Yi and Bailey Chen, I pretended not to notice, and secretly used the formless killing mechanism to reverse lock onto them.
The trial is over, you may leave. You may go as well. Senior brother, you still owe me a pot of good wine. Ah, that's right, I still owe you a pot of good wine.
This Cloudwater illusory dream art is my painstakingly created original cultivation method, integrating everything I have learned in my life.
I hope you will not let it fade into obscurity. I will definitely not lay down senior brother's entrustment.
Martial Uncle, Master, Senior Sister. I don't know how much time passed, but I gradually regained consciousness. Ahead, there was a towering gate with the 4 large characters Cloudwater Heavenly Palace written on it. And below the gate, stood a stone statue. The stone statue was heavily damaged and covered in scars. Its heart had been pierced through, leaving a massive gaping hole. From the statue's blurred face, one could faintly make out the appearance of Qin Shitong. Inside the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, everywhere was shrouded in thick mist, making it difficult to distinguish directions. Most of the cultivators who awakened from the Qin Shitong stone statue had already left the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, while a few entered its interior to continue exploring, disappearing into the mist. I circulated the shadow-following art, speeding in the direction locked on by the formless killing mechanism, searching for the traces of Sikong Yi and the other.
I soon found them. Maintaining a short distance, I concealed my aura and followed behind them. Sikong Yi and Bailey Chen seemed to be extremely familiar with the layout of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. They moved with a clear goal all the way, continuously bypassing buildings shrouded in mist as they ventured deeper inside. Suddenly, the two of them sprinted off in opposite directions. A tactic to divide forces? Did they discover me? I hesitated for a moment, but still chose to chase in the direction Sikong Yi left. A provocation? Is he trying to use a deadly terrain in the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace to kill me? If that's your plan, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Demon Refining Tower, one of the most perilous areas in the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. In the first 10 years after the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace opened, no cultivator had ever returned alive from the Demon Refining Tower. In my previous life, it was ultimately in Divergence Year 21 that an alchemy master risked his life to enter it and finally unraveled its bizarre rules. Gusts of cold wind blew inside the tower, filled with the smell of decay and stench. I went all the way up and reached the top of the tower. My fellow martial brothers and sisters are all fighting on the front lines, and I'm the only one who can't help. I must refine more elixirs, only then can I possibly improve their strength. For every extra elixir I successfully refine, the greater the chances of my senior brothers surviving. But all the demons and monsters in this demon refining tower are dead, and there are no more alchemy materials left. What should I do? How could this happen? Didn't I choose to leave here directly? How did I get tied up here in the blink of an eye? My life is over, my life is over. I had clearly already left the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, yet I was captured and brought back. I wonder what the medicinal properties of the elixirs will be this time. I just happened to catch a few bugs this time, they're perfect for testing the medicine. Which bug should I choose? Bad girl. AEM. Let's go with this one. I want to see just what Sikong Yi is relying on to dare lure me into this deadly terrain. Why didn't Sikong Yi use any means of resistance? Sigh, it seems the drug test failed, the medicinal properties must be too strong. Sikong Yi is dead. Where did the unforeseen event occur? Could it be that in this lifetime, my tracking caused the situation's development to diverge from the previous lifetime? No, Sikong Yi clearly lured me to this demon refining tower. How could he die so easily? He knew this was a deadly terrain. Did he lure me in just to trade a life for a life? Wait. The formless killing mechanism has locked onto a target outside the tower again. The dead Sikong Yi has resurrected outside the demon refining tower? A puppet? An external avatar? Neither seems like it. It seems the secrets Sikong Yi holds are even greater than I imagined. However, once I set my sights on them, secrets are no longer secrets. With the formless killing mechanism locked on, I'm not afraid of them running away. I just need to escape from this demon refining tower as soon as possible. Should I try this one again? Forget it, they were refined in the same furnace, they should be about the same. Had I known, it would have been better to die by Qin Tang's hands, at least it would have been a quick death. This anomaly swallowed the elixir but was completely unaffected. Next, let's test this elixir. Which bug should I choose to test the medicine? I'll choose this one. The chosen person flew into the anomaly's hand just like Sikong Yi, turning into a human-faced flying bug. The anomaly pinched the flying bug with one hand, held a black elixir with the other, and forcefully stuffed it in. After the elixir entered its belly, it seemed to be digested, and the flying bug's abdomen began to shrink. Tiny black dots drilled out from its abdomen one after another. After drilling out of the body, they didn't fly around but landed on the human-faced flying bug, devouring it greedily. Soon, the human-faced flying bugias gnawed until not even crumbs remained. Sighing, the anomaly sucked the densely packed black dots into its stomach. Sigh, failed again. Soon, the third round of drug testing arrived. This time, I still wasn't chosen. The anomaly took out 2 pink elixirs and fed them to the human-faced flying bug. Amidst a popping explosion, the human-faced flying bug turned into a cloud of pink smoke. Within the smokescreen, agonized human faces continuously surfaced. In the end, it was only when the anomaly inhaled the smoke while muttering that this eternal agony ended. At this time, I was the only one left in the demon refining tower, and the anomaly was about to use me to test the medicine. Junior brother bug, I heard you don't have enough alchemy materials? Right, the alchemy materials are indeed insufficient. I haven't been able to refine new elixirs for a long time. So it's senior brother. I thought it was a bug. Senior brother, I'm so sorry. I'll let you down right away. I messed things up again. It's always like this, I can't refine elixirs well, my cultivation progress is always slow, holding everyone back. Don't say that, junior brother bug. The elixirs you refine have great effects, everyone loves eating them. Really, senior brother? Does everyone really love eating the elixirs I refine? What, you don't believe senior brother's words? Of course I believe what senior brother says. But I have no more alchemy materials. I can no longer refine the elixirs everyone loves to eat. It doesn't matter. Refine senior brother into an elixir, that way everyone will have elixirs to eat again.